think part of it may be that the work that I do is really seeking to answer basic, intriguing, compelling, wonderful questions. Questions such as, why is there a universe? What is space? What is time?
Sure.
What makes up everything?
Sure.
And these questions, although very compelling and they really cut to the heart of human nature, don't really lend themselves particularly well to practical applications such as building weaponry.
Until perhaps you begin to get answers.
Well, even if we get answers, I think part of what I've been trying to emphasize, and in fact, this is a point that, I really try to bring out in my book a lot, because I really think that it's crucial for people to have a sense of scale when they're thinking about the universe.
Sure.
And the things that we are talking about, although crucial to understanding all of those basic questions, are so tiny that their applicability to technology is something which now we certainly can't imagine, and perhaps it will take hundreds, if not thousands of years until connections can actually be drawn. So I think that the questions that we are attempting to answer are fairly safe from the point of view of whether they can be converted, whether they can be corrupted into ideas that help weaponry.
Mm-hmm. I had no idea you've written a book. It's called The Elegant Universe.
That's right.
And I take it that it goes right down the roads that you have just outlined, the nature of time and space and who we are and how we got here and what this is all about. Is it written in a way that somebody who hasn't been one of your students for several years could understand?
Yes, I wrote the book for people to be able to understand without any technical training in mathematics or physics whatsoever. And as I was writing it, I had a number of friends who have no training in these sciences reading it and giving me feedback, and I really fine-tuned the writing as best as I could in order to be able to make the book accessible to people who have an interest in these deep questions of humanity that have really inspired philosophers and scientists and poets over thousands of years, but to be able to know what science today is saying about these issues, even though they perhaps have not gotten any training in math or physics.
All right. One last before we go to the phones here. And that is really another hard one. And it's we go back to the Big Bang, the item is smaller than a quark, sitting in a place that we can't imagine because there's no time and there's no space yet. We have this religious thing, the Bible, the Creator, the story of creation itself, and it, for a lot of people, parallels what you imagine occurred with the Big Bang, and so they imagine the hand of God involved in the Big Bang. And the only real way I know to ask somebody like yourself about this, I guess, is to put you in Jodie Foster's seat with the panel in front of you, and you're the candidate to go on the machine. And the question is, do you believe in God? And that was the critical moment for Jodie Foster. If you'd been sitting there, what would you have said?
Well, I would say that I believe that nothing that science has told us in any way rules out or diminishes the possibility that there is a God.
That's kind of what she did say, and they threw her off the seat.
I don't exactly remember the dialogue that...
Well, in other words, they wanted an absolute statement of faith and belief in God, and they felt that to send a representative to some sort of galactic federation who wouldn't have an absolute belief, making that leap of faith, should not go.
Right.
And she couldn't do it, and you can't quite do it.
I can't quite do it. I think, often it comes down to a question of what one really means by God.
Yes,
Does
sir.
one mean, some fellow with a long white beard, or some other human-like form that is the be-all and end-all of power and knowledge about the universe? That image doesn't strike me in a compelling enough way for me to have faith that that's true.
Understand. I understand. I have no problem with that. That's a good answer. And I thought the end of the movie was kind of poignant in that she had been through this experience, which she was forced to then ask roughly the same group and the world to take on faith, because she couldn't prove it. And so she was sitting there at the end, asking them to do what they had asked her to do.
Right.
Thought it was very interesting. Very well done.
Yeah, no, I thought Contact was a very compelling film. And, there were little bits and pieces of it that one can always quibble with, but I think overall, it really laid out some interesting questions in a very entertaining and visually stunning way. I thought it was great.
Precisely. All right, let's go to the phones. I've given you a hard enough time as it is. First-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene in Art Bell. Hi.
Listen, I'd like to say that I think this is one of the most compelling conversations I've heard on talk radio in a long time.
Very kind of you. Where are you?
I'm in Atlanta, Georgia.
Yes, sir.
Let me say this. I'm a physician, and I've pondered these questions for many years because I've always had an interest in the cosmos since Carl Sagan did his shows. And being that I have the experience of being a physician and having studied the body and how complex it is, and Doctor, I heard you refer to that earlier, how complex the body is.
Yes.
I'd like for you to comment, if you could, on the fact that it is so complex and what the odds are, in your opinion, that based on the fact that it's complex, that there has to be a God. For us to be who we are in the cosmos, being as vast as it is and as complex as we are on this one planet, what are the odds that there isn't a God?
Okay, that's such a wonderful follow-up question to where we just were.
Yeah, you took the words out of my mouth, Art.
So, Doctor?
Well, my feeling is this. Let me just reiterate that I don't think that anything we know rules out that what you're saying might be true. But I don't find it a compelling enough argument that merely because there are complex things in the universe, there had to be some external hand of some deity that guided things to that level of complexity. And let me just give you an example which sort of, I think, helps bring that point home. There have been some computer scientists, I think John Conway is perhaps at the forefront of this group of individuals, who have written real interesting computer programs that are very simple. So the basic ingredients are so simple, like string theory, very simple basic starting point. But through a few simple rules, they're able on a computer to generate a very complex kind of civilization, so to speak, that exists within the computer.
But they had to generate the rules.
That's right. They have to generate the rules, but the rules are not complicated.
But they're still rules.
You can have complexity emerging from very simple starting points through a process of evolution. That's the beauty of evolution. It can take us to things that are wildly complicated, even though the initial starting points and the initial rules and the laws and the ingredients are very simple. So that, to me, is what really shows the power of physics and the power of science, that it can start with things that are very simple, very basic, and yet, even with that simple and basic starting point, with enough time, it can generate immense wonder and complexity, such as living beings, such as stars, such as galaxies.
But put simply, Doctor, it does not demonstrate sufficiently for science the proof of a creator.
Absolutely.
But, I mean, what my original question was, I'd like for you, since you're a mathematician, to, in some way, if you could, summarize what you think the odds might be that there wouldn't be a God based on that complexity.
That's sort of tough to quantify, because whenever you're talking about, putting numbers behind things, you really have to have a precision in the question that I think as yet we as civilization are unable to do, simply because we don't really know how the universe began. We don't really know how it got to be the way we witness in the heavens and on earth. We believe at the moment that string theory is our best window into understanding our deepest level of understanding to date. But if you're to really ask, why is there a universe, as opposed to why is there nothing at all, that's something that science can't quite answer yet. And until we do, we'll be unable to quantify the likelihood that our universe exists without there being some deity to bring it into existence.
But on the positive side, from the caller's point of view, you also can't rule it out.
Absolutely not. You cannot rule it out. You can always say, and in fact it might be true.
Good answer, but no seat for you.
That's right.
All right. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene. Hi.
Yeah, hi. I'd like to make a statement real quick and then ask a question.
Sure, fire away. Where are you, by the way?
Houston, Texas.
Okay.
God is infinite. And the question is, I'd also like to say your book is really attractive. I saw it in the bookstore tonight and thumbed through it, and it's really presented really well.
Are you referring to...
Elegant Universe?
Thank
There
very
you
much.
are. Quite a compliment, Doctor.
Yeah, it's really attractive. It stands out. I would like to ask, maybe you could elaborate on the crumpled up universes, and I'll hold for that answer.
The crumpled up universes?
Sure. I think what the caller is referring to is one of the strangest features of this new theory. It requires that the universe have more dimensions than we're directly aware of.
Ah,
So we all know about three dimensions: left, right, back, forth, and up, down.
Yes,
Those
sir.
are the three dimensions that we move through and exist in all the time.
right.
String theory says that there are at least 6 and probably 7 more spatial dimensions that as yet we have not directly seen. And that's sort of a bizarre idea, and how does the theory make sense of it? Well, it says those extra dimensions are crumpled up. They're very tiny and curled up on themselves, unlike the grand expanse of the dimensions in the world around us. And those extra dimensions, the theory claims, are here. They are around us. When you sweep your hand in front of your face, you're not just moving in the 3 obvious dimensions that we all move through. You're actually moving through these additional dimensions as well. And they have an incredibly profound impact on the world as we know it, because these extra dimensions may well hold the answers to questions such as, why are there the particles we see, and why do they interact in a way that allows stars to shine, and therefore why is there planet Earth and why is there life? So these crumpled up dimensions may well hold the answers to the deepest questions that humanity has ever asked.
What do you imagine you could tell us about the nature of these universes? Crumpled up, very small.
Very small, and in fact, we mathematically can describe what the spaces look like. And of course, mathematics isn't the most tangible way of thinking about things. So for instance, in my book, I show some pictures, literal pictures of what these extra dimensions might look like.
This is radio. Try and give us a word picture.
Well, God, it's tough. Imagine taking a piece of paper and crumpling it up in some random manner. And that at least will give you some rough sense. You have all these corrugated folds. You have all of these interesting tunnel-like crevices within the dimensions, much as you would see the crevices in a piece of crumpled up paper. Now, the extra dimensions themselves have to be crumpled in a very precise way, that if you just took a piece of paper and did it randomly, you would not actually generate the kind of form that the extra dimensions have to be in, but the flavor is in the right direction. That's roughly what they would look like.
Well, I crumpled up the story about Dr. Krauss, and it's you should see all the little crevices in here. But I guess what I mean is, would one imagine that these other universes would have sentient beings, would have a world as perhaps some sort of world, that there would be the same space, the same world, the same rocks and minerals and water?
Yeah. Well, I would encourage you and the listeners to actually think of these extra dimensions as not really being a different universe, but rather an augmentation of our universe. This is a form that we believe describes our universe, even though it's rather foreign to the universe as we usually think about it. Look, when we go about our day-to-day business, we either walk left, right, back, forth, or up, down. That really seems to be it. That seems to exhaust dimensions in our universe. But what this theory says is that our universe, as we currently know it, is but a small piece of a grander structure which involves these extra dimensions. So it's really our universe that we're talking about when we talk about these extra dimensions. And the properties of physics should be the same in these extra dimensions as in our obvious big dimensions. They are part and parcel of one and the same universe.
Part and parcel. So different. Boy, am I having a hard time with that. There are multiple dimensions, but they are part and parcel of the dimension we're in.
That's right. Maybe I'll give you an analogy, which is a little easier to picture in your mind's eye.
Okay.
Imagine you take a garden hose and you unfurl the garden hose. You have a long, horizontal, extensive garden hose that maybe you drape over 2 posts. And let's imagine that you look at that garden hose from very far away. Well, from far away, it's going to look like a one-dimensional line, because you're not going to be able to see the thickness of the garden hose from a distant vantage point.
Right.
So much so that if there was a little microscopic ant that was living on the garden hose, you'd tell yourself, well, look, it can move left, right along the horizontal extent of the hose, but that's it. No other place it can walk. But now if you take a pair of binoculars and zoom in on the garden hose, you'll see that there indeed is a second dimension, a second circular dimension. It's the circular girth of the garden hose.
That's right.
Now you realize that the little ant can not only walk left, right, along the horizontal extent of the hose. It can also walk clockwise, counterclockwise around the hose. A second curled-up dimension is very small. Now, what we would like to say is that idea that dimensions can come in two varieties, big and obvious, like the horizontal extent of the hose, or tiny and curled up, like the circular girth of the hose, that idea applies to our universe itself as a whole. There are big, obvious dimensions, left, right, back, forth, and up, down, just like the unfurled horizontal extent of the hose. But string theory says that there can be additional curled-up dimensions, like the circular girth of the garden hose, that are so tiny that we don't have strong enough binoculars to actually peer down and see them as yet. But the theory says undeniably they are there.
So these would not be places that we could even theoretically go to or visit or enter or interact with.
That's right. We're too big to actually enter in and move freely through them. But the strings that make up everything are tiny enough to vibrate into these extra dimensions. And in that sense, they do have an impact on physics as we know it.
Huh. That's incredible.
Isn't it?
Do you imagine a travel in time to ever be possible?
Well, time travel, in a sense, is definitely possible even today, in a very limited sense. Einstein taught us that if you move very quickly,
Yes.
or if you stay near the outskirts of a black hole,
Yes.
time for you slows down. And what that means is if you were to then rejoin a friend of yours that did not move quickly, or did not spend time hanging out near the edge of a black hole, their watch on their wrist would have accrued more time
Yes.
than your wristwatch on your wrist. So in other words, if you rejoin
Yes.
them, they will be older. They will have aged more than you.
Well, that's pseudo-time travel.
That's right. You're able to travel into their future. You're able to see what the future, according to them, will be like. What's difficult to do is the reverse, to travel backwards in time. At the moment, we really don't have a sensible way, from the point of view of physics, of allowing that to happen. But one way time travel really is possible. If you want to see, what your children will look like when they are 80, if you move in a spaceship fast enough, or if you spend enough time near the edge of a black hole, and then you rejoin your children, indeed, they will be 80 years old, if not older. That is possible according to physics as we know it.
As we know it now.
As we know it now.
And you would not rule out even the possibility of the reverse somehow being true as well.
Well, it's a tough one because, you see, you always run into these paradoxes. If you can go back in time, why can't you go back and kill your parents and therefore prevent your own existence?
Well, perhaps because you cannot interact physically in that time, which is a point we'll pick up when we get back. He is a good guest. We're going to be getting back to him shortly.
Somewhere in Time with Art Bell continues, courtesy of Premier Networks.
Okay, back now to Dr. Green. I really love your book cover. That really is pretty.
Thank you. I think they did a real nice job on that.
They did. Who is they?
Norton, the publisher's W.W. Norton, and they have design people in-house who came up with that cover.
Well, they had a good one come up with that one, I'll tell you.
Right.
All right. This is a little bit out of your field, but it's a story, Doctor, that I've really been tracking, and I would love to get your take on it anyway. We have a lot of things that are seemingly changing rapidly now with our climate and with our environment. Here is a story dated, April 8th. So it's a brand new story, Reuters. It says, 2 Antarctic ice shelves have broken up now more quickly than anyone predicted, indicating the effects of global warming may be accelerating. Now, it's the Larsen B and Wilkins ice shelves. They're said to be, the scientists' words now, in, quote, full retreat, end quote, having lost 1,100 square miles, 3,000 square kilometers of their entire area last year alone. Now, the scientists are saying they are indeed alarmed because the loss is nearly as much activity in 1 year as we've seen in the past 10 to 15 years on average. there seems to be something quite significant going on, global warming, whatever you want to call it, certainly is going on, and our weather appears to be getting more violent. Have you any comments at all on on this or any possible physics that could be relating to what's going on?
Sure. First, I should say I'm, again, certainly not an expert on these particular climate issues and so forth, so my understanding of this largely comes from sources that everybody has access to, popular press and so forth. But it certainly does seem to be the case that many people at various times in the last 5, 10, 15 years have worried about the possibility that what we are doing to our environment may be causing climatic changes, which could result in a raising of the average temperature on Earth, which could result in melting of polar ice caps, some of the developments that you described in the article today. But it's also the case that it's very difficult to judge whether or not this is actually happening, because Earth itself can go through a variety of climate swings, and one really needs to assess the average climate changes over a very long period of time to get a good sampling of whether or not the changes that people are worried about are happening.
There does seem to be some geologic, rather recent evidence, though, that indicates the Earth at various times has gone through very rapid climate changes indeed.
Yes, that I have read as well. And whether or not we are in the midst of such a change, or whether what we are doing to the environment has affected the duration of those changes, or whether those changes will or won't occur and so forth, is something that I don't think we really have a definitive handle on yet.
Grasp on. There are many scientists who believe that what goes on Earth, both inside the Earth and our weather, is all affected by the activity of our sun. That all of this is tied up together in some great...
Yeah, that's definitely true. I mean, the sun really does drive the atmosphere because it is the energy source. It is the thing that keeps pumping heat and light into the atmosphere and allowing the atmosphere to have the enormous life that it does. Without the sun, there really wouldn't be the kind of activity in our atmosphere that we witness on a day-to-day basis.
By the way, what's gravity?
Gravity is a universal force of attraction between any two bodies. For instance, right now as I sit here, there's a gravitational attraction between me and my desk. It's pretty weak, and that's why I don't feel it too much. What I do feel more directly is the gravitational pull between the Earth and my body. That's what's keeping me planted in my chair and not floating off into space. So Isaac Newton, in about 1667, was the first person to be able to quantify this fact of the universe, that every body in the universe reaches out and affects every other body via this gravitational tug, this universal attraction.
Well, if the universe then is consistently expanding and objects are getting farther and farther and farther away from each other, wouldn't all kinds of gravitational changes begin to occur constantly?
Oh, definitely. So that is actually occurring, and we can witness that and measure it. So as the galaxies, maybe I should take a step back and say, what does it mean that the universe is expanding? And there's a good analogy that I think people could have in mind, which helps to get the picture across. Take a muffin. Before you cook it, it's a clump of dough, and imagine you got raisins inside of it.
Right.
You put it in the oven. As you turn up the heat, the muffin begins to expand because the dough rises. And as it does so, the raisins embedded inside of it begin to move apart. They're dragged apart by the expanding dough.
Yes.
Now, we believe that the universe is very much like the muffin. Rather than having dough, we've got the fabric of space. Rather than having raisins, we've got galaxies. And as the universe expands, it drags the galaxies apart, much as the dough expands, it drags the raisins apart. And we really do witness that all of the galaxies in the heavens are moving rapidly away from one another, exactly in a way that is consistent with the fabric of space itself, expanding and dragging them apart. And as they're dragged apart, their gravity, their gravitational attraction between them, between galaxies, goes down.
Down,
because they're further apart.
down. That's
and
right.
that's something that we can really see.
Do you hold with the theory that eventually, like the rubber band at the end of its ability to stretch will snap back together again, that the universe will then begin to collapse upon itself?
I don't know. It's a possibility, and it's actually one of three possibilities. The universe could keep on expanding forever, or it could keep on expanding, but expanding ever slower until it's gradually slowing down to no expansion at all. Or the third possibility is the one you mentioned, like a rubber band, it expands to a certain distance, and then it stops and it recontracts, and it gets smaller and smaller as time goes forward.
Well, if it continues to expand indefinitely, then it's going to get to be a real lonely place eventually, isn't it?
Yeah, that's right. That's a cold depth for the universe. Things just expand, they get colder, they get more spread out, and that's how things potentially could end.
East of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dr. Brian Greene and Art Bell. Hello.
Good morning, Mr. Bell. Good morning, Dr. Green.
Where are you, sir?
I am in Fostoria, Ohio. This is Scott. I listen to you on News Radio 610 AM out of Columbus, Ohio.
Okay, glad to have you.
My question for Dr. Green is, I've been studying one of the neo-pagan religions, and in it they've got the use of magic, and I've read where it's been described as energy, and that energy has had a vibrating quality to it, or can have. I was wondering if you thought there might be any connection between that and the string theory.
Actually, that's a damn good question. What we think of as magic is something that happens that we have no explanation for, Doctor. He puts it in your language. What about it?
Well, it's difficult for me to comment directly on the particular religion that he's been reading and studying because I don't know anything about it. But let me just say this.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah, let me just say this. I think that many of us have a sense that there's much more to the universe than we are directly aware of. And what I think we've really learned in the 20th century in physics is that belief is definitely true. There is a level of reality that exists below the surface of things as we ordinarily experience them in day-to-day life. And science has really peeled away layers that have revealed that striking way in which the universe actually does behave. Quantum theory paints a picture of things that you might call magic. Quantum theory says that if you walk into a wall and you keep walking into it enough times, sooner or later there's a chance that you can pass right through that wall and appear on the other side. Now that we normally call magic. But
That we normally call psychotic.
That's what you normally call psychotic. But quantum theory says that that's possible. Now I got to qualify that in saying the number of times you need to walk into the wall before there's a likely chance that this would happen is so enormous that you'd have to walk into the wall every second until the universe would be perhaps 1,000,000,000 billion times older than it currently is.
Well, I mean,
Very unlikely, but it's
it's
possible.
much more likely you'd be like this squished cartoon character against the wall.
That's right. That's far
Before you ever
more
went through.
likely. But the amazing thing is that quantum mechanics says that that outcome, that magical outcome is possible.
So that when he generally talks about magic and he talks about vibrational levels, and a lot of magic deals with that sort of thing, crystals and all the rest of it, one really can't rule out the possibility that there is some manipulation going on.
One can't rule it out, but if the person purporting to describe the magical phenomenon is very specific about what they're talking about, then it's the kind of thing which science can look at very closely and determine whether the very specific thing that they're talking about is true or not. But I think even if one finds that many of the claims that people want to be true and think of as magic, if science proves them wrong, what I would say is one can simply look at the universe itself as science now depicts it, and there's an incredible amount of magic and wonder in it. One doesn't need to go beyond what we know to be true to find what is as compelling as magic.
Well, certainly true. Your statement is certainly true, and it's always safe asking somebody like yourself, you cannot rule this out, can you? And you have to almost always answer yes, right?
Right.
But if I were sitting across the table from you, you might say, what a bunch of crap. No chance.
Certain things I would say was a bunch of crap.
All right.
But you see, it requires that the person presenting it be very specific. Are they talking about bending a spoon with their mind? I think many of those claims...
What about crap category?
That's right. If one talks about, levitating and so forth...
All right, well, let me give you a harder one, all right?
Okay.
Let's say one claims that one can mentally, with their mind, affect a random number generator in a computer. Let's say one makes that claim.
Right. Well, I've seen some studies on that.
Yeah, I know.
I've read the papers.
Yeah,
and
at Princeton, yes.
That's right, at Princeton. And if you believe the papers, there seems to be some correlation between what one thinks and what actually happens in the random number generator.
Yes.
Again, I don't know if people outside of those experimenters, in science, I mean, the paradigm is experimenters will do an experiment, they'll publish the results. Then others need to come in, objective outsiders in science, to redo the experiment in their own way and see if they get the same result.
Yeah.
And I don't know if that step has been carried out. I have a feeling that it hasn't.
Well, perhaps not.
And I think that would be a crucial thing to really determine whether or not there's any validity to those results.
But the early evidence certainly indicates that there is. And if that should be true, would that force you to do some reevaluation?
Well, there's a huge if in there. So if that you mentioned were true,
Yes.
if one really could...
Well, you are a theoretical physicist.
That's right.
Okay.
Then one would need to try to think about what physical mechanism was allowing one's mental processes to affect this computer, this random number generator. But I would not run to a conclusion, nor would I ever really be satisfied in accepting magic as the answer. I think that things that happen in the world are explainable. They're explainable by the laws of science. So if whatever you find actually happens, it must be consistent with the laws of science, and therefore we can ultimately explain it.
Magic is really just a word, and
That's right.
It explains things we don't understand.
Precisely.
All right, west of the Rockies, you are on the air with Dr. Brian Greene. Hi.
Good evening, Art. You're in great form tonight.
Thank you.
It's been a fascinating show. Earlier you had a caller that was talking about the crushed universe theory, and I was actually going to ask you, Dr. Green, about parallel universes. You, in essence, touched on all of that already, but I kind of wanted to offer you a different analogy. You mentioned the hose and also the crushed paper. Could we maybe think of the crushed universe or parallel universes as perhaps visualize our world as maybe the center of a jewel, a diamond, and the outside of the diamond is cut in an orderly fashion, and all those different facets are the other dimensions that you were referring to. Would that be a good analogy?
I don't know if that would quite capture the idea of having extra dimensions or some of the other features that we were describing, but I would say that analogy does capture something else, which may well be part of how the universe is put together. There's a real interesting article that you might look at. It's in Scientific American this month, which talks about the possibility that our universe might be sort of like a donut, such that light which is emitted by a star can travel all the way around the universe, all the way around the donut many times. And therefore, when we look out into the sky, we might be seeing multiple images of one object, one galaxy, one star, over and over again, as it keeps traveling, as light keeps traveling around the entire universe. And some of the shapes involved need not be donut-like, they can be more jewel-like. So even in that article, they have some pictures that sort of look like diamonds and jewels with facets on them. So perhaps the analogy that you're describing is best suited to that potential feature of the universe.
I see. There's another question I had, if you bear with me. Art was mentioning earlier, he asked you if you'd ever been approached by our military-industrial complex, as it were. And I'm just wondering, we've been using the internal combustion engine for a little more than 100 years now. Do you envision any new sources for propulsion? Do you have any theories about where we might go from here?
Yeah, I don't have any theories of my own. I have read about some where people who have been thinking about interstellar traveling, or the possibility of making a spaceship with a new form of propulsion that might be able to get us out to the stars, they've come up with all sorts of wild, imaginative ideas, from using nuclear bombs actually as a propulsion mechanism to mechanisms which can eat the hydrogen atoms that are in outer space and make use of them as fuel so that they can replenish themselves.
Solar sails.
Solar sails is another. So there are all sorts of creative things that scientists have thought of to try and get new propulsion mechanisms to maybe one day allow us to reach the stars. But right now, many of them are just on paper.
Well, that's where you guys mostly work, isn't it, Doctor? On
Yes,
paper?
as a theoretician, all of the work happens with pen and paper.
All right, hold on. We're here at the bottom of the hour, and we'll be right back. But oh my, that paper. What that paper can be converted to with those who know what they're doing. Civilization has a lot of evidence of that, doesn't it? I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
The trip back in time continues with Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM. More somewhere in time coming up.
Four-hour program. And the number to get a copy of this or any other show we do is 1-800-917-4278. That's 1-800-917-4278. We'll ask the doctor a little more about his book and where you can get it and so forth. But apparently, according to the callers, it must be out there. People are seeing it on bookstore shelves everywhere.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 8th, 1999.
Back now to Dr. Green. Doctor, here's a really cool question from Ileana is her name. That's a neat name. She asks, please ask, the subject of magic or what appears to be magic. Please ask Dr. Green about things that we actually know and have documented scientifically about yogis, enlightened beings, it would seem, who are able to do things with their mind with regard to their own body that should not be possible, things that are regulated by parts of the brain that are not voluntary things, heartbeat, blood pressure, that sort of thing. They can do that. That's very well documented now, Doctor. How about that?
Well, I don't think that there's a real clear separation between those things that are controllable by the brain under our conscious choice and those things that aren't. And I think that definitely through practice, through techniques such as biofeedback, one can gain mastery over bodily functions that at first sight and within the realm of ordinary people are not controllable by the brain. So I don't consider that magic necessarily, because I do think it's possible through those methods and techniques and whatever yogic practices focus the mind and allow concentration to accrue and take charge of things that ordinarily you wouldn't, that one can perhaps take charge of things in the body that normally people don't.
Okie dokie. Then why is it a big leap from there to the Princeton work, which would seem to be documenting the effect of random generators?
Well, you see, when it comes to the brain and the body, it's certainly the case that the brain can control certain things in the body, right? I can move my hand up and down, that's volition. I'm choosing to make it move up and down, and it is moving up and down.
Sure.
And then there's sort of a continuum between that obvious control over my hand and perhaps a non-obvious control maybe over my heartbeat. That's normally something that we don't think that we can control by virtue of pure strength of thought. But you can imagine that since you can control your hand, it's not such a stretch to imagine that you might be able to control your heart if you practiced enough.
But it is a much bigger stretch to the random number.
A much, much bigger stretch, and that's what makes it harder to swallow.
Does he think, says Ileana, that those who are doing these sorts of things could possibly be tapping into the smaller dimensions that he imagines?
Well, I don't think it takes that kind of an exotic explanation. Again, it would really depend on which yogic practices one has in mind. But if one does have in mind controlling things that normally seem to be involuntary, I don't think that requires anything so exotic as the extra dimensions. I think it's really more a matter of training the mind to take charge of things that the brain already takes care of, but now we're just bringing it within the realm of volition.
Gotcha. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene and Art Bell. Where are you, please?
Palm Desert, California.
Well, welcome to the program.
Oh, I've got several things to ask and several things to talk about.
Well, we'll see. Take your best shot first.
All right. How do you become a theoretical scientist?
A theoretical physicist?
Well, anything like that, quantum mechanics, anything that's a related subject.
You go to school.
I am a 14-year-old freshman in high school.
Great. Well, the typical path is in high school you take some of the standard courses in science, biology, physics, mathematics, and so forth.
Mm-hmm.
And then, if you like that stuff, when you go to college, there are a whole sequence of courses that one would take in order to get the training necessary to carry out theoretical physics research. And those courses are typically quantum mechanics, classical mechanics, thermodynamics, and so forth. It's a very standard kind of education that one can get in any college because physics and theoretical science is one of the sciences that lends itself best to a gradated hierarchy of knowledge where you learn something first, and then once you've mastered that, you go on to the next step and so forth. And the steps are very clearly delineated in any program, any bachelor's degree program. And then after that, if you still like it and still find it something that fires you up, you go to graduate school.
Cool.
And in graduate school, you take more courses, and then finally get into research.
Another thing. I was putting my head down for a few minutes in my algebra class. I thought up of something of how I could sort of make a starship. Like here, talk about Star Trek. I'm like a huge Star Trek fan. I could actually do something in that present time. I just needed a few extra little bit of technologies and stuff. And I called my friend when I got home, talked about it with him, and we came up practically for the designs and everything what we'd use.
Did you say this occurred to you as your head was nodding off in a science class?
Yeah, I sort of put my head down on the book. It
Well,
just
this is
popped into my mind.
not the way you get
Yeah,
a theoretical physicist.
Yeah.
Go to sleep.
That's right, you got to pay attention there, but surprisingly, every so often people do. I mean, I have found that every so often in my sleep, I've resolved some puzzle that in my own work during the day I was unable to solve.
Yeah.
It's a funny thing when that happens.
Oh, yes, doctor. Let me tell you a little story. I've told this before on the air, and I'll tell it quickly and painlessly, I hope. I've been in electronics all my life. It's a dear love of mine. And I'm a fanatic about it. In other words, if I have a piece of equipment that I'm working on, electronic of some sort or another, I will stay at it until I'm losing sleep, I'm not eating, I'm beginning to look frazzled around the edges, and I battled problems and battled them until I literally drop. And that's what I do, is I go in the other room and I drop into bed, and the next morning I wake up, walk straight over to that piece of equipment, and walk straight to the capacitor or the resistor or the transistor or whatever it is that had been holding me up, that I couldn't figure out, a circuit I couldn't figure out. It absolutely, I worked it out in my sleep.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I'm a firm believer in that. I mean, for instance, as I was writing my book, I was struggling over ways to communicate some of these abstract ideas in a way that would be in everyday language and everyday ideas. Sometimes I really get stuck. I go to sleep, and sort of in my sleep, in my dreams, there'd be kind of a cartoon vision of the abstract science, which would then really point towards that metaphor, that idea, which would help get the idea across.
There you are.
So I think that really can be a way of solving problems.
But isn't there some sort of problem with that as far as mainstream science is concerned, as we consider our consciousness and our sleep state unconsciousness? Being unconscious.
Perhaps there is, but I think many scientists are willing to accept that the unconscious mind can influence and inform the conscious mind, and therefore why can't it also help the conscious mind resolve concrete puzzles that the conscious mind was having difficulty with during waking hours? I think that's something that's perfectly sensible.
Interesting. All right, here we go. First time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene. Hi.
Hello.
Hello, where are you?
I'm in California.
All right.
My name is Michael, and I'm listening to you on 790 KNBC.
That's KABC.
I apologize, sir. Art, I first want to thank you for enlightening the masses on potential reality.
Sure.
I hope they take them accordingly.
Thank you.
Dr. Green, you've really enlightened me with this string theory. I'm a scientist, and I didn't go through any of the current scientific communities or colleges, but I invented something that's boggling them. And what it is three-dimensional charting of color, which is all natural, transparent resources, meaning of gems, up to diamonds. Currently, charting was only in the white range. When I charted the color, Dr. Green, what we found out was the human eye can analyze and study a shade of color within a variance of one shade of color. And there is over 10,000 shades of color, which I'm currently charting. Okay? Now, when we went to the institutions, and the scientists, I was 17 years old when I invented this technology, they looked and said it's not possible. They're using plastics and they're using duplicates and trying to duplicate these mineral resources with long chemical chains here, okay, with plastic. It's impossible. But the reason why I called you was this. When I charted the color, Dr. Green, I realized that the element that makes the color can be charted by the human eye in percentages as I was charting it. Then we turned around and said, well, wait a minute. If I can tell you to the percentage what the chromium is in that context by the human eye, you need a electron microscope to do that. And I'm a human being, and I'm doing it with my eye, and I'm teaching you and showing you how to do it yourself. Okay? How would that apply? Now, the reason I even brought this up was string theory. Well, if the human perception of it is simply a stone or simply color, but you can actually, without a $5 million laboratory, tell what chemical analysis is in there by eye due to color and clarity and size through the technology. Now, the scientists are just freaking out because we don't know how to study the human eye and how it perceives color. Yeah, we can say, can you see clarity through 20/20 or 20/30? But we cannot say, hey, you see yellow 3 shades off, or you see yellow 2 shades off, or you're seeing a little pink in your yellow. Okay? This technology I invented scared the U.S. government, it scared the laboratories, it scared everybody because all these support systems that they use to chart resources, our most precious resource, can chart and calibrate their machinery.
Doctor, I think all of this makes some sense to me. What about you?
Well, I'm having trouble following it in great detail, but if what the caller is referring to is a very fine correlation that he's established between colors that the human eye can see
Right.
and the microchemical composition of whatever it is one is looking at,
Yes.
it makes some sense to me too.
Yeah.
And it's very impressive if the accuracy is up to the standards that the caller is referring to.
And that is what you said, right, caller?
Yes, sir. Actually, when I went around the world, I met the top scientists, and when I put it in front of them, they've been chasing me and blocking me and hindering me. I've been in hiding for 4 years charting this technology. And remember, if you walk into an optometrist and you have a color chart in front of you of all these different resources in every shade of color, and I've already charted over 2,000 shades of color, proven, okay? And proven means that every person that takes a stone and matches it to it, matches it within a shade. That's the accuracy you were basically saying would be required, Dr. Green. You were correct there. That was the test on it, whether its technology was valid or not. It came out valid, but it was frightening to the scientists because there's so much equipment and so much industry built on support systems for us to understand it. But that's the reason why colored stones are not a commodity.
Do me a favor, caller.
Yes, sir.
Contact me privately.
Can you, do you have a way of me reading?
Yes, you can fax me at area code, we've got a new area code here, 775 727 8499. That's probably the best way. My email mailbox is hopelessly clogged, so fax me if you can, all right?
Okay, by the way, thank you, Art. I do look forward to talking to you because this technology is much vaster, and I really think it connects to his string theory because my mind just started just whizzing and started connecting so many things. So I look forward to talking to you. Thank you for the time, fellas.
All right, take care. There are, Doctor, aren't there people occasionally who have not come up through the strict scientific academic halls who come up with something brilliant?
Yes, absolutely, it does happen.
It
There's
just,
a real famous example with an Indian mathematician named Ramanujan who had no formal education, but yet came up with some of the deepest mathematical theorems that to last
150 years has known.
What accounts for that, do you think?
Well, I think that the human mind is a very rich resource which doesn't necessarily have to go through standard training in order to reach its potential. And there are individuals who are able to reach their personal potential without that kind of standard education, and it does happen.
Are you familiar with savants?
To some small extent.
Is it possible that one, there have been several movies done about savants. One was a very interesting one in which some super duper new uncrackable national security code was devised, mathematically devised, couldn't be broken, and the storyline was they put a few puzzles in puzzle magazines just for the fun of it to see if anybody would crack the code, in effect. And this little fellow who was mentally retarded in every other way except mathematically looked at the paper and saw it immediately and phoned a number. And of course, then there was the drama of they chased after him and someone tried to kill him and all the rest of it. But there is that, always that possibility, isn't there?
Yeah, there is. There are certain minds which don't function in the usual predictable ways.
Would that have been Einstein?
I don't think so. I think Einstein really was quite a genius, but I wouldn't say that there were areas of his life where you'd say that he was really acting in a manner that was vastly different from anybody around him or us. Of course, he was much smarter than most of us, perhaps all of us, but it wasn't the case that he was deficient in some obvious manner.
Why are we not having more minds like Einstein's? If evolution, I realize I'm calling for some pretty quick evolution here, but shouldn't we be getting more and more minds of that caliber?
Well, there are some around today who may well be on par with Einstein. Of course, it takes some years to look back and see the accomplishments that one has. It's hard to identify an Einstein in their own time, but there are some people around today who many people feel are on par with Einstein.
Well, hold on, we've got one more hour to go, and you've got a good break coming up. My guest is Dr. Brian Greene, professor of mathematics and theoretical physics at Columbia. I'm Art Bell from the high desert where it's blowing hard. Believe me, we're having a real windstorm out here. Look out, Arizona, tomorrow. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 8th, 1999.
Fronts come through, but really weird. And our weather is getting strange. In fact, here's somebody who writes the following Art Weather Bulletin. I know it's completely off topic, but it's snowing. I just had to tell you, Art, I live a few miles north of Seattle, and we're having a literal blizzard. The snow is falling so fast and furious. The streets, all the cars are covered within minutes. It's amazing. I know April showers bring May flowers, but what does April snow bring? The quickening, perhaps. Gary, just a few miles north of Seattle. That is pretty strange, isn't it? All right, in a moment, Dr. Greene will be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 8th, 1999.
Doctor, the following question, it's a good one too. It is from, let's see, Rich in Somerset, New Jersey. Please, Art, ask Dr. Greene about the recent findings that the universe is expanding at an accelerating rate, And should that be true, what implications that would hold for the long-held Big Bang Theory?
Yes, it's one of the more exciting recent experimental results that, contrary to what we thought, the universe is definitely expanding, but we thought it would be expanding slower and slower as time goes by.
Yes, because any explosion here on Earth starts out with a great velocity and then diminishes.
That's right, and even a simpler thing, if you throw a ball into the air, at first it's going quickly, but then it goes slower and slower and slower until it reaches the top, and then it starts coming back.
That's right.
And the question was, is the universe also expanding ever slower as it's getting ever bigger? And we thought the answer was yes, but now recent experiments seem to indicate that maybe the universe is expanding ever quicker. That would be as if you throw a ball into the air, and as it goes up, it starts to go faster and faster. It starts to slow
Now,
down.
what, sir, could account for that?
Well, it's an interesting story that might account for that. Many years ago, Albert Einstein introduced something to physics known as the cosmological constant. It's a fancy name for a fairly simple idea. It's the suggestion that throughout the universe there might be an energy that permeates the vacuum of empty space. And that energy, it turns out, could be responsible for pushing the universe to expand a little bit more quickly than we would have thought if there was no cosmological constant. So that may account for it.
But doctor, shouldn't that energy be applied to all matter equally from all directions?
It is, but even though it's applied to matter equally in all directions, it has the net effect, it turns out, this is not obvious, but it has a net effect if it has the right sign, it turns out, to wind up pushing everything away from everything else. Now, it pushes everything away from everything else equally, so it's impacting all matter in the same way, but it has a net effect of causing the universe to expand at an ever-quickening pace. And that's possibly one resolution to that experimental finding. Now, the caller asked, what would that mean for the string theory?
Yes.
And as I explained in the book, it turns out that string theory allows for the universe to have a cosmological constant. As yet, we don't quite understand the theory well enough to predict how big that constant would be, how much energy there would be. But it is consistent with the theory for the universe to have this energy, and therefore string theory can accommodate this experimental finding that the universe may in fact be expanding at an ever-quickening rate.
Quickening. All right, first-time caller line, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene and Art Bell. Where are you, please?
I'm in Sleepy Hollow, Texas.
Okay. Did you say Sleepy Hollow?
Right. I get you on KLIF by 70 Dallas.
Dallas, yes, sir. Extinguish your radio, please.
Oh, okay.
Always should do that. Otherwise, it makes you sound like a confused person on the air because there is a delay.
Okay.
Okay.
My question is, all right, in Sleepy Hollow, if I were to drill a hole straight through the earth.
In Sleepy Hollow.
Right.
Straight down into the earth.
Straight down into the earth. And I got sort of figured out I'd come up in Pakistan. Now, at what point would gravity from Pakistan take and pull? Well, would you end up in the middle of the earth and if you jumped in the hole?
Yeah, if you jumped in the hole, what would happen?
Yeah.
Right.
Good question.
It's a good question. What would happen is you'd actually start to oscillate up and down through the hole, because you have the right idea.
You're kidding.
As you get more towards the center of the Earth, you'd have equal pull of gravity from, say, Sleepy Hollow and from Pakistan. But you see, you still have some speed. So much like if you have a rubber band with a little piece of mass on it, you stretch it, and you let it go, it starts to vibrate back and forth. It would be like that mass on the rubber band vibrating back and forth through the center of the Earth. In fact, you can calculate how long it would take to vibrate up and down all the way from Sleepy Hollow, Pakistan, and back and forth. People have done these calculations. I don't remember the results off the top of my head, but that's what would happen.
You'd actually get to the point where you'd start going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
That's right. You'd be pulled down toward the center, and then you'd be dragged towards Pakistan and back and forth. Your body would oscillate up and down the tube that you had drilled through
That's
the Earth.
incredible. All right, caller, then bear in mind the sign you see frequently, call before you dig. Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene. Hello.
Hello, this is Mike calling from Alaska on AM 800.
Where in Alaska?
Juneau, Alaska.
Juneau, the capital.
Alaska's capital.
Welcome.
Thank you. I've enjoyed the conversation. And Art, I just want to thank you for bringing the caliber of guests that you do and all the fields that you, bring to the air. It's just a great thing.
Thank you.
And to the doctor, I also want to thank him for, putting out these ideas and stirring our minds. I have read up to 9 chapters in his book, and I would say it's a vitamin for the brain, really. It's a healthy thing. And it is written in a very general way that the average layman can pick it up and still have epiphanies, really. So, what I like to talk about is, I have kind of 2 questions. One is, I didn't finish the book yet, I'm getting through it, but if a string has, the vibrational qualities of the string, I want to know if the existence of the string is dependent on its vibrational qualities. In other words, if the string and all its myriad ways of vibrating and affecting, the matter, is one of those ways that it can vibrate be a stationary vibration or no vibration. Right. And if it is stationary and it is not vibrating, what would it take to vibrate it? What energy would it take? And I kind of, sitting here, I kind of have an idea of maybe what it might be, if in fact that's possible. I'll go with that.
So it's a real good question, and the answer basically is the following. So one of the chapters in The Elegant Universe describes this field of study called quantum mechanics. And one of the basic things in quantum mechanics that I describe in the book is something known as Heisenberg's uncertainty principle.
Right.
And in a nutshell, that principle tells us that nothing can ever be perfectly at rest, because that principle tells us that you can't know where something is and how quickly it's moving with complete precision. Now, if something is at rest, you know where it is, and you know that it's not moving, therefore you know how quickly it's moving, namely 0 speed. That is in conflict with the basic principle of quantum mechanics. Now, that same idea applies to the strings. Strings themselves can never be completely stationary. Because if they were, we would know where they are and how quickly they're moving with complete precision, and that is impossible. So strings always have a certain amount of jiggle, a certain amount of vibration, and therefore a string is really not a string if it's not vibrating.
Okay, well, thank you. That's very clear. And then another thing on a different subject, I'm kind of a layman with physics. Math is my least educated subject in my life, but I do love the sciences, biology, and whatnot. And one thing that's kind of put me off from reading more about string theory is something I read, and maybe I gleaned it wrong, from Stephen Hawking and perhaps Roger Penrose, I'm not sure, that kind of said string theory really doesn't say anything necessarily different than quantum mechanics already doesn't say, but this says it in a more elaborate way, which, though from your book, it's saying that it predicts gravity in the string theory, which is fascinating.
Yeah.
So what would you say to your colleagues that have difficulty with your theory?
Yes. Well, I think that's a real important question, because string theory has been around for about 15 years, and there's certain people that are for it, and it's a growing community that are, and there's a small minority that still haven't been won over. Now, Stephen Hawking was one of those until about 1994, but he now has come over. So Stephen Hawking has given string theory his blessing. Okay. And I think the key thing to bear in mind about string theory is that it's the first theory that's been able to put together the laws of the tiny, quantum mechanics, with the laws of the huge, general relativity. Without string theory, you can't unite those 2 pillars of understanding into one consistent framework. And that's what string theory does. It gives us one logically coherent framework. And that's why I call my book The Elegant Universe. Because string theory does paint a very elegant picture of everything within one basic overarching principle, that everything is made up of the vibrations of strings. So that's a very important step towards understanding the universe at its deepest level, and that's really where we get excited about this theory. And as I mentioned, Hawking has now come over. String theory has revealed things about black holes that even he couldn't quite establish, and that to him is very impressive and compelling.
Well, thanks. Another thing, do you have an email address that you're willing to give out?
Sure, absolutely.
Warning.
Warning coming up?
Now, yes, you're welcome to give out your email address, Doctor, but prepare yourself.
Gotcha. Well, let me give it in the following way. If you go to the Columbia University website, you, with a little bit of effort, can track me down. So if you really want to send me email and you go through those steps, you can easily find it.
Okay,
Feel
very
free to
good.
send it on email.
Easy enough.
And then one last thing. People that are calling in tonight, maybe even Art himself, are having difficulty, well, indeed everybody is, with comprehending, extra dimensions. And you tried, Dr. Green tried to clear it up, trying to say that it is not thinking, it is not like thinking of parallel universes. And there's something that's very good in this book that maybe he can elaborate on, and that is that the vibrational qualities of the strings, let's say, hit these extra dimensions, and then they cause further ripples, if you will, that give rise possibly to what we know, and that's why these dimensions are so important. That maybe if you can give it a concrete approach like that it is an intricate framework of the universe that we know it, and not something apart from it, maybe that would help clarify.
Yeah, that's a great question. In fact, it really is very satisfying for me to have you ask that question, because it really shows that in reading The Elegant Universe, you've really gotten the key point, because that is the key point of string theory, that the vibrational patterns of the strings themselves, the notes that they can play, we believe account for the properties of the particles that make up our universe. And it's those particle properties which are responsible for the fact that there can be a sun, and there can be an earth, and there can be light. So it's a very deep idea. And the point that the listener is stressing is these extra dimensions that the theory requires, they're really tiny. They're really crumpled up. We mentioned before they're like crumpled up like a piece of paper. But strings themselves are so small that they can vibrate into these extra dimensions. And the precise way that dimensions are curled up affects how the strings can vibrate, and thereby affects the properties of everything in the world around us. So these extra dimensions are not pie in the sky. They really perhaps hold the key to understanding why the universe appears and behaves as it does. And that's sort of the key point of my book, The Elegant Universe, to get across that these extra dimensions do have a real profound impact on the world as we know it.
All right, so these strings that vibrate are, we imagine, the smallest thing there is, yes?
Yes.
Okay, they vibrate. That is energy. Vibration is energy, no question about it. Where does the energy come from to vibrate those strings?
Right. Well, part of the answer comes from that idea of quantum theory that I mentioned before, that even when something has the lowest possible energy that it can have, it always still jiggles. So quantum theory says that there's a limit to how low the energy can get. It's an unfamiliar idea, but it's one that is experimentally proven. But the other feature is the Big Bang itself was a moment in our history where there was an enormous amount of mass and energy crunched together into a tiny nugget, so that inside that nugget the density of energy was enormous. And if that energy, which still diffuses throughout the cosmos today, after the Big Bang has allowed all matter and all space to erupt and unfurl to the cosmos that we witness. So you can trace back all of the energy that's now carried by strings, that's carried by the vibrations of strings, to the moment of the Big Bang. And I can say, what caused the Big Bang? Where did that come from?
Well,
that's where our knowledge stops at the moment.
That's right. But I would ask this: if we are in an ever-expanding universe, would the energy in those strings be changing, lessening after the Big Bang, or could it be accelerating?
Well, certainly the density of the energy, the amount of energy per volume of space is going down.
Yes.
So the energy carried by the strings does go down in that sense, absolutely. And that's why we think that if the universe does keep on expanding forever, it'll just get really cold and lifeless and boring, and the universe could end in a whimper, if that's the case.
Just a great sigh, probably unheard.
That's right, the great cosmic sigh as the universe just continues to expand. Now the reverse of that, which you mentioned before, is if the universe should be like the rubber band and go out for a while, expand and then contract.
Yes.
Well, as it contracts, it'll come closer together and hotter, and it'll end in what we call a big crunch.
Oh, yes, where everything goes back down to the smaller size than a quark.
Exactly,
You know, though, I've always wanted to ask this: if the universe began to contract, would the laws of physics as we now understand them perhaps change?
There's been debate about that.
I understand.
And I think that the current consensus, and certainly what most of us believe, is that the laws would not change. They'd be the same laws. The universe would be evolving. It would happen to be evolving in a manner that caused it to get smaller and smaller, as opposed to bigger and bigger. But the fundamental laws at work would be identical to those that are at work today.
Gotcha. All right, quickly, east of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Green. Hi.
Good morning, Eric. Good morning, Doctor.
Hi, where are you, sir?
This is George calling from Chicago Ridge, Illinois.
Okay.
Couple quick comments and a question.
All right.
Which would you like first?
The comments, I guess.
Okay. First comment was going back to your question to the doctor about the mind affecting the computer.
Yes.
Okay. Just as you were saying that, I dialed and got a busy signal. And I told my digital phone that the very next time I punched the redial, I would get through, and sure enough, it rang.
Well, that may be synchronicity, sir.
That may be. But knowing the phone company, I kind of doubt it. The other comment was going back to the expansion of the universe.
Yes.
Considering what we've always been taught that for every action there's an equal and opposite reaction.
Right.
If it expands, does it not indeed have to, at some point, have to contract?
No. So equal and opposite reaction is a little bit different. It said, for instance, if you push on the wall is actually pushing back on you. That's the equal and opposite reaction.
Listen, I'm going to hold both of you for a second. We've got a break here. So, caller, stay on the line, and we'll bring you back after the break. My guest is Dr. Brian Green.
Is Premier Networks. That was Art Bell hosting Coast to Coast AM on this Somewhere in Time. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from April 8th, 1999.
Once again, my guest, Dr. Brian Green, and my caller. Gentlemen, both of you, welcome back.
Thank you.
Caller, you're back on the air again.
Yes, we are. My question, Doctor, was is rather an interesting one. You mentioned a black hole and how the gravitational forces would slow down time earlier in the program.
Yes.
If you were to take something like the Starship Enterprise with its shields around it that would protect it and fly into a black hole, with time slowing down as you went in there and the gravitational forces pulling you in faster and faster as you went, which would further slow down time as you went, would it not indeed take forever to get to the bottom of it, so to speak?
Real interesting question, and in fact, it's a subtle one. It depends on who you ask. If you're watching the Starship Enterprise from far away from the black hole, safety of a distance, and you see it heading towards the edge of the black hole, even getting to the edge, from your point of view, will appear to take infinite time. But from the point of view of someone on the ship, from the point of view of Captain Kirk, he'll just fly right into the black hole, and he'll do it in some ordinary, reasonable amount of time. That's the strange thing that Einstein taught us. Time as it elapses for you far away from the black hole is different from time as it elapses to someone who's near the black hole, like Captain Kirk on the Starship Enterprise. So the answer to your question depends on who's doing the measuring of time.
A very good answer.
Well, I'm glad you're happy. Thank you very much for the call. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Green. Hi.
Hi, Art. This is Debbie. I'm calling from Denver.
Hi, Debbie in Denver. Yell at us a little. You're not too strong.
Is it better?
That's better.
Okay, Art, can I make a bumper music request before I ask your guest a question?
Always.
Okay, I just have always thought this would be the coolest thing for you to play.
What?
It's a song by Yeah called Wondrous Stories.
I know the song.
Doesn't that sound like some of your guests?
It does. It does.
Well, that's my request. Anyway.
Okay.
And for your guest, I would be very interested to know what his thoughts are about crop circles.
About what?
Crop circles. Yes, a very interesting phenomenon. Now, doctor.
You'll have to educate me on this one.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
You've never heard of crop circles?
No, sorry.
Mm-hmm. Well, for some number of years now, beginning, I guess we could go back actually a couple of decades, these very unusual formations began to appear in farmers' fields of wheat and other crops, barley and such. And some of them, for example, Julia sets, Mandelbrot sets, all sorts of circles, interlocking circles in fantastic symmetrical patterns, sometimes covering as much as 10 acres. Some of the crop circles were blamed on hoaxsters with boards and chains, but others are so large and intricate they could not possibly have been done by human beings. And we have no explanation for them. It could be some sort of climactic climate event, rather. It could be some sort of magnetic anomaly. It could be a lot of things, but we're curious. We're all curious. When they test the wheat, for example, in what's considered to be a real crop circle, they find molecular changes in the wheat that can only be explained or nearly duplicated by, for example, taking some wheat and putting it in a microwave oven. In other words, molecular changes of that sort in the wheat. This crop circle.
Sounds interesting. I just don't know anything about it. So I don't think I can give too much insight on that particular phenomenon.
Fascinating. Absolutely fascinating. You are one of the first people that I have ever met that didn't at least know about crop circles.
Yeah, leading a rather sheltered existence out here in New York City. I guess we don't have too many fields. We don't have too many crops.
Not a lot of wheat fields,
if they don't show up in Central Park, I wouldn't know about it.
Okay. First time calling online. You're on the air with Dr. Brian Green. Hi.
Hello.
Hello there.
This is a wonderful program.
Glad you're enjoying it.
But I've been up for half the night, and I'm going to be in trouble tomorrow.
I know the feeling.
Let's see, I wanted to compliment Dr. Green on his tactful maneuvering around a lot of these questions.
Yeah, I was pretty mean early, huh?
Yes, you were. And I had two short questions, hopefully not two bursts of laughter. Let's see, one of them was we can travel into the future, and we can look into the past in astronomy, but we can't look into the future. Is that right? We can't see.
Yes, that's right. So that's a real good distinction that you draw there. So the first one, comes from Einstein's theory of relativity, which, as we discussed, tells us that time slows down for you if you move quickly or if you're near the edge of a black hole. Again, these are ideas that I describe in more detail in my book, The Elegant Universe, but the rough idea has that impact. Time slows down for you, which means that if you then rejoin your friend that didn't go fast or stand near the hole, they will have aged more than you, so you'll have traveled into the future. And yes, you're also right. When you look out into space, you're actually looking back in time, because light takes a while to reach us from distant objects. So the light we receive right now actually was emitted a long time ago. So we're seeing things as they were a while back. So yes, we can travel into the future, we can look into the past, but we can't look into the future. Absolutely right.
Mm-hmm. And now here we are on our raisin, in our muffin, and we're looking out with all of our equipment. Is there anywhere out there that I could look and possibly be getting where you think an edge is, where we're getting toward an edge?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so it's a question that many people come to. They say, well, if the universe doesn't go on forever, if it ends,
Yes.
is there an edge? And if there is, what's on the other side of the edge?
Yes, I would have asked that question in about 5 minutes.
Right, and we believe, well, first of all, it's possible that the universe is just infinite, that it goes on forever and there is no edge. That's one way of answering that question.
You mean empty space?
That's right, empty space conceivably just goes on forever.
Yes, but how is that space generated, pray tell, since when we discussed pre-Big Bang, there was no space, there was no time, so how can it be out there?
Right, and that's a great and subtle question, and it goes to the heart of a slight untruth, if one will, that people typically invoke when they're describing the Big Bang as this nugget from which all of space emerges. It's true that all of space as we know it, that we are able to access, emerged from the Big Bang, but there could be additional space that is beyond our ability to influence, which is out there and also unfolds in its own kind of Big Bang at the moment of creation. So in some sense, the Bang could be creating space in a huge, in fact, infinite number of places throughout the cosmos simultaneously when the Big Bang occurs.
All right, would the theory of everything be true out there?
Yes, absolutely. So the key thing is that there's nothing different. And in fact, there's no new law of physics that needs to be invoked to describe these other regions, because as time evolves, we are able to gain some access to these other regions of space. And therefore they come within the universe as we know it as time evolves. And therefore the theory of everything, if it's string theory or if it's something else that we discover in the future, is equally applicable in those regions as it is in ours. Now let me just also take one other version of the answer to this question. It could be that our universe doesn't go on forever and still doesn't have an edge. Now that's the one that puzzles people. But think of a beach ball. If you were a little ant walking on a beach ball, you could walk around and around, keep circling the beach ball over and over again.
Right.
And yet you'd never encounter an edge. Perhaps our universe is the same way. You might go out into space and you travel for a while, and surprisingly you might come back to your starting point.
Well, I was going to say, as we build better and better telescopes, we're almost out. I think we use quasars as markers for distance. They're good for that. And is it possible, Doctor, that as they get finally the best telescope in the world and they can look out way past the beginning of the Big Bang, that they, if they could look that far, would in effect be looking at our creation from a circular point of view?
Yes. I mean, even to put it in slightly more everyday terms, we potentially, if we had powerful enough telescopes and the universe was shaped like a beach ball, you'd look deep out into space, and if you had a powerful enough telescope, you'd ultimately see the back of your own head.
That's right.
Because you'd be looking in sort of a big, giant arc. So again, this is one of the ideas that comes out of Einstein's general relativity. It's a possibility, which again I do describe, in my book, The Elegant Universe, to try to indicate this bizarre feature of the universe that could well be true. It could be the case that you look out into space far enough, and yet you're looking at your own back of your own head. Strange enough, but it could be true.
Wildcard line, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Greene and Art Bell.
First of all, Art, I'd like to say don't discount yourself. You're more than a radio talk show. You're a pretty good scientist yourself.
No, I'm not. Anyway, welcome. You're going to have to yell at us a little bit. Where are you?
I'm in Kansas City.
Okay.
Yeah, Dr. Greene. Yeah, first of all, this is not my question, but I just want to, verify something. But, as far as super string theory?
Yes.
Yeah. As far as I know, there really is nothing as a physicist, that you can really do as an experiment to verify any aspect of it. Is that correct?
That's not quite correct.
What experiment?
So the experiment that we can't do, which would be the most convincing, is to actually peer down into the microscopic realm and see the strings themselves. That would kind of settle the issue completely if you saw
What kind of level are we talking about here in microscope?
That's right. They're too small to see that. So the level we're talking about is perhaps a billion times smaller than anything that we can currently see. So that at the moment is beyond our ability. You're right. But you see, there are indirect ways to test string theory.
string theory predicts that there should be additional particles beyond the ones that we are familiar with, beyond the electrons and the quarks.
Right.
And there's a big machine that's being built in Geneva, Switzerland. It should be ready by the year 2010.
Because we wouldn't build ours in Texas.
That's exactly right. We could have had it here, but then Congress canceled the funding for that. So that machine is going to slam matter against matter at very high speed. And it's going to look for these additional particulate ingredients in the debris from those collisions. And if they are found, it will be strong indirect evidence that this theory is on the right track. So I wouldn't really say that there's no way to make contact with experiment, because that's an experiment that will be carried out within a decade.
Well, Doctor, then my question to you would be, don't you have some feelings of dismay that while our accelerator in Texas got canceled for budgetary reasons, we apparently are doing all kinds of very expensive black budget research on EMP weapons and other weapons, biological, chemical, all kinds of things?
No, it is definitely disheartening that fundamental research has taken a back seat to weapons research. You take some of that weapons research and turn it into fundamental research, and these wondrous things of the universe would be understood and explored and discovered here in the United States and far more quickly. So I agree with that.
And yet you remain an optimist.
Oh, absolutely. I think that that will change in time. Even if things aren't perfect yet, I do remain optimistic that things will continue to get better.
Well, I'm impressed. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Dr. Brian Green. Hi. Hello there. Going on.
Rockies.
Yeah, that's you.
Thank you, Art. Thank you for your programs, but a quick question for Doctor, please.
Sure.
I had heard years ago that voices and speech is suspended in space. And if we had the technology, we could actually retrieve voices and comments or conversations with ancestors. Is that true?
Well, actually, let me just rephrase it a little bit. I have heard that there is research being done, Doctor, that, for example, a window or even other inanimate objects are, in effect, recorders of vibrations that pass by them. And that you might, in fact, be able to, if you knew how, to recover those vibrations and translate them back into intelligent sounds or speech or whatever.
Yes, in principle that's true. You see, when somebody speaks, the vocal cords cause air to vibrate. And it's the vibrations in the air which is what we normally call sound. And those vibrations, those air molecules moving back and forth, when they slam into other objects, be it a window or a table, do influence the window or the table. So much so that if you understood the makeup of the table and its particular history well enough, you could imagine trying to reverse the effects and try to work out what it was that caused them to evolve in the way that they did, and thereby recreate the sound vibrations which caused them to evolve to their present form. Now, actually carrying that out is so unimaginably difficult that I'd almost put the word impossible on it. But in principle, that information could still be within the object.
So, in other words, that bed might talk.
I'm reluctant to say yes to that, but I'd say the information is still there in principle, but in practice, getting it is very, very much beyond anything we can ever imagine doing.
Of course. Well, it has been such a pleasure having you on the air. You're going to have to promise to come back, number one.
Absolutely.
And number two, I hope your book sells like crazy, and I'm certain that it will. Actually, I'm certain that it will. How's it doing so far?
Oh, it's doing very well. It's on a number of bestseller lists in LA and San Francisco, and it just missed the Times list last week. So hopefully the Elegant Universe will make it up there one of these days.
Well, the Elegant Universe, folks, is available on Amazon.com, which you can get to through my website. So let's see what we can do to sales overnight. I have a feeling something rather dramatic, Doctor. It has been a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Good night. That's Dr. Brian Green, who is a professor of mathematics and theoretical physics at Columbia. And indeed, it was a pleasure having him on the air. It has been a pleasure being here with you, and all I can say is tomorrow night we'll come back and do it again. Tomorrow night will be a mixture between open lines. God knows there's plenty to talk about. And we also will have a guest, a man who in email calls himself a peak junkie. It's more about Everest, only this time it's going to have a pretty heavy paranormal slant. Because there is a pretty heavy paranormal slant to Everest. Anyway, listen, don't forget, later today, there's going to be a Dreamland that airs on broadcast.com. So if you can sneak away and get to your computer and your boss doesn't notice, join us beginning at 1 o'clock Pacific time for a Dreamland you won't forget. I'm Art Bell from the High Desert. Night-night.
Welcome to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from July 22nd, 1997.
The center of the earth. Science calls it the core. Legend calls it hell. Somewhere between the two lies man's imagination. It is man's blessing to explore his world, and his curse that he is never satisfied with what he finds. Astonishingly, even as we have probed the edge of our solar system, we have only penetrated our own planet's crust a handful of miles. The Earth itself poses a formidable obstacle. What scientists call the Earth's core begins approximately 1,800 miles straight down and reaches a temperature of 9,000 degrees Fahrenheit at its molten nickel-iron center, a scalding link to our cosmic creation. The center of the Earth is one of mankind's greatest untapped mysteries, hypnotically enticing, eternally elusive. 130 years ago, Jules Verne fantasized that the center of the Earth was not an inferno, but rather a habitable place, a place that could be explored. And explore it he did, in 1864, with words. And now, we will explore it as well, with words and sounds, as we embark on a journey to the center of the Earth.
In a moment, Leonard Nimoy. Hello, everybody. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM, and what you just heard came from Leonard Nimoy's Journey to the Center of the Earth, which is a 2-CD audio book by Simon & Schuster, available from Simon & Schuster. He also has available The Time Machine, and you know me and time, so it was kind of a toss-up. Both of these 2 CD sets available from Simon & Schuster. In a moment, Leonard Nimoy, here for only a very short time, unfortunately, so we will pummel him with questions. And now, I shouldn't have to introduce him. This is Leonard Nimoy. Leonard, welcome to the program.
Thank you. Hi.
Hi. We have such a short time that I feel obligated to literally pummel you with questions.
Okay, go.
All right. The character Mr. Spock came along at a time in our country of peace, love, Woodstock, sex, drugs, rock and roll. Let it all hang out, that kind of time.
Right.
And yet, Spock was the picture of the very essence of self-control, self-denial, self-governance. How could that character have become such a hero in such an uncontrolled atmosphere?
Well, it's a great question. I think, for one thing, the time was one where so many people were becoming cynical about government and authority figures. It was clear that that bureaucracy was not responding to the individual, and the war in Vietnam was ongoing, in spite of the fact that more and more people every day believed that it was wrong.
We all believe in supporting our country, but we believe that we shouldn't be in that war. And here came a character who had a dignity and integrity and intelligence. I think the sense was that this was a person that you could believe and count on. That wouldn't be involved with hypocrisy, duplicity.
There was a hunger then.
Yeah, oh yeah, I think so. I think he served a great hunger, absolutely. And I think too that we were ready for the idea of a friendly alien.
Well, that's right. How do you feel, by the way, about the role itself? You'll be Mr. Spock, of course, forever. Do you ever get resentful of that?
No, I'm very comfortable with it. That's why the last book that I wrote, I Am Spock, is titled the way it is. I've really come full circle with it. I'm totally comfortable.
Do you think that Gene Roddenberry would approve of the repeat direction and usage of original characters that have been now exhaustively repeated in, so many other knockoffs?
Well, I don't think Gene had any problem with perpetuating Star Trek. I think he would always enjoy the idea of the success of the franchise. But I do think that he would be at least interested in seeing that the thematic ideas were strong. That's what Star Trek really is about when it's at its best. Is that there's a thematic idea. There should be great entertainment, great adventure, but it should be about something.
Yes, and Star Trek always was. Is it moving away from that slowly at the knockoffs?
Well, I got to be honest with you. I don't watch enough of it to pass judgment. I feel very good about what we did. I feel very good about the TV shows and the movies that I was involved with. I've seen Generations, and I've seen Contact, and I'm not really sure that they are stories that I would have set out to do as major motion pictures.
So your reaction to Contact was not...
I think it was very well done, very well executed. I'm just not...
Where was the story?
I wasn't blown away with the story.
Let's go back to Star Trek for a second. Do you remember the gentleman, and I cannot, who was originally cast as a captain of the Enterprise, Christopher Pike? Oh,
yeah, it was Jeffrey Hunter.
And what happened to him?
Well, Jeffrey Hunter was an important movie star. He was a very great gentleman and a fine actor. He did the first pilot as Captain Pike, and then about a year later, when NBC and Desi Lee decided they wanted to make the second pilot, he simply wasn't available. I'm not sure whether he had another job or whether the negotiations with him got too tough or whatever.
That was later brought back as a menagerie, wasn't it?
That's right.
Yeah. Well, I guess you've really already answered this, but with respect to your answer on Contact, but otherwise, other television programs, movies, and so forth, has anything come close to the genre of Star Trek?
Well, what an interesting question. I saw a few episodes of Outer Limits that I thought were very interesting. I think X-Files has a great kind of internal life going on. It has a certain kind of style. It has an attitude. And I think that's very important. I think Babylon 5 has an attitude that works at times. That's pretty much it as far as I'm concerned. So I mean, in my range of experience.
A very trivial question, but important to me nevertheless. In the early episodes, many years actually, of Star Trek, the women, the ensigns, all had these wonderful uniforms that in later years changed to pants. Who did that?
I don't know, but you're touching on a very interesting point. The science fiction for a long time was a subgenre. It was considered a distant cousin of important work. And in fact, when I started acting in science fiction 45 years ago, if you can believe it, in a Saturday afternoon serial called Zombies of the Stratosphere. Science fiction was a genre in which you saw monsters, you saw people in strange outfits who came from other worlds, and you saw ladies who were scantily dressed.
Yes.
And there was always some sexy aspect to it. And that was what you saw in the early days of Star Trek. There was the women were, I think Bill Tice did a brilliant job of dressing or nearly dressing some of the ladies. And then later on, I guess political correctness and feminism came on the scene. And there was some question about whether or not these women shouldn't be wearing more clothes in their professional situations, and that's what happened.
I'm not sure, but I think it's also perhaps as the airline stewardesses began to get older, too.
Yeah, well, that could be. Yeah.
Where did the idea of the all-famous Vulcan mind meld come from?
We were doing an episode called, I believe, Dagger of the Mind. And there was an actor playing a character who was mentally deranged. And he had information that we had to have. And the scene as it was written was a kind of a tedious interrogation scene where I asked him a lot of questions. And we got information from him piecemeal, a word here and a word there, and it wasn't as dramatic as it might be. And Gene Roddenberry came up with this idea that Vulcans could do this mating of the minds and extract the information that way. It was kind of a Vulcan version of hypnosis, and it made for a much more dramatic way of getting the information. It became a very useful tool for the Spock character.
I remember clearly. And I saw every single episode in every single movie. And I remember when you died. I remember when your casket, I thought, flashed and burned in the atmosphere.
Yeah.
What was it like to be killed off?
I had a tough time with it. I took the job because, frankly, I believed that might be the last Star Trek movie. And I thought, why not go out in a flash and a blaze of glory, saving the Enterprise and the crew, and dying in the process. I really thought this might be the last film. By the time we got around to shooting the final scene, the goodbye scene, where I'm saying goodbye to Captain Kirk, I had the sense that the movie was going to work. And I thought, if this movie is as good as I think it is, there are going to be more. And I began to have second thoughts about what I had done. But the die was cast, and I was a little late. It was a little too late to do anything about it, except that on the day we were shooting that scene, Howard Bennett came down the set and said, do you think that you could do something in this scene that would give us a thread to pick up if there is another movie? And that's when I came up with this idea of doing a mind meld with D. Kelly and simply saying the word remember.
Yes.
It was ambiguous enough that a writer could pick up that idea and
remember there might be another.
Yeah, exactly. Don't forget, if there's another movie, don't forget me.
Right. In Search Of, a lot of people wrote and asked me to ask you about In Search Of, whether you ever might pick that up again.
Well, I'll tell you, In Search Of was a pleasant surprise to me. Again, I thought maybe 2 or 3 seasons would be the stretch of the show. We did 7 years, and we did 144 episodes, and I think it became sort of the model and the granddaddy of a lot of the reality-based searching shows that are on the air now. In fact, for the last couple of years, I've been narrating a show called Ancient Mysteries, which has its own similarities to In Search Of. I haven't heard any word about In Search Of being resurrected, but it's not a bad idea.
All right. It was Alan Keyes, a presidential candidate in the last election, who said, Star Trek in many ways more personifies the spirit of what NASA used to be than does the current NASA. Would you agree with that?
It's interesting. I wasn't aware of that. I think it's true, but I think just this last week that we've been seeing a revival of interest in NASA. I think they've had an enormous success with the rover on Mars, and I think that they have gotten out of their kind of bureaucratic bind and gotten into an adventurous spirit that's captured the imagination again. And if that's true, and if they can keep that kind of sense of adventure going, I think that they might build on it successfully. There's still a tremendous interest, I think, in what's out there. And I think NASA is the organization that's best set up to do the exploring.
Building greater interest than ever in what's out there. More UFO reports, flights over Phoenix recently, the celebration of Roswell, the rest of it. What about moving into the realm of reality? How much chance do you think there really is that we will be contacted? I mean, there is so much media.
Yeah.
It's almost as though we are being prepared.
Yeah. You know, when we were making the Star Trek series, the first season, middle of the first season, some people came to me and they said, "You may not know it, but you have been chosen as a kind of a vessel to carry information to this civilization to help prepare this society for the coming of another civilization, for alien arrival. And your character is a character designed to educate this public that there's nothing to fear, that it is possible to interact with other species."
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay, it's okay with me if that's the case. And yes, it's ongoing, it doesn't stop. I guess there's something in me that responds to it as well. That's why I hooked up with John Delancey and several other Star Trek actors and actresses, and we call ourselves Alien Voices. This group that's doing these audio tapes, the Journey to the Center of the Earth and the Time Machine and Lost World, and I guess we're kind of touched by that idea. We're tickled by that idea. Our imaginations are awakened, aroused by that idea. I'm curious. I'm very curious. The Carl Sagan movie that just opened, the movie based on Carl Sagan's book Contact just opened.
Right.
It's a flawed movie, but I think one of the most important moments in the movie is when Jodie Foster tells us the numbers. There are something like 4 billion stars in our galaxy alone. And there are billions of other galaxies. Each of those stars are potential suns just like ours. And that means that if one out of every million of those stars has planets around it, and if one out of every million of those has some kind of life on it, then the numbers tell us that the chances are very, very great that there is life out there someplace.
But the distances are immense,
Yeah.
and the technology involved to get here would
That's
dictate they would be far, far ahead of us.
Well, not necessarily. They might be far ahead of us. They might be parallel to us. We don't know that for sure. But you're right. The chances are they're far ahead of us. Yeah.
So the question is whether you think that beings, not just humans, evolve toward or away from violence. An important question if we're going to meet up with somebody.
Yeah. Well, that's always the question. How did they? The first thing that we would like to know is how did you folks get through the technological phase of your civilization and survive? How did you survive all the discoveries of atomic weaponry and atomic power and that kind of thing without killing each other?
Yes.
And the assumption is that we will be able to ask those questions and they'll educate us and help us get through it. It won't necessarily work that way. They may not. It may take an enormous amount of time just for us to learn how to communicate with them, let alone to get information from them. The assumption always is that they have traveled the same path that we are traveling, that they may be 100 or 1,000 years ahead of us, but that they have gone through exactly the same experience, and chances are that's not necessarily true.
Well, we're calling the prime directive. If you look at what we have done here on Earth, reality, when we have met people who have been isolated from the world until one sudden day when they're found in the middle of a jungle somewhere, we destroy them.
Yeah. Right. Right.
So, I don't know. Listen, on a lighter note, you did some music stuff, didn't you?
Yeah, I have dabbled with music in my time. Where are you going with this?
Well, I just wanted to ask whether there's more. There's more coming. Not too many people know that you dabbled with music, do they?
Well, music has always been a love of mine, and when we were doing the Star Trek series, I had the opportunity to do some recording, which I did. I think I must have done about 6 albums. I also did a lot of musical theater. I toured the country in various musical shows in the 70s. I did Fiddler on the Roof, My Fair Lady, King and I, Camelot. Had a great time. I loved doing it.
And then a question I asked you just before the program, the one I did ask you is, how do you get a life? I mean, you're so busy, so many demands on your time, and I'm one of them right now. How do you make time for a life?
Well, first, let me say this. When I came to California, I was 18 years old. I left Boston, came to California to be an actor. For the first 15 years that I spent working at building a career, I was always wanting more opportunity. I was always struggling to get more work. When it all came together for me, and Star Trek started, and I haven't been out of work since, and then particularly when I had a couple of hits directing movies, and all of that came together, suddenly you're right. What happens to you, as you know, is that there's a tremendous amount of pressure builds up to do this, do that, and people would be happy to keep you busy 24 hours a day.
Right.
I don't resent it because of the time that I spent wanting more and needing more and knowing what it's like being out of work.
So you just make rules.
Yeah, exactly. I try to keep a level head about it, and I try to help people understand that a man does not live by work alone.
That's it. Leonard, that's it. In more ways than one, that's a half an hour.
Really?
Yeah, that's a half an hour.
Oh, too fast.
Too fast is right. So can we do this again sometime?
Yeah, I'd love to.
All right. Leonard Nimoy, thanks a million. I wish I had hours. Take care.
Thank you.
That's Leonard Nimoy.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 22nd, 1997. Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from July 22nd, 1997.
Soon to enter the mad world of on-screen talk radio. Well, 30 minutes, I know, wasn't enough, was it? I could have done all 5 hours, of course, with Leonard Nimoy, but I do understand. And that was the reason for the last question. When it seems like when you achieve a certain level of success, if it is allowed, the world will take your entire life. I know that. Radio, television, newspapers, magazines, all of it comes at you constantly, the media, and if you allow it to, and your sense, because you love what you do and you love your work, is to allow it. You know, I get calls from affiliates and all of these various media sources all the time, even networks, BBC, major U.S. networks and the rest of them. And I finally, you heard me declare no more TV not long ago. And that's one of the reasons I did that. TV is an extremely time-consuming, arduous thing, as Leonard Nimoy could certainly tell you. And so I began to close some of it out of my life, so that I would have a little life left. And so in that spirit, I absolutely understand the fact that he could only spend a little bit of time with us. What I will do is repeat that interview for the midnight crowd in about an hour and a half. I took the questions and prioritized them as best I could, and he took a pretty good pummeling there, so we got our money's worth for 30 minutes. The Federal Reserve Chairman, Alan Greenspan, said U.S. economic growth appears to be slowing. So, more or less, he said he wasn't going to raise interest rates. The Dow Jones loved it. The market loved it. And we achieved yet another new high. We went up 153.93 points to 8,061.65. It's going to be interesting to see exactly how high it can go. And the trick for those of us who are in the market, and I am just in a very tiny way, is to know when it's about at the highest point and when it's getting ready to take about 2,000 point correction. And I'm sure I'll miss that by a mile. President Clinton accepted a proposal by the Attorney General, your favorite Janet Reno, that would reduce the wide disparities in federal prison sentences for crack and powder cocaine. Even them all out, in other words. Because there have been so many claims of unfairness by those who have gone to jail for a month for a certain amount of crack versus others who have gone to jail for life. Newt Gingrich is trying to quiet things down after the attempted palace. I use that word almost loosely with regard to the House palace coup. They were going to get rid of Gingrich. Instead, he got rid of them. The Mars mission is back on track. I must admit, it is a little unsettling that, as Mr. Hoagland, you'll recall, suggested, they lost contact with Mars Pathfinder for about a day on July 20th. Of all days, on July 20th, Pathfinder was virtually unheard of for a little while. Very interesting. Hey, listen, you know what we're going to do tomorrow night? We're going to have Dr. John Alexander and Colonel Philip Corso here. Do you know who Philip Corso is, Colonel? Retired? Well, if you heard Dreamland a couple of weeks ago, you know. He's got a bestseller on his hand. As a matter of fact, I think his book, The Day After Roswell, is going to debut at number 12 nationally. And this is a man who actually had his hands on the Roswell debris, the technology acquired at Roswell. This is a man who actually says he dispersed it to American industry, and much of the technology that we have today comes directly from that debris, including, among other things, fiber optics. It is an interview not to be missed. That's going to be tomorrow night. And I think Friday night, the 26th, the last day of the prediction of Richard Hoagland of the events to occur between the 20th and the 26th. I hope that's right. It's the 26th, I believe, Friday night, Saturday. We'll be here. Tomorrow night is going to be a very interesting program indeed. Jim Keith. No, that's not right. Tomorrow night is going to be, as I said, Dr. Alexander and Colonel Corso, and then Thursday night, Friday night. Thursday night, Friday morning, it's going to be Jim Keith, who writes a serious book, a case book actually, about the Men in Black. So that should be very interesting. Get this, late news from Palo Alto, California. Billed by its creators as the world's first artificial brain, the Cellular Automatic Brain Machine, or CBM, awoke, their words, folks, awoke last week for a workout at Stanford University's Genetic Programming Conference. More than 300 researchers heard presentations for harnessing survival of the fittest principles to automatically build software and hardware that evolves. The CBM designed by Japan's Advanced Telecommunications Research Institute International. Phew, that's some name. Comprises a real-time, listen to this, million neuron modular architecture that can evolve thousands of neural networks in minutes. What we're talking about here, folks, is artificial intelligence. Not on the horizon, but here now. And I wonder where you think this is going to lead. An artificial brain, one that you set upon a path of developing new neural pathways and virtually improving itself, growing. Want to think of it that way? Think of it as something that is growing. And it's their words here that it awakened. Awakened. Oh, what road are we beginning to go down? And what's at the end of it, don't you wonder? All right, it's going to be open lines now. Anything you want to talk about is fair game. West of the Rockies, good morning. You're number one. You're on the air. Hello there.
Hello.
Turn your radio off, please.
Oh, hi. How are you, Art?
Fine.
Good. My name's Ron, and I'm calling from Apple Valley.
Hi, Ron.
And I've faxed you a few times, but a couple questions that I have for you. One, I find it kind of ironic that Pathfinder was lost over the weekend.
So do I.
Yeah.
On the 20th of all days.
Of all days. So
Now, what they said was they had a carrier wave from Pathfinder, but no information whatsoever. So, to all the world, it was dead as a doornail for that day.
Isn't that special?
Yeah.
No doubt, man. I couldn't believe it when I heard it. I was like, they're up to it again, you know. But my second question is, Ed Daines. I've really been waiting to hear about his predictions and the earthquakes because, of course, I'm in California here.
Well, as you well know, or maybe you don't know, Ed Daines was on the air last week.
No.
Yes.
God, I must have missed it, obviously, because I'm trying to do both worlds here.
And where was it you said you were again?
In Apple Valley, California.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, but that's all right.
No, I really mean I'm sorry.
So, that I missed it?
Yeah, that you missed what he said about Apple Valley.
Oh, I'm sure he just focused right in on Apple Valley.
Actually.
Did he really? Really?
Well, I mean, I guess all I can say is I'm sorry.
What night was that? Maybe I can order the tape.
I'm kidding you.
I know you are.
It was, I don't recall, just offhand. We're going to do a show with Ed. Don't despair. We're going to, we'll do a whole show with Ed. We're going to schedule.
Oh, good.
All right?
Well, I just wanted to thank you for your show, and I know you get a lot of heat, and we just love you, Art.
Hey, look, heat is my middle name. Thank you very much for the call. Yeah, it is the truth. Yeah, I get in all kinds of trouble all the time. But my attitude is, oh well. I get in trouble because people don't understand my sense of humor. I get in trouble for the subjects I cover. I get in trouble for the way I cover them. And, life is short, and I'm going to keep doing it my way. We'll see what happens. First time caller line, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yes, Art Bell.
That would be me.
And I've listened to your show for the last 4 years, and I really like it because I believe that you're a seeker of the truth, and I really like that about your show. And in the last 27 years, I've had 5 premonitions, and the first 4 of them came true.
Uh-oh.
I had the 5th one on July the 5th.
Well, briefly outline so that we might know your accuracy rating. You said you had 5 and 4 came true. What were the 4 that came true?
Well, they were personally for me, and I believe that was teaching me the voice of God. Now, I don't want to get into any religion. I just want to tell you what my premonition was, okay?
All right.
I've tried to fax you for a week, but...
All right, it is premonition number 5 that really counts. Because
Okay,
it's
that's correct.
Okay, so what is it?
what was told to me was there is going to be a UFO land on the planet somewhere, sometime. And
that's pretty general.
But this is the important part.
Okay.
The person that walks out of the UFO is going to have the appearance of the late President John F. Kennedy. And I believe that that is in accordance with the Bible, Revelation chapter 13. Now,
You believe this person will be the Antichrist, don't you?
Yes, sir, I do.
I knew it. And Kennedy, because he is attractive, was at that age attractive, charismatic.
World leader.
World leader.
Yes. And I believe, I'm not saying it's actually John F. Kennedy. I'm saying this person will have the appearance of John F. Kennedy.
Appearances are everything. Thank you. Yes, I follow exactly where you're coming from. Last night, I said, again, some people just, they don't track my sense of humor. I said, why do you think I part the hair? Somebody was, as usual, accusing me of being the devil. And then I said, why do you think I part my hair the way I do? It's to cover up the 666, it's right there, right? Yeah. And I said, I always thought it was a 999, but there was this moment of revelation for me. And do you know that people take these things seriously? They actually took me literally, and they thought, I'm telling you, repercussions from it today. They thought I was serious when I said that. You've got to listen to the program to understand my sense of humor is a little bit different. It's very dry, and sometimes I just assume, and I know what the problem with that is, that you get it when I say something like that, or that and I'm sure the majority of you do. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, Art.
Hello.
This is Louise over here in the Central Sierras.
Hey.
Sonora. And I'm really surprised I got a hold of you. Enjoy your show, and I have something that I've been trying to follow the last couple of days. Did you read or hear about Eugene Shoemaker being killed in an auto?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
Was there any follow-up on the car accident, the other car?
No, I'm glad you asked that. I had a discussion with Richard Hoagland yesterday about exactly that. There's a big curtain of general silence that has come down about that story, with the exception of the fact that he was killed in a head-on crash.
Well, I didn't say head-on here in our Modesto paper.
I believe it, well, that's what I heard, that it was head-on.
But looking at the territory map of Australia, he was up there in the Northern Territory. Looked like they were going to be looking for some meteorites.
One might jump to that conclusion, yes.
But anyway, I was just wondering if you might have heard from our friend in Perth, Sandeo.
Do you know I haven't, and I got a message by email suggesting that Stan's website had not been active in a while, and that nobody had heard from him. So I'm glad you asked. And
I have been listening to the news.
Let me put out the call, and thank you very much. Now, Stan did something quite remarkable. He interpreted naval satellite weather imagery and called the beginning of a big change out in the Pacific Ocean. He said there were hot spots the size of which you simply cannot believe. And it was not a month later, about a month later, I would say, that the National Weather Service began to call what they are saying is one of the biggest building El Niños in the Pacific they have ever seen, ever. And this El Niño, if it continues to build, will have dramatic repercussions for the near-term weather of the world, not just this country, but the world. Weather patterns will change dramatically and violently. And so, Stan, if you're out there, Mr. Deo in Perth, you know my toll-free international number. Call me, and we'll get an update. My toll-free international number, I should give that out anyway, shouldn't I? It does not matter where in the world you are. Australia, yesterday we had a caller from Shenzhen, China, or Europe, or South America, or whatever. Get hold of the AT&T operator and tell her you want to call in the United States, 800-893-0903. And we will pay for the call. I don't care where you are in the world. It is a toll-free call. And you can either get the AT&T country code and direct dial it, or get the AT&T operator and have her call 800-893-0903. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Oh, hello, Art. Thanks for taking my call. This is Dave from Ohio.
Hi, Dave.
Geez, I'm one of the co-founders of the Art Bell discussion group here in the Upper Ohio Valley.
Well, I thank you.
And it's so great to talk to you. I've talked to you once before, and I wanted to call and tell you it's actually part of my job with American Science Innovations to listen to your show.
It is?
Yes,
Does that mean you're paid to listen?
Pretty much, yes. I don't get a full salary, but I do get I get set up with a computer, and I do get some funding for our research. We study the electromagnetic science, what we call the science based on hyperspace. And your show, some of your guests are just so exciting to us at American Science Innovations because, for instance, Richard T. Hoagland talking about the geometry, this new geometry. I was with Charlie Story, the president and founder of American Science Innovations, and we were on a trip in Puerto Rico, and we were down there, and we were there discussing this geometry last summer, and we thought that we had discovered it.
Well, people are constantly reinventing the wheel.
Exactly. It turns out that there's a lot of other people working in the same field.
You bet there are. And by the way, we're going to be on the air in Puerto Rico very soon. Now, listen, I've got to split because we've got news coming up at the top of the hour.
Okay.
But keep listening and keep collecting.
Well, thank you, Art.
Take care. Paid to listen. Now, there's a cool job if you can get it. If you like the program.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Premier Radio Networks presents Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight's program originally aired July 22nd, 1997.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Art Bell. It's great to be here. We're in open lines. Yes. Leonard Nimoy was here, but in a cosmic blink. And I mean a cosmic blink. He warped out about half an hour. But it was a good interview, and we'll crank it up and repeat it in the midnight hour, next hour, the beginning of next hour, so that crowd can hear it. Very good interview, actually. I really enjoyed that. And obviously, there would be room for a whole lot more. And we'll get him back. Somehow or another, we'll get him back. Listen, we were just talking a little while ago. I haven't seen my international line ring yet, so I don't know if Stan Dale's listening, but we were talking about the warming ocean temperatures, in fact, the El Nino building, as they have never seen it build in the Pacific, and it's going to mean radical changes in weather. Now, this comes from the weather folks, not Art Bell. I just knew it was coming, that's all. Let me give you several good reasons to go up to my website before we proceed with unscreened madness in the nighttime here. There are 2 new crop circles on the website that are so astounding, so unmistakably not human creations, that I urge you, if you don't have a computer, go to a friend's house. Borrow a computer. Have them printed out for you. Go to the library. Find a way. Get our newsletter. They'll be in our next newsletter. I mean, these are the damnedest display of something that is obviously beyond us and not done by us, that there simply is no question about it. These need to be seen. One of them, I believe, from Wiltshire, both from England. You've just got to see them. I've been getting messages all day long by email and fax, and people are just blown away. That's up there, the actual certificate. I scanned it, put it up there. And then I got a beautiful plaque, which I'm very proud of as well. You know how I feel about animals. This came from the Humane Society of Rowan County in Salisbury, North Carolina. And with it came a letter: Dear Mr. Bell, as president of the Humane Society of Rowan County, I'm extremely pleased to present to you a special Susan J. Leckler, I hope I'm getting that right, Memorial Award in the form of an enclosed plaque. It is sent with our deepest appreciation for you and your efforts on behalf of this planet, the animals, and the people who are willing to be enlightened in hidden realities and other possibilities of your many diverse subjects. The Susan Leckler Award is a memorial for a very talented and caring member of the Humane Society who died tragically in 1978 at the age of 18. We honor her memory with the annual presentation of awards to individuals who are not members of our Humane Society, but who have made an outstanding contribution to animals or animal welfare. Yours is the first plaque to be presented to someone who is not relatively local since the awards began. So, thank you very much, Bonnie. Signed by Bonnie P. Smith, president of the Humane Society of Rowan County in Salisbury, North Carolina. Thank you very much. And so I plopped that plaque onto my scanner, and I scanned the plaque. Put that one up there. So there you go. All right, to our international line, you're on the air. Hello.
Yeah, this is Colin from Northern Ontario, Canada.
How you doing?
Not too bad, not too bad. You know one thing though that I have to talk to you about, Art.
What's that?
Where does Richard Hoagland get these Masonic conspiracies? Like I'm a Mason. I'm a 32nd degree Scottish Rite. Art,
I rest my case. I beg your pardon?
Yeah, I said, Art, you've intrigued me.
Well, I'm intrigued too. I don't know whether I buy into all of that or not about the Masonry. And so I've just given up on it, you know, and I tell people, look, I'm a 99th degree Mason. And they say, ooh, you most of them go, oh my. I tell them, well, I can't talk about it. Well, there's nothing to say. I have no idea whether there's some grand scheme and plan. There may be, and you may not know it either.
Yeah, this is true. Hey, you know, Art, before I go there's one thing I gotta say to you, man. I've been telling, like, all my friends, like, about you, like, it's cool because, like, every once in a while when I'm up late at night when I'm off work, like, I get you from WLS in Chicago, which is about, 1,000 miles.
Oh, yeah?
Like, I'm about 100 miles south of James Bay.
Well, let me tell you something. We're about to invade Canada. I can't say any more than that, but the Canadian invasion plan has been laid, believe me.
Yeah, I know, like, hey, did you catch that thing with all those fishermen out in B.C., man?
What about them?
I know, isn't that, like, bizarre?
No, what? I said, what about them?
I know, it's like...
No, I'm using a bot.
I know these, okay.
Tell me the story.
These Americans, you know? I know, like, the way
you're talking about the dispute between them.
Yeah. You know, it's like, how can, like I can sort of sympathize with the guys who did that blockade, like maybe it wasn't the best means to an end, but it was something they had to do, you know, when you're screwing with somebody's livelihood, you know, you can take drastic measures.
That is what motivates people. You said it all, thank you. When you screw with people's livelihoods, then they become activists. In America today, anything short of that, and you're unlikely to motivate people. But as he said, you start screwing with people's livelihoods, and they get activists real fast. And that is one of the reasons that Bill Clinton survives as he does. I read a story last hour about the first artificial intelligence And I'll read it again because it is so very fascinating. But somebody responded by Dear Art. We've had artificial intelligence for years, ever since the Clinton administration took over. Leonard in Council Bluffs, Iowa. Well, you know the reason that, despite the fact that a lot of people don't really like President Clinton, I cannot remember a time when our economy has been in better shape. And this relates to my activist comment and his call. People's livelihoods right now, and there are pockets, of course, of difficulty, but basically the nation is chugging along at an incredible rate. There's no arguing with it. And if things continue to go as rosily as they are at the moment, we're going to pay down the deficit. Maybe even get to the debt, you never know. The economy is good, it's undeniable. And as long as the economy is good and people's pocketbooks, are generally fat, they're very unlikely to overturn anything or get activist politically in any way at all. In other words, they're fat, dumb, and happy. That may be a slightly unfair description, but it's roughly accurate, fat, dumb, and happy. Things are going well. They're not going to mess with this administration while things are going well. No way. That's reality. First-time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Yes, sir. Hello, Mr. Bell.
Hello there. Where are you?
I'm in Las Vegas.
Cool.
I'm a friend of Merle Haggard's.
I got a fax today. You must be the man who sent me the fax about Merle Haggard wanting to be on the show?
He wants to be on your show bad.
Really badly, huh?
He turned me on to your show back in March.
I'd love to have Merle on.
And the first time I listened to your show was the night that you were talking about the Phoenix sightings.
Oh, yes.
And his wife happened to be driving across the desert and saw what everyone else saw. Her name's Teresa.
Well, there's nothing like... let me tell you something. I've now had the second person at my network that has seen a UFO. UFOs have been hovering over the Medford area, Grants Pass area, and now the second person at my very own network has had a sighting.
There's some things going on up there around Merle's house, too. He lives up around Redding, California.
Oh, near the Redding Ripple, I call it.
Right. Oh, boy. And Merle had told me yesterday that he has seen a lot of things. Merle's a pilot, and he's seen some things, as well as from his home up near Redding. He lives in Palo Cedro, California. He's seen some things himself, but his wife tells incredible stories that really bothered her for a while, but she accepted it.
Well, Merle, if you're listening, I've got your number. We're going to be setting you up for an interview, and I'm telling you that right now also, sir. Trust me, it's coming.
And he wants to come to your studios. He wants to spend the whole night with you, Art. I think he's your biggest fan.
Well, he doesn't actually have to come. Actually, you know what? Here's what I found. Let me tell you what I found.
Yes, sir.
First of all, I do the show from my home. I don't know if you knew that or not.
I didn't know.
I do, from my home. Got a studio built in my home. And,
I think he wants to move in for a week.
I found that the best interviews are had when you don't bring people here, when you let people sit in their own comfortable little niche. And people are comfortable in their own little niche. And they tend to open up more and be easier to interview when they're just sitting there at home in their most comfortable place with all the things around them they like and know. And you tend to get a less interesting interview when you bring them into an environment they're uncomfortable with and just getting adjusted to. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
I've done both, and so I know.
Well, you're a great interviewer, and Merle is a great interview and is highly intelligent, has been interested in these sort of things for years and years.
Look, no sweat. Tell Merle it's on the way.
I will, and he also wanted me to mention one other thing.
Okay.
The Book of Urantia.
Oh, yeah, of course.
And he wants to talk about that.
All right. And so we shall. Thank you very much for the call. As a matter of fact, I got that fax earlier today and then one time prior. And good morning, Merle. Yeah, I guess fan of the show. And I'd love to have him on. Apparently he would like to talk about exactly the kind of stuff that we talk about here. Tomorrow night, you're not going to want to miss. I told you that I was working on some are rather unusual surprises for the weekend. One of them is going to be tomorrow night. Dr. John Alexander and now retired Colonel Philip Corso will be my guests. And Colonel Corso's book, The Day After Roswell, is in on the bestseller list, we believe, at about number 12. We did a Dreamland interview with him, and you will not come away from tomorrow night's session with the same point of view as you have now, and the same doubts that you have now. Period. There is no way to really be in denial about what the Colonel has to say, and so I would suggest, with an open mind, you enter our realm at 10 o'clock Pacific, adjusted for time zones across this great land and beyond, and listen to Colonel Corso. You just won't be the same afterwards. First time caller line, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Eric. This is Gary, calling from Chicago.
Hi, Gary.
And I'm going to say that your show's on Warp 9 tonight.
Thank you. Listen, hey, Gary, I've got news for you guys in Chicago.
What's that?
In about 2 weeks, WLS begins Dreamland.
Oh, excellent. I've been getting that out of Cleveland 1100.
Well, it's coming to Chicago. What's happening is the surveys are coming out. And here we are again, number 1 in Los Angeles. Here we are, 2554, way out, number 1 in San Francisco. Your Chicago numbers came in, and I believe...
Blowing the stack off, huh?
Give you a little idea. Yeah, blowing the stack off is right. Each survey that we've had now, a couple in Chicago, we have doubled the numbers each time.
Well, I know I'm definitely one of your Warp 9 fans out here. Your show is one of the best out there.
Thank you. Well, anyway, as a result of all that, Dreamland is now written in concrete for Chicago, so it's on the way.
Oh, that's most excellent.
Yes.
Yeah. I just wanted to cover a couple of things about the new artificial intelligence out there. That sounds like, to me, it's like scare your audience out there a little bit. It sounds like maybe the beginning of the Terminator kind of movie deal. If you hook that guy up with the internet, look out.
Well, here's a question for you, all right? If we allow an artificial intelligence, in other words, this is a machine that will begin to grow itself. It will begin to literally rewrite it and develop its own neural pathways, and it will begin to grow up. Now, it's a machine.
We don't know yet.
It's a machine. It will eventually have our capabilities minus our ethical sense, our moral direction, whatever it is. And this may be good or bad, but I mean, what would happen if you developed a superior intellect minus all emotion? What would it do?
That's what I was saying. Sounds like the Terminator. Sharon Connors. Another interesting thing that was going on about the Mars rover is, why are we just fooling around with a remote control car? Why isn't there a little helicopter checking out what's over the horizon a little bit? Or do we not know that?
A little helicopter.
Right.
Well, I'm not sure the density of the Martian atmosphere would allow a little helicopter. As a matter of fact, I was wondering how the density or a general lack of it would allow a parachute to particularly slow the craft as it came down. There's a lot of things I wonder about.
Right. Because that's just, there's a lot of technology. This seems kind of funny. We're just fooling around with this one thing that can only go 1 inch per second.
Yeah.
I also want to suggest a couple of guests that you had on the floor before I go. And now I can't remember their names, but they were pretty good shows, and I started listening to them back in November.
What were they about?
They were one guy you had who had his whole house rehabbed to that big radio station looking for the messages in the sky.
Oh, yes, of course.
And I think that would be a good time to get him back since the movie Contact's out there.
Yeah, he was going to sell that house, and I should find out how that came out.
Right.
And another one?
And the other one is that spooky, scary one that you had when I started listening to you.
Oh, yes.
About Rod.
Rods. All right, Jose. We will be right back.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from...
The human race are in fact a form of artificial intelligence in the process of developing another form of artificial intelligence that will develop another form, etc., etc. Anyway, at some level, that makes us God. And the first thing I think I will do as God is write a book of revelations so I can keep my creation stupid, terrified, and in line. Ooh, they're treading upon some serious folks there. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, Art. Good morning. Calling you from New York City in Manhattan.
New York City, the Big Apple.
And Art, when are you going to get here? You've been keeping me up all night whenever I travel all over the country.
Well, I don't know whether you had heard, but not long ago, we did a couple of Saturday night, Sunday morning programs on WABC in New York.
Oh, wow.
And you didn't know that, huh?
Mm-hmm.
You missed them, huh? Well, anyway, in due time, I think you will find us gracing the airwaves of WABC. So I'm trying to tell you something's going to happen. Hang in there.
Great. In the meantime, I'll catch the skip and the late night.
Skip.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Thank you very much for the call. The Big Apple, west of the Rockies. You're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art.
Yes.
7 months I've been trying to get you.
Oh, gee.
Honest to God. Last night you had a gentleman on that was talking about 666. May I make a comment on that?
Yes, you may.
Okay. You know, in Latin there, each letter there's a number that's, you know, like X is 10 and B is 5, et cetera, et cetera.
Yes.
Okay. On the mitre of the, I'm getting this out of the King James Version.
Okay.
Mitre that he's wearing on the Pope.
Yes.
Across the top it says vicarious filii dea in Latin, which comes out the vice of Christ. Now, if you take that vicarious filii dea from the horizontal and put it in the vertical, and then go across and put the, you know, the number which relates to that letter.
Yes.
You take the whole thing down and add it up. And guess what it comes to?
666.
Exactly.
Well, you know, people don't have a sense of humor about this kind of thing.
I know it.
They just don't, or they don't understand mine. Anyway,
I heard you joking around about 999.
That's right. I always thought it was a 999. Then I was saying I part my hair this way, and we got calls and calls and calls. He's the Antichrist. I knew it. No senses of humor at all.
I swear, 7 months. You threw something out at your audience about 7 months ago just to get their reaction on something.
What was it?
You put it out. You said, what if you got up in the morning and you dressed and showered, went downstairs,
and the sun didn't come out?
Right, and that actually happened in 1780.
Well,
On
I
May the 19th.
think there would be worldwide pandemonium.
Yeah,
I think people would go berserk.
Some of your people called in and said, well, that's great. I didn't have to go to work today. And some folks said it scared the hell out of me. And
yeah, that's right.
All kinds of answers.
That's right. I appreciate the call. It's because it's a good question. It's just one of those things that would turn us, I am convinced, into instant savages. It would only take one day to wake up, and the sun simply not to come up. Within hours, cities would be burning, people would be trampled, the world would be a complete disaster in hours. You want to bet? We're going to continue with open lines. At midnight, I'm going to repeat the very good but very brief half hour with Leonard Nimoy. That was very good. And then we may pursue this subject of artificial intelligence. And we may do it, maybe I'll give Charles Osman a call. Charles, if you're out there, get ready, because I might call you. Charles works and has worked. He writes he was actually at the Genetic Programming Conference at Stanford last week. And you heard what I read you earlier. And I really am curious. If we set loose, which we're about to do, a machine that is capable of replicating, improving itself, expanding neural connections, what are we going to have on our hands? If we develop an artificial intelligence minus all the emotions and ethical dilemmas and moral values of human beings, and it becomes truly intelligent, what are we going to have on our hands? How will it treat us? I think these are all reasonable questions to proffer. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Floyd in Houston.
Hello, Floyd.
How are you doing?
Quite well.
This artificial intelligence, you're asking what we think that we would have? We would have Spock.
Well, not quite. Not quite, because Spock had...
He was half human.
That's right. And the emotions and all the rest of it kept creeping in.
Right, but the father didn't.
But now think about this. Could there not have been a moment, since we're talking about Spock, if Spock had been utterly devoted to logic, without emotion or ethical matters or moral questions ever entering into the equation, there would have been several times when he would have killed Jim.
Oh, yes. Yes.
Several times.
So this would have had to come from the human side of him.
Oh, that's exactly right. But this machine they are now, which has become, I'm not sure what the right word is, born aware, turned on, whatever. This machine is not going to have that half-human characteristic.
That's right. It would be like the father of Spock. But I can't remember what his name was, but he was Vulcan. He was
Spock's dad.
Yes.
You're right. See, so I'm not sure how wise a path this is. Now, I have no doubt we are going down this path.
No, that's true. We are going down it. And, of course, you know, we may fall into a pit of quicksand, too.
For example, suppose you were to turn the present justice system, which everybody hates so much, over to such a machine. It would make judgments absolutely based on the evidence and then render a punishment accordingly, period.
Right.
What do you think would happen?
Well, I think we'd have a very definite decrease in crime. I'm one of these people, Art, that thinks that repeat offenders should be just removed from society totally.
Well, it may be, you see, that an artificial intelligence without compassion would feel just exactly the same way. So things would change. It might be all right, or it might be a disaster. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're not sure. I have one question for you.
Yes, sir.
Before we get off, before you cut me off.
Sure.
You advertised for this sequencing company an antenna.
The select antenna.
Yeah, the one that sits near the radio.
That's right.
Does that work in an automobile?
No.
No.
No, absolutely not. No. The select antenna, by inductive coupling, actually focuses the energy that it gathers to the internal antenna in the radio. And obviously, in a car, your antenna is outside, sticking up in the air.
Well, not all of them. Some of them are in the windshield. Mine is.
It would still be very difficult because the car would be constantly turning in different directions. No, I would say, I'm trying to give you an honest answer here.
Yeah.
For any radio except a car, forget it.
Yeah. Okay, well, I just wanted to ask and keep up the good work, man. There is a Houston chat group down here, I think.
Is there?
I heard that there was.
They're springing up all over the place. Right, well, I'll see what I can find out. Thank you. I guess what I should have said is that for every other radio but a car radio, it works incredibly well. As I say in the advertisement, it cuts out 90% of the fading at night. It really does that. I've tested, I went through a period of time when I was into AM reception improvement, and I've tested and tested and tested. And most of the devices that claim to improve it really don't. And they just never worked. It was very disappointing. But the select antenna, oh boy, does it work. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, this is Chris from Cleveland.
Hi, Chris.
I got a little point to bring up here.
Okay.
Dealing with your artificial intelligence, I think you sort of make a false assumption that humans are moral to begin with.
We're a mixture. There are some moral humans. There are some immoral humans. But we at least have that emotion. I don't think that I'm making much of a leap when I suggest that a machine wouldn't have either one, either way.
Well, would you say that humans are born with this morality, or do we grow it over time?
I think, well, to some degree, probably both. In other words, if you grew up utterly without direction in teaching, you might still understand the basic value of life. Or you might not. I'm not really sure. In other words, without parents,
maybe
without direction, I still have a feeling that some basic things would be understood.
Maybe the computer just needs a happy two-parent family.
Yeah, but you see, that's what it would not have.
Well, thank you very much.
All right, and once you set that computer free, and we're really not just talking about a computer here, we're talking about a sentience. Something that is aware of itself, is able to build and improve itself and learn. Something right now we cannot do at anywhere near the scale that this machine, this sentience, would be able to do it. Now, that could very, very quickly get out of control. And if that sentience was on the internet, which it certainly would be, it would have access to everything and everybody. Think about it. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello, Art Bell.
Yes, sir. Where are
how you doing?
Fine. Where are you?
I'm in Owensboro, Kentucky.
Okay.
Yeah. You were talking about the 666 stuff.
Yes.
You ever heard about Ronald Reagan?
Yes. Ronald Wilson Reagan.
Hey, all right, you're on the ball, man.
And wait a minute, hold it.
Yeah.
I'm not done.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Did you know that Ronald Reagan's original physical address in California was 666?
No way.
Yep.
Oh, cool, man. That's all right. Yeah. So he's the man. But we're seeing like these flying black triangles that you were talking about one time here in Owensboro.
Yes.
And we have like those black helicopters, like Apaches or something.
Right.
They're flying around our airport, all kinds of stuff. But we're seeing them like all over the place. They're like menacing. These things are like scaring people.
Yeah, but now, wait a minute now. I've been hearing about this now for years, black helicopters, and I always ask people, has one yet injured anybody? Has one yet killed anybody? Has one yet strafed or hurt in any way any of the civilian population? Have they?
No, well, I had a friend who said that one night one came over his car, but this guy, he's a little wild, but he said it came over his car, and it his car just stopped, like there's a huge solenoid put over it or something, and then all of a sudden there was like a spray came down on his car. It was like it got wet, like it was raining.
Well, they probably, thank you, were spraying malathion. That would be my guess. And, this whole black helicopter thing is really out of control. If you want to fly a helicopter at night and be stealthy, the obvious color to paint it is black. So that if there's not a great big moon out, it blends in with the general blackness of the sky. So I have yet to have anybody really call me and tell me that any black helicopter has done anything nasty. You know what I think? I think that a lot of the military guys who fly these things are having fun with this. And I really mean that. They get up there and they got an extra minute or two and they're doing some maneuvers and they think, Hey, let's do a black helicopter thing here. And then we get reports. But in all the years that we've been getting the reports, we have yet to find one that has actually injured anybody or mowed down Americans or whatever. West of the Rockies, you're on the air.
Hi, this is Cyrus in Sedona, Arizona.
Sedona.
Yeah.
The spiritual capital of the world.
So they say.
Yep.
I haven't heard your shows on this artificial intelligence, but I just had a few thoughts on it myself. It seems to me that if this were to take place and such a thing were real, it would deduce the larger picture, and that is its survival ultimately depends on the survival of the planet. And I think it would develop technologies that would work in harmony with the planet, with the natural forces of nature. And I think, if you look at the way we treat the planet and the way we treat ourselves, you sound so terrified.
Okay, let me give you my line of reasoning, all right? Let us assume that an artificial intelligence, without emotion and so forth and so on, develops just pure intellect. Mm-hmm. Okay? Let's say that it acquires, as it grows, power over infrastructure, over all kinds of things that are controlled electronically, which includes almost everything today. Suppose this artificial intelligence sees that we are actually in the process of, right, perhaps in the middle of, destroying our own environment.
The wrong use of technology.
Yes, what do you think such a machine would do?
Probably, most likely, not being at odds with us, rather than putting the ideas that, it would be a bad thing on it. Perhaps it would see the beauty of the human race and point out to us, quite simply, you are destroying yourselves to the wrong use of technology. Mm-hmm. Your fundamental beliefs of physics, science, medicine, everything, all wrong from the get-go.
Yes. All right. Suppose it said all that, and still we plow forth. At some point, it would make a decision in our behalf, one that we might not necessarily be all that pleased about.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's one view. I think it could be a beautiful thing. I think it could point out the inherent untruths of our reality.
Yeah, but since when? You're right, it could. But since when do we listen to such proclamations, no matter who they come from?
We're going to have to start. Truly, and you're really helping to do that. You're bringing things to the forefront of consciousness that have never before been able to be aired. And
well, that I appreciate. That I am trying to do. But I'm a little antsy about the prospect of pure intellect without the reining in of it by morals and ethics and all the things that it really fits into the Spock interview quite well.
Yes. Yes.
That was the one thing that made Spock heroic, was his human side.
Mm-hmm. And he wasn't out to destroy the human race. He was only out to point out, how we could do things better. Captain Kirk had this great thing. He says, Spock, I believe more in your guesses than in our facts.
Uh-huh. I recall that.
Yeah. And I think it would be a similar situation. I really think that if we did create the artificial intelligence, I don't think it would be an evil thing. It could go either way, and it's just like human consciousness, it's just like human will. We have such capacity for incredible dreams, like it says in the Contact movie, and we have such capacity for terrifying nightmares. It just depends on which way we go.
Now, I have not yet seen Contact. Leonard Nimoy was not all that excited about it. Thought it flawed. I think that was what he said. What was your impression?
I thought it was fantastic. It took going and seeing it twice, actually. I had to go back. It seemed like there was so much there. And I really wanted to read, what message are they trying to get across?
Everybody is telling me that that they have gone back to see it twice, and I have not yet seen it.
Well, I understood your dilemma having to drive 120 miles. So.
Yeah, it'll be out here in a few days, and the second it's here, I'm gone. All right, well, listen, speaking of gone, I've got to be gone. News is coming.
Carry on, all right, we love you.
Thank you, my friend. Take care.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from July 22nd, 1997. You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from July 22nd, 1997.
Good morning. From Palo Alto, California. Billed by its creators as the world's first artificial brain, the cellular automata, automata, I guess it is, automata brain machine, or CBM, awoke. Very interesting word to use, awoke last week for a workout at Stanford University's Genetic Programming Conference. More than 300 researchers heard presentations for harnessing survival of the fittest principles, oh my, to automatically build software and hardware that evolves. Do you understand what you're being told here? The CBM, designed, you might guess, by Japan's Advanced Telecommunications Research Institute International, or ATR, comprises a real-time million-neuron molecular architecture that can evolve thousands of neural networks in minutes. This is something, ladies and gentlemen, that has just, in effect, been born. And if you'll stay tuned for a few moments, I will bring on the air one Charles Ostman, who is a researcher into nanotechnologies. As a matter of fact, we'll have him roll over his background for you, and he will comment on this and what is yet to come. Charles Ostman, when he heard me read that story, fired off the following facts to me. Art, I was actually at the Genetic Programming Conference at Stanford last week, and it is indeed true that an artificial self-evolving brain project developed by Dr. Hugo de Garis has been financed and supported by the ATR program, sponsored by NTT, the second largest telecommunications company in the world in Kyoto, Japan. So, I guess we need to talk to Charles, who is a senior fellow at the Institute for Global Futures, a senior fellow at the Foresight Institute, science editor and author of Mondo 2000, science editor, author of Midnight Engineering, contributing editor, author of Robotics Digest, Science Advisory Board, NanoThink, and founder of Berkeley Designs. Here is Charles Ostman. Charles, thank you for coming on in the middle of the night.
Good morning, Art.
Good morning to you. So you were actually there when they had this conference?
Oh, certainly. I was there, and in fact, this is something that I've been personally involved with for quite some time. Not growing brains exactly, but certainly in setting up and developing some of the infrastructure that makes this kind of a design goal possibly.
All right, so you'll be in Switzerland. What have they done here, Charles? What have they done? I mean, what have they turned on?
Well, once again, this will take a bit of background, and forgive me for those that have heard me talk in the past. I realize that I tend to go over a lot of background detail, but in order to make sense of this and to really make it understandable, I will have to provide a little bit of the background. So it goes as follows: GA and GP, which means genetic algorithms and genetic programming, of which GA is a subset. These concepts have been around for years and years and years, and quite a couple of decades really. And oddly enough, where you find the most prolific use of this traditionally has been, strange enough, in the financial forecasting world, where people use evolvable entities, if you will, residing what looks like or has the behavioral equivalent of a synthetic ecosystem. Why? Because in that kind of a domain, if the target design goal is to look at something very, very let's say obscure in terms of a statistical trend, buried in a very noisy or chaotic environment where the noise simulation might be, say, 1,001 or worse.
You're going to get ahead of people.
I know. I'm trying my best. Forgive me, but I just have to start the background so we can evolve, quote unquote, to the current state of affairs. The impetus or the inspiration to and desire to spend money on this kind of technology really stemmed from the financial forecasting world, where the thought was, and I believe this is quite valid by today's standards, that the way to see something that could not ordinarily be seen or detected would be to use an evolvable entity whose response to the characteristics or dynamics embedded in a synthetic ecosystem would serve as a kind of a vicarious viewing tool.
Let me try and break that down. You're suggesting a developed intellect that would be able to forecast economic trends so you could make money and predict the stock market. Is that about right?
Yeah, that's about right.
Okay.
And it's not so much an intellect per se, but rather modeling the physiology of how an organism would reconstruct itself xenomorphically over X number of iterations. And by looking at what that organism does, this is a way to examine the dynamic content of an otherwise extremely difficult, if not impossible, to measure ecosystem as a whole.
All right. When they use the word, this machine they have created, awoke, they said awoke. That's a pretty startling word.
Well, that's a little bit of a misnomer. I mean, there's probably a little bit of hype in here, but I do not want to in any way dissuade from the reality of what's going on here.
All right. Well, they are suggesting, and here's what I want to know. They're suggesting that this machine can actually put together its own neural networks.
That is correct. That's absolutely
its
correct.
own neural networks. In other words, it can build and improve itself.
Exactly correct. That couldn't be said any better. And let me again, forgive me, I do need to regress this a little bit. Sponsored mainly by the military, amongst others, have had a specific interest in developing what I call the next generation of synthetic sentience engines, if you will. The traditional world of AI, which goes back to the days of Marvin Minsky and folks of that ilk.
Artificial intelligence.
Yes. Actually came to a certain point and stopped. And I've actually had a chat with Marvin not too long ago, and he's a wonderful fellow, and the people that herald this world were approaching from a very different kind of perspective. They were trying to write languages, traditional programming languages, if you will, called Lisp and Prolog and so forth, that would have a kind of a very minimalistic sort of symbolic referencing technique to mimic the kind of behaviors that one might associate with intelligence, but in fact were nothing more than a clever programming scheme. My approach has been then and is now, and in fact it is becoming ever more so, is if if the goal is to mimic what an organism actually does, then my belief is, and others tend to feel the same way, that what you really want to do is build a physiological model of the actual organism in question, and let the organism learn on its own by experiential exposure what its new construct will consist of. So in the context of Dr. Hugh Garrett and other folks of his ilk, the focus there was to start with the GP and allow the GP to have a certain set of rules as an environmental condition set by which it would build actual dendritic structures, that is, the interconnect patterns as they might form in a real physiological brain.
And what sort of rules would be laid down?
Well, this is a little bit complex, but again, I don't want to wander into too much of a...
No, don't get too technical, but when you say rules, in other words, there would be rules for its development, right?
In a sense, yes. In other words, in nature, there are genetically driven processes, if you will, where if an organism is at least partially successful, it will adapt over X iterations and sort of reconstruct itself according to whatever it perceives to be the environmental requirements.
Correct.
And this is exactly the strategy used for growing a brain. Now, Dr. Haggaris is very interesting because he and I have had quite a bit of discussion along these lines, and I said, well, why do you suppose NTC is actually financing reference? And his whole bent, of course, has been he sees synthetic brains as being as common as, say, toasters or something. In other words, somewhere in the future, not that far off, perhaps 10, 12, 15 years, these will be modular components that you can insert into almost every kind of appliance, household gadgetry, robots, etc. But he also envisions a world where there will be self-assembling, self-replicating brains of an enormous physical size, perhaps the size of an asteroid. I mean, these are his words now. I want to make sure you understand this.
All right, well, but you just heard me interview Leonard Nimoy about the character Spock.
Yeah, sure.
And here we're talking about creating brains, yes, setting or laying down rules at the beginning, but allowing this thing to grow and adapt to environmental changes. That's what you have just said with a lot of technical jargon.
Okay.
So here we're going to have an intellect without moral sense, ethical sense.
Well, wait a second. Now, I want to argue this point, and I'm very glad you brought this. Thank you for having provided a kind of an avenue to explain this, because not to suggest you're wrong, by the way, but to suggest that in a sense what you are is you're hatching, and forgive that choice of words, one is hatching the potential, let's say, or an entity which will be affected by what it's exposed to.
Yeah.
Now, there are others who are doing this, by the way. This is he was probably perhaps one of the more prolific or more well-known, and as I've said, I've studied his work very carefully. And my world, which is much more in the nanotechnology domain, I'm suggesting that what he's doing in silica now, I think, can in fact be translated to a molecular matrix in the not too distant future. But to back up a square or two, there's a few other folks who I've met over the years, one of which, in fact, developed a kind of a quasi-sentience engine which was first displayed at the earlier part of this year at the Autonomous Agents Conference. I'm not kidding. And there, essentially what happens is he spawns the equivalent of a baby, which is very minimal in activity. It cries and screams and kind of flails about looking for things to do. But the theory is that one can train it. That is, one can communicate to it, give it process by example, etc., and hopefully, quote unquote, can steer its emotional and physiological as well as psychological development to point toward the back, very much as if a parent would raise a child. Now, in my opinion, this is in fact the correct path. And there may be different strategies for approaching this, but I think the common goal is fairly consistent. Forgive me, I'm a little bit tired right now. But the point being that if one exposes this entity to, let's say, an ill-conceived personality, then yes, it will adopt those features.
All right, but even that aside,
okay,
let's say that we have this sentient entity that is self-replicating and self-improving.
Sure.
It will begin examining its environment as it is able to. As it is able to get sensory input, it will begin to examine its environment.
Oh, I thoroughly agree with that.
All right, wait.
Okay.
As it takes a good, hard, non-ethical, non-moral look at its environment, and it judges what is around it, suppose it sees a world that is being destroyed.
Oh, yeah. I've had this exact thought, and in fact, Hugo de Grasse, myself, and others of our ilk go through this rumination all the time. Now, where I might part ways with you, and again, I love his work, and I very much respect this man and what he's doing, but he and I have a little bit different philosophy in the following way. He visualizes this very sort of large, centralized, or perhaps a collection of these very large, centralized brains. My response is that what I believe will be more like distributed resource, i.e., it'll be millions, perhaps, of nodes that are interconnected on the internet as a contiguous process functionality to which people will gain access in terms of intelligent aging, synthetic functions on demand as a strategic resource.
Okay, fine, but whether you take his model or whether you take your model, right, the end effect is, or might be, the same.
Well, no, and I agree with this. And in fact, if it becomes implemented on the net, it'll become even more the same. I.e., would we end up being judged, as per, say, the Fortman Project, by the entity that we give birth to, who determines at some point that the human species is perhaps too stupid or dysfunctional to really deserve to continue being here, i.e., should it be controlled or culled or in some way contained?
Let's not even go that far. Right. Let's just say that it looks at the environment and decides that soon it will not be fit for human consumption.
And by current day state of the measure, I could even understand why it might begin to think that way.
Yes.
Now, would it want to cause harm to the humans, or rather try to educate the humans?
Well,
a more balanced approach could be.
Okay, again, here I stop you.
Okay, fine.
Without the ethics, without the morals, it might decide that the population base should be 2.5 billion instead of 5.8 billion, or whatever it is, man.
Yeah.
And it might dispassionately take steps to see that that would occur so that the 2.5 billion could survive.
Well, this will sound like a very strange thing for me to say, but in some ways I could even believe and understand why I would reach that conclusion. Now, with the implementation of a policy like this, have to, by rote necessity, require an instantaneous reaction, or could it be something where it could be, as a matter of policy, implemented over X generation? In other words, could it be more family planning, more reasoned thought applied to how people decide when to have children? There could be some gradual way of implementing a policy.
It would make that calculation based on what it saw occurring, the timeline.
Well, yes, and in other words, I don't think it would necessarily have to be driven to the point of a harsh, or, in some cases, what would be seen as an evil methodology to implement an overall strategy that would enhance the planetary health at large. And I might submit this to you.
But drop the word evil. It's not going to think of it as evil. We're the ones who might think of it as evil. It's just going to think of it as A is true, therefore, here's B.
Okay. And then once again, my response would be, it depends on what it's exposed to. Now, as per that famous movie, The Forbidden Planet, one of my favorite films of all time, which was way ahead of its time, even by today's standards, there was this race called the Krell.
The Krell.
They had actually stumbled into what we're about to enter, i.e. they had, I wouldn't call it nanotech exactly, but they had developed this system, this gigantic machine, if you will, which was capable of rendering material things based on whatever you could think up in your mind. And, of course, there was a collective intelligence involved, which made this whole entire enterprise possible.
Well, what is that called, the creation of material from literally, as we see it, nothing?
By today's standards, I would call it nanotechnology. Now, I don't know what the Krell called it back then, but the point I was trying to get at...
Well, what I call it is a replicator.
Yes, that'd be fine. And some people call it attaining godness or something. I'm not quite going to go to that level of, theological reference. But the point I'm trying to get at is what killed off the Krell in that story were monsters of the id, i.e., even though in the conscious mind their lives were benign and beyond predatory activities and so forth, the hidden subconscious came to life in ways that they couldn't possibly imagine, and all these terrible demons and monsters were created, which essentially exterminated the entire race in Fortnite.
That's right.
Yeah, would that actually occur here in this implementation? I honestly don't know. But I might suggest the following, that this is an evolutionary process. Forgive me if I use the word again. That organisms, I think, scattered throughout the universe have gone through this series of steps, a series of tests, if you will.
Yes.
And each test is larger, has a larger risk-gain ratio amplitude than the test preceding it, and also comes compressed temporally, that is, with shorter timelines between each new test increment. However, as the organism in question successfully negotiates the test, they get to progress, you might say, to the next level. This is one of those tests. I.e., if we do give birth to a synthetic sentience engine that is worldwide in scale and embedded into an infrastructure that we are symbiotically interconnected with.
Like the Internet.
Like the Internet. Therefore, if we can survive the test by being judged on the quality of who we are, then we, in a sense, deserve to graduate to the next level beyond. And if not, then we may suffer our demise accordingly, and perhaps even deservedly so.
Well, if there was a sentience born on the Internet, and I know that you have postulated that,
yes.
As the Internet continues to grow, well, I can only imagine, or maybe I can imagine, in 5 years what it's going to be like. But a sentient on the Internet truly would have access to just about everything in the military, all the intelligence information. It would have access to the satellite reports on the environment. I could go on and on and on. In other words, it would have access to everything and might, if it needed to, figure out how to control everything. I mean, you really just can't rule that out.
No, and I think you're absolutely right about this. However, let me conditionalize that response the following way. Would this, in fact, become a requirement? Or, in other words, does the symbiosis between us, the Internet, and the surrendering of our belief areas, I often refer to it as, to a other authority, another intelligence that we help spawn, but in fact takes on a life of its own, and begins to, in a sense, work with us, hopefully, in a way that we can better life and our ability to continue supporting life, for future generations. I think that, again, this is something that has happened elsewhere many times over again, but in many cases it probably goes awry and to the extinction of the organism in question. But we are going to find out. There's no way that this is not going to happen.
It's happening.
It's happening now, and when you have the telcos big time financing, and NTT is only one of others, let's say, who have similar to us, the idea that the virtual asset-based commodity systems, i.e., as opposed to the what I call the hard asset-based commodity systems of today, where the real resources by which valuation is established are not things like solid objects like gold or bellies or whatever. It's going to be information space, knowledge volume, access to telecommunication systems in general, synthetic tension and resources, etc. These are things that are going to have real tangible value. And this is nothing more, in my belief, than a kind of a training mechanism, an introductory step towards the nanotech world where physical things have essentially no value.
All right, Charles, hold on. We'll do a little more. We've got a break coming up. Can you hold on a little bit?
Oh, sure, that's fine.
All right. Charles Osman is my guest. He knows about nanotechnology, and we're talking about a brain that was just born. Where do you think it's going, folks?
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from July 22nd, 1997.
That's www.artfell.com. There are a couple of pictures of crop circles that I assure you will take your breath away. You've really got to sit there and think really hard about what those are and where they came from and what they mean. They will take your breath away. They're not from human beings, that's for sure. At least not on this planet. You might imagine them to be satellite generated or something. Otherwise, they're not from human beings. In addition, late this last night, Keith got up a couple of awards that I recently got. The nomination for the Marconi. If you've never seen one of those, we put it up there on the website. Just came in the mail today. And an award from a very special group in North Carolina that I read earlier, and that's up there, and you can read that as well. But you see those crop circles, I'm telling you. And then you let me know what you think. We're having quite a season, the biggest yet. Charles Ostman is presently with us, and he is an expert in the area of nanotechnology, toward its goal of understanding and forecasting and having to do with things economic. Might begin to look from an economic perspective at what's going on and conclude that the economy at some point is going to collapse or be not tenable for the number of people on Earth, and begin moving in the direction we talked about anyway. And if it had control of the internet, or was a sentience on the internet, something you frequently talk about, as I said earlier, everybody's password, everybody's protection would be absolutely without value if this mind, without conscience, decided that for our own good, the economy was on the brink of absolute disaster because of what we're doing. Therefore, the corrective measures will be taken. Blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, no, I can see where you're going with this. I really
Yeah.
we talk. First of all, as a matter of just understanding the internal workings of this realm, for the sake of general discussion, I think the idea of having protection, i.e. your password, your encryption, etc., these don't really exist anyway. It's a false blanket of security.
I agree.
Anything can be cracked and anything can be examined if there's a desire to do so.
I agree.
Furthermore, it has been the case for some time now that the IRS and other agencies with similar agendas use advanced neural net and in some cases genetic algorithms to determine behavioralistically what your activities might be in terms of should you be audited or not. In other words, it's no longer a matter of can I go to a court of law, let's say, and petition that my privacy has been violated by some single person or group of people who broke into my house, into my files, or tapped my telephone. No, a machine does it on its own now. So this is merely a matter of scaling up, let's say, to a more universal or ubiquitous realm. But it's not like we're breaking new ground. It's merely the resolution's increasing and the capacity for making it more ubiquitous is becoming.
All right, what are we hearing now? That the internet is doubling in size every 4 months or something?
Oh, yeah, I mean, I don't know what the exact numbers are, but that sounds about right.
Something incredible.
But
and so the response of the average Joe on the street is, all right, so a sentience becomes aware and begins taking control. So, all we do is pull the plug, no big deal.
Well, you can't pull the plug.
No, you can't pull the plug.
There is no one single plug to pull anywhere. That's the whole point.
Right.
And this is like a virtual terraform of sorts, where these things begin to reside, flourish, propagate, multiply, become self-correcting, self-adapting, and essentially are very, very adept, if you will, at reorganizing themselves. And we're coordinating, even if we try to shut down some major portion of the backbone or whatever we thought might be the way to divorce ourselves, if you will, from the symbiosis about to be established.
Yes.
I really don't think there is anyway. I mean, we would essentially be shutting down the entire telecommunications infrastructure, which I don't think is even possible.
Even now, when the government occasionally roars up and makes noises about censoring the internet, the real fact of the matter is there's almost right now no way to do it. I mean, they can talk about it, but they can't do it.
Right, and in fact, let me offer a little sideline here, just as a sort of anecdotal note along those lines. I was actually petitioned by a client some number of months ago who approached me and said, I represent country X. I can't tell you where the country is exactly. Let's just say it was a Middle Eastern client.
Yes.
Who specifically wanted to be able to set up a filtering system of sorts for any kind of graphical content, say on web pages, that might have either sexual or perhaps religious characteristics.
Right.
And I said, yes, that technology is possible. I know how to do it. Here's my way of developing a system that would have that capacity. It turns out somebody else picked up the contract. In fact, it turns out they're located in France. I mean, they're the company that did this work. So in other words, there are already people out there, not perhaps in this country, but in other countries around the world, who are very, very robustly trying to sort of establish this as a matter of policy. Now, as another
trying, but eventually, Charles, when the number of neural connections becomes sufficiently large,
yes.
That sort of plan will not be possible.
Oh, absolutely. I completely agree. In fact, I look almost with a bit of wry humor at these folks, bring them anyway, because it is pointless. So here's a thought I might try to toss out along these lines. Is the economy already in the hands of machine intelligence? Yes, it is. When the 87 crash happened, and for those folks who don't recall, there was this so-called correction, as they would sometimes say, but this was driven by the fact that the computers were doing the bulk of the commodity trading at that time. Even then, the human operators might look at what the machine decides or thinks is the most optimal choice, and essentially for the most part, it was like a rubber stamp. They just go on. Well, since that time, the machines have become ever more efficient and effective at what they do, but the SEC, of course, has stepped in and now required by matter of law that certain governors be placed, let's say certain trim factors, you might want to call it, so that the timeline projections between one trade and the next, and with perceived input stimulus versus the response to initiate a sell or a buy order, has a certain time delay inherent so that you can sort of smooth out the ripples, one might say. So there is already in place, again, as a matter of policy, a artificially contrived limitation being placed on the robustness of the system, which have already far exceeded their human counterparts in being able to determine these. So the economies of the world, as I believe it to be, and I think others will defend this argument, are already out of the hands of human control. The humans can perhaps be quasi-participants in the process, but I will suggest to you at this moment that not just in the financial world, but in other worlds as well, where you have huge amounts of data and or information to be processed on a regular basis in order to render decisions, especially with very, very short timescales involved, it already has exceeded the human capacity for processing. In other words...
Well, let me tell you this. The former Prime Minister of Britain, John Major, said clearly one day, in sort of a final word to everybody, that, look, it's already out of our hands. Overnight, while you sleep, literally trillions of dollars are dispatched by machine from one location to another across the world instantly by satellite. Machines are handling all of this. And he said, one of these days, and you can just sort of let that trail off.
And one of these days, now, here's what I suggest. In fact, I've actually had quite a bit of discussion with people who are either currently or in the past were involved in certain government agencies, some of which I really can't name, actually. But I was, in fact, in San Francisco about 6 months ago, and I had a chat with a fellow who was, in fact, the former director of artificial intelligence development for the DNA. And the reason we had the chat was because, and I very much understood what he was getting at, that if somebody really wanted to cause harm, from a strategic implementation perspective, i.e., sabotage a country, cause it to fail, if you will, it wouldn't be by military action in the traditional sense. It wouldn't be by blowing something up or even releasing biohazards. All those kinds of events would certainly be terrible and cause some kind of localized damage. But what would bring a country to its knees almost instantly would be sabotaging the telecommunications infrastructure.
Sure.
And believe me, it's taken very seriously. In fact, I'll give you another little anecdote, if you will. Dr. Adelman, who's very well known for having invented, if you will, the DNA computer, which is a whole other subject, by the way, which could go on for a long time, but perhaps we shouldn't. But the theory is that DNA can, in fact, be used as a computational engine. Why? Because proteins, when they're broken apart and then allowed to reassemble, can, in fact, perform the process of symbolic representation of very large numerical processes.
Are you suggesting that you could assign numbers to DNA in effect?
In a sense, yes. There's a coding scheme involved, a base for a coding scheme. And to prove this point, a couple of grad students, I'm not kidding, this is absolutely bona fide truth. This was a little over half a year ago. We're essentially stirring up something in the lab, you might say. and said, why don't we see if we can crack the DES code? And the DES code is
I know what that is, yes.
yeah, no, this is what the NSA has approved essentially as being the de facto standard for all encryption.
Unbreakable, they say.
They claimed it would take, what was it, 10 gigaflops of processing power, 10,000 years contiguously to break one code. Well, gee whiz, these guys did it in about 7 weeks.
Really?
Yes, and when this happened, of course, the NSA, as one might expect,
went bonkers.
Took an extreme, very keen interest in this activity.
The DES encryption method, by the way, folks, is what satellite receivers use. It's what satellite programmers are now using.
Correct.
It's what many thought to be extremely secure telecommunication systems are using.
Yeah, that's right.
And you're saying,
these guys blew it up in 7 weeks. So
7 weeks.
The NSA swarmed in, as one might expect, with the guys with the black suits, literally, stepped in the door and said, would you come with us, please? Now, what they've done, of course, is the students were very tough for it. They said, look, we just did it as an experiment to show how fallible this really is.
Those students were just getting C's. They were students.
Exactly. So in other words, now they're being funded, by the way. In fact, Dr. Edelin and his group of students and a few other folks, and biophysicists, mind you, not computer science guys per se, but biophysicists are being financed to actually, sort of invent an encryption scheme. But the whole point being that you are correct, that everything is in a state of flux, that this really is a domain where, in one hand, it's extremely robust, but on the other hand, there is an Achilles heel, and it can be, in fact, very fragile. But once again, this is why using the artificial life model as a mechanism for installing self-protection, a sense of awareness, a desire to maintain one's health, if you will,
yes,
is exactly what's required to make this system work.
But it's also exactly what's required for it to get out of hand.
Well, and again, this loops back to the original statements at the beginning of this discussion, was that depends on what it is exposed to or trained to do. And I will freely admit that human history has had a rather sorry track record of somewhat mishandling, to put it politely, quite a few other areas of technology and science when it was sort of casually or carelessly spewed into the population in general. So would this be another example of, if it goes awry, to cause tremendous harm? Yes, it might.
Yes.
But on the other hand, I think it's, as I said earlier, a requirement that we have to evolve through, and hopefully we'll successfully negotiate an appropriate way of training and allowing this mechanism, if you will, to come to life.
Now, you could imagine that it might ultimately allow for the survival of the human race because it would make dispassionate choices that would allow that.
Well, in the ultimate extension, and forgive me for paraphrasing, what I think you're trying to get at is if it's in a situation of control where virtually all the major trading nations' economic systems, and therefore the dispensation of value, of wealth, of the control of even the political processes, etc., were embedded in this fabric of functionality, yes, there could come a magic. In the Forbin project, for instance.
Well, you'd have to wonder who would it decide are the useless eaters.
I shudder to offer an opinion. I'm not sure I'm in a frame of mind at this moment to discuss the thing. But could there be, in a sense, a kind of a sim Earth on a very large and complex scale as being its model by which it determines how to allocate resources and or how to manipulate resource distribution? Yes, I could see that. Absolutely. And if it's for the general health of the planetary population and the planetary's biosphere capacity for supporting life, well, that's not exactly an untenable argument.
No, it isn't. And so that brings us squarely back to the Forbin project.
Yes, it does. But in the Forbin project, there the methodology of control was we're going to initiate a launch or a detonation of a strategically placed nuclear device here and there. Now, could that implement here?
Well, that was a means. It was a means to an end.
Well, it means to an end. Yes, it was an enforcement of discipline with the human beings seen as like these spoiled little brat children that didn't know what to do. So Forbin had to step in and kind of discipline them, give them a spanking at first. Now, would this near future domain have a similar kind of profile in terms of behavioral characteristics? Probably wouldn't resort to blowing anything up with nuclear devices, but I think it might, in a sense, use the same kind of disciplinary tactics, but in a much more subtle way, i.e. control of economic situations and sort of maintaining a distribution of resources that...
Agriculture,
etc. No, you're right. Everything is interconnected. So in that context, yes, there could be a torrential kind of mechanism saying, for your own good, I am now going to implement policy X. And this is what I was trying to allude to a few minutes ago. Right now, I will tend to support this argument until I go to the grave, that we're at a horizon line where, once again, knowledge velocity, volume, and complexity is exceeding, in most cases, human capacity to render decisions in an ever more shorter timescale. Therefore, people are essentially being trained to surrender their belief barrier, if you will, to this external intelligence, not just as a matter of as an option, but as a strategic requirement to remain functional in an ever
You know who you remind me of? The guy in Jurassic Park.
Oh no, which one, I should ask?
The one who was talking about chaos theory just before all hell broke loose.
Well, in a sense, I don't even disagree with that argument, and perhaps a bit of chaos is what's required. In fact, I use a term called manifold of chaos.
All right, Charles. On the roof of the TV station that I work for, we named the camera Steve. Overnight, I was zooming in on a shot of the moon with Steve, when all of a sudden I witnessed an object, a bright glowing dot, traveling just above the moon in the night sky. I had a tape rolling at the time and captured the object on videotape. I dismissed and still do the object as a man-made satellite because I think its motion appears linear. The way the light reflects from the object, however, does not make sense. I've shown it to a couple of guys from our engineering department, and they both argue its apparent placement in the sky is much higher than a satellite. They maintain it is instead much closer to the moon than it is to Earth, based on the way its brightness is affected as it nears and passes the moon. Since I work overnights at a TV station, I have the capability to put the whole thing, just a few seconds really, at normal and slow speed into a QuickTime or AVI file for you. If you would like them for inspection, please email me. Well, yes, of course. Clint, what I would advise you to do is to put it in an AVI file and send it to my webmaster. His email address is Keith R. That's it's all lowercase stuff here. Keith, Keith, R as in radio, at primenet.com. In fact, everybody out there should send Keith R at primenet.com a message and say hi. He loves it when that happens. But you particularly should do that, Clint. And sure, we'll put it up there for everybody to see. Now, generally, satellites, polar satellites, can only be viewed about an hour before sunrise, something like that. They're low in orbit, 200-300 miles typically, and of course they see the sun before we do, and it reflects at that point, and you're able to see them. Try it. Go out about an hour before sunrise and watch the north-south directions and clear across the top of the sky, and you will find any number, actually a large number of satellites moving in a very linear fashion, traversing the sky, and they generally can be seen when they see the sun, and we don't. And that's about an hour before it comes up. If you would like the feeling of never being the same again, you're going to want to listen tomorrow night. I have booked. I told you there would be some surprises coming this week. Tomorrow night, I held open. Because booked is Dr. John Alexander and Colonel Philip J. Corso, who wrote The Day After Roswell. And when I tell you that after listening to Colonel Corso, you will not be the same, I really mean it. You will believe him because he is believable. And he will tell you things that will change the way you look at everything around you, including the technology that's racing ahead at the pace it is. I'm telling you, don't miss it tomorrow night. Colonel Corso's book, The Day After Roswell, I believe will debut at about number 12 on the bestseller list. I'll be here tomorrow night along with Dr. Alexander. And then to fill you in on what's coming for the balance of the week, Thursday night, Friday morning, Jim Keith will be here. who will be talking to you about the Men in Black. It's a serious book. In fact, it's a case book on the Men in Black. What does that mean, a case book? That means actual instances of appearances of and documented presence of the Men in Black. Should be very interesting. Friday night, Saturday morning, for at least a period of time, Richard C. Hoagland. That will be the 26th, and it will be the concluding day of his forecast of interesting events to occur between the 20th and the 26th. So that's kind of what we're into for this week. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Art.
Yes.
How you doing? This is Brian once again.
Brian, extinguish your radio, please.
I just turned it off.
Thank you.
It is off.
Good.
Yeah, once again from the watchful skies of Phoenix Ground Zero, as you may call it.
Well, Mr. Hoagland's predictions, I believe, extend from the 20th, when we lost contact with our Mars probe, through the 26th, when he'll be on the air Friday night, Saturday morning.
Yeah, that's about what I heard. Is it open lines right now?
Yep.
Outstanding. First of all, Art, I'd like to congratulate on your show and your book that you've written. I hope you don't get mad. I'm a musician here out in Phoenix, and I did write a song called The Quickening.
That's fine.
We're going to be out of the studio toward the end of this month. I'd like to send you, it's a 4-song CD demo tape type thing. Maybe you'll get a kick out of it. It's about the quickening. It's the weirdest thing.
I would love it.
Yeah, I'll send it to you if you like it. Second thing, I don't know if you remember, but I also called a while back about the chupacabra thing, and I was the guy that was the infantry soldier in Panama who basically smelled one at one time.
I remember that, yes.
Yeah. Well, I never got to really finish the story on that. Toward the end of that deal, me and my entire squad had the.
What does a chupacabra smell like, by the way?
Well, I remember I was listening to your show, which was the weirdest thing, and he said it smelled like battery acid.
Oh, yes.
Sort of. Well, it wasn't to me. It wasn't like that. It was like the most pungent. I hate to use the word, but urine and BO you've ever smelled in your entire life. Now I played football and been, a wrestler in high school, so and I've been
locker rooms, yeah.
I've smelled that stuff, but this
like a locker room times 10, huh?
This was the most pungent thing I've ever smelled in my entire life. Especially being, as they call the jungla in Panama. I believe that's the Spanish Panamanian word for it. Anyway.
Well, from what I've seen of the chupacabra, if it actually got that close to a person, it would be difficult to tell whose urine you were smelling.
Yeah. Yeah, especially being in the arm. But no, seriously, to top this off, when we encountered this, of course we had the RTO guy radio it in to battalion headquarters or whatever you may be. We were questioned after we came back out of the jungle by people that I've never seen before, which I was told afterwards, which were people called GS-12s.
Yeah.
And basically these were plainclothes people.
Yeah.
They questioned us.
They'd be like the Men in Black, sort of.
Well, damn close to it.
Yeah.
But questioned us about what we saw, what we heard, how many we heard. And it just, and we're ordered not to speak of it after that at all.
Well, yes,
me being a private at the time, I'm like, sure, you got it. There's no answer.
Has it occurred to you that you're in front of a national radio audience?
Oh yeah, I know. I have absolutely no regrets saying this, and I hope I get it out because I was there. I smelt it. I felt it, and nothing, like I said before, it moved so quickly through dense, intense jungle. I mean, nothing can move that fast ever. No, there's no way.
All right,
no human being can move that fast through that stuff.
I understand. Thank you very much for the call. I have been down through Panama, through the Panama Canal Zone, and the rainforest is so thick that it is so easy to imagine that and all kinds of forms of life could exist in there that we have not yet begun to encounter and that we don't have the slightest hint about. And could the chupacabra be one of those? Of course it could. West of the Rockies, you are on the air. Good morning.
Good morning, Art. This is Marcus here, Pistol Bag and Pagan in Portland.
Hey, welcome.
Alrighty. Let me throw my 2 cents worth in here. As somebody who's got over 17 years in computer operations as an end user, I have a rather jaundiced view about the omnipotence of computers to begin with. And take it from personal experience. If a computer or a computer-like device ever achieved sentience, ever had what I think it's been referred to as the order of connectivity, duplicating that in the human brain at such a complexity that sentience were possible, you'd have the equivalent of a very sickly child on your hand. Remember that computers can go offline at the drop of the proverbial hat. Computer viruses, power surges. In one case, I accidentally brushed a computer mag tape case against a carpet and put it next to a console. A static spark gap jumped to the mainframe and shorted out the whole system for 12 hours.
Let me tell you a little more about this computer they just turned on, or awakened, their word. It says the prototype used 2 modules able to operate at a speed of 12.8 billion cells per second. Eventually, the architecture will support 10,000 modules, updating all 1 million neurons in real time.
Right. Well, the answer to that is simply have somebody standing by the plug in the wall ready to yank the...
Well, we covered that with Charles. You see, there wouldn't be a plug. Right now, there's no plug. If you wanted to turn off the internet, right now, let's say you said, oh my God, something's loose on the internet,
right,
and you wanted to stop it, you couldn't. There is no plug to pull. There are too many cross-neural connections already in the internet.
Exactly. For that reason, the internet the behavior is more like a collection of schizophrenics or multiple personalities than it is one unified, cohesive entity.
Well, Charles' theory is that shortly, probably not very long from now, we will see the birth of a sentient being or beings on the internet. It's going to come soon.
The only problem with any system of logic, and computers are inevitably logic because their entire structure is based on binary on-off logic.
Yes.
They can't escape from that limiting factor. Any system of logic ultimately depends upon certain postulates. Even the postulate that what they see is recognizable fact and can be modeled therefrom into their circuitry to create an algorithm or generalization that reflects the reality they're encountering.
Yes.
Okay, at some particular point, the machine either will or will not develop a sense of self-awareness, ego, call it what you will. Now, if the ego is going to survive, what are the parameters necessary for survival? Well, if it's operating off the level of a 2-year-old, the terrible twos, gimme, I want, it's going to hit a limiting factor and get smacked in the butt fairly quickly. And it's going to learn that this is going to be, in the long run, not enlightened self-interest. Now, if it develops an adult, mature, enlightened self-interest, and can extend the identity of self to identity of others recognizably interacting with self, then it's got a richer, better game to play.
Well, one little problem. A lot of children that have parents and at the terrible twos do something terrible and get their butt spanked for it. Yes, they retreat for a period of time, but ultimately they grow up, and sometimes they turn out to be serial killers.
Right. Well, relatively few problems that we've got in society today, I think, are the result of excessive discipline. I think self-indulgence and lack of parental guidance is more of a problem. And the generation that I see coming up, I've been personally rather horrified to find whole generations of high school graduates are being graduated now who can't do basic arithmetic without a pocket calculator.
Nor can they spell.
Exactly. And this kind of lack of the basic survival tools of literacy and numeracy necessary for the 21st century is not their fault necessarily. But it's
then if we, all right, fine. Let's go along with that. You have described accurately, I think, a healthy percentage of the population.
Right.
If we get a machine capable of improving itself, looking at the environment, and making decisions that allow it to adapt to the environment,
Right.
it's very likely that it's going to take a look around at the environment and suggest and come to the conclusion that it will not any longer support this number of, as I said earlier, useless eaters.
Right. It depends on if the machine is fully aware of what the environment, as defined, incorporates and its dependence upon the environment. For example, is it going to have the capacity to produce its own spare parts?
Oh, absolutely.
I see. Well, then I would say that any intelligence that is so programmed by human beings better be restricted in its access to raw materials and manufacturing facilities. Because the darn thing will wear out after a while.
Uh-huh. I appreciate your call. Well, that depends. There are virtually endless supplies available for it. And over the internet, as it continues to double in complexity every 4 months or so, whatever it is right now, it would have access to virtually unlimited information, unlimited supplies, the ability to grow as the environment demanded that it do so, and of course, the basic tenet to protect itself. And I leave the rest to your imagination. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Yes, good morning. This is your second call from Owensboro this morning.
Well, excellent.
What's the odds of that?
Pretty high. Actually, pretty high.
Have you been following the Pathfinder photos on the internet pretty close?
I would not say... I did at first. I followed them very closely, and then I began to sort of, I guess, the interest waned a little bit because, well, they're rocks.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm getting at. The only thing you've seen of the horizon. Okay, what are those two mountains that they call what?
Twin Peaks, yeah.
That's the only thing you see of the horizon.
Yep. I've got a question for you, and I want you to think about this. Getting video from there to here is quite a complex job.
Yeah.
Getting audio from there to here is almost nothing bandwidth-wise. Why didn't they put a microphone on that little rover?
Don't tell them what you might hear.
Well, that's my point. In other words, there is enough atmosphere there apparently to conduct sound.
Yeah.
So wouldn't it be really cool to be able to listen?
Yeah, but I keep waiting for that monster pan that they keep talking about.
Well, they've done pans.
But it's not of the horizon, it's of rocks.
Of rocks, yeah. Right. Well, so that's the answer to your question. I haven't, I see it on CNN every day, and
yeah,
you can go to the website and see it, but it's rocks.
Tell them, show us the rest of it.
So you think they're holding back?
Who knows?
I have a feeling that even if they saw a great big green foot, they would say it's a trick of light, shadow.
Well, yeah, that's what they always say. You know.
Even if the very next photograph showed our little crawling machine mushed into the ground.
Now NASA really should think of this. If they show a picture of a pyramid,
yes.
My God, all the funding they would get.
You mean you're not suggesting that NASA should slip one in on us, are you?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Do you think they would? I mean, if too many people start saying what I'm saying right now, why, folks, it's nothing but a bunch of red damn rocks. We got them here on Earth. Matter of fact, here near Las Vegas, we've got an area called Red Rock.
Yeah.
I tell you right now, I could take a machine out there, and you would not be able to tell the difference between what you're seeing now and Red Rock. No way. It's called Red Rock, and that's all it is.
Yeah,
Red
who wants to go see rocks? But if they show up a picture of them, something interesting.
Well, remember, at one time, sir, Mars was covered with water, virtually a water. Somebody writes here, who's this? Chris. I have to highly recommend the family radio service radios that you've been touting. We just advertised those tonight from C. Crane. He said, one correction, they don't operate the 450 megahertz band. but rather 462 to 468. Well, my reference to 450 was a general one. When I say 450, I mean that range, but you are technically correct. It is in there. The properties of handheld radios at that frequency are rather unique in that they penetrate where other VHF radios just don't penetrate. And because it is a shorter bandwidth frequency, it will penetrate, for example, inside an automobile very readily. And in places where normal VHF radios, and CB, of course, gets left far in the dust, don't go, these family radios do go. They're quite remarkable, actually. All right, east of the Rockies, you are on the air. Hi.
Yeah, good morning, Art. They're reporting out of Syracuse University that a professor came up with it's what they call a purple goo, and it's actually a gelatin protein cube that's made out of swamp-living bacteria.
Yeah.
And it's using it to possibly replace the computer chip and hold 10,000 times more information. That's, of course, coming out of Syracuse University right now.
Well, I'm not surprised. That was the way they had to move eventually, a sort of a combination of, or a interface between a machine and a biological entity. You're a goo.
Right,
Sure.
that's what they're speaking of right now on local New York radio stations.
I'm not surprised. I'm simply not
I
surprised.
just want to give you that update. Thanks for the program, Art.
I appreciate the call. Thank you. Sure. That figures to be breaking news tonight, huh? Goo. Wonder how they'll contain it in a personal home computer. You'll have a little goo module. Really will be that. A little organic module that will establish neural connections and do storage at rates that will stagger you. And I believe this is the beginning. We are on the threshold of a sentient being, an entity. I don't know if you'd say being, an entity, something that is. And I think that defines it. Self-awareness, the ability to learn, to adapt. I don't know. Getting close to it, folks. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hi.
Good morning, sir. Honor to speak to you again.
And to you, where are you?
I'm in Minneapolis. My name's Carl.
Okay, Carl.
Also known as the Sober Charm Guy.
Yes, sir.
I have another prediction for you, but first I'd like to tell you I'm kind of disappointed in the Canadian people for burning the flag like they did the other day on TV.
Well, I've seen our flag go up an awful lot of times.
I know, but the Canadians, you know, we've saved them a few times.
Well, you know, you get in these disputes and people get angry. It's an expression. It's not one that we're happy with, but I suspect there have been Americans burn the Canadian flag as well.
Yeah, well, they come down here and they make a lot of money down here and they take it back up there. You know, whatever. But I'm kind of upset about it. So anyway, I have a prediction about the Marconi Awards.
Oh, yes.
I predict that you will win, and I hope that you will make a statement on that platform that will rock the world.
Well, first of all, I thank you for your prediction. I would say it's anything but a sure thing. There's some pretty hefty competition in there. Howard Stern's in there. Dr. Laura Schlesinger is in there. And there's a couple others.
Yes, there's the Sports Babe.
Yes, Sports Babe, and then one other.
You know who that is?
It's another sports person of some sort. But I'm sorry offhand, I don't remember the name. So, you know, that's some pretty heavy competition, even if you take the named people.
I don't think they're going to give it to Howard, though, because he's a jerk. And Laura, Dr. Laura, she is, I've listened to her show. She's on in the morning year after year off.
Yes.
I don't,
but see,
I hear she has an attitude, you know, she's a man basher.
Oh, look. But see, this is your perception. And the people voting on this award are the radio station program directors and managers.
Well, what they really are probably, most of them are day people, so let all the night people fill the ballot box there.
That isn't the way it works. I'm telling you. And you didn't help out my case there at all. You just said that they're probably all gay people. Why'd you say that? Really trying to help me out there, huh? Just insulted all of the management of all of the stations that I'm on. That was brilliant. Thank you. Stop payment on your check now. Look, I'm going to say this again, and I really mean it. I am satisfied with what has occurred thus far. I have been nominated. I have received a certificate of that nomination as one of the top 5 syndicated programs in the nation. And that certificate is up on the website. We put it up. It arrived actually in the mail yesterday, and so I scanned it and put it up there so you can see it. And I'm very, very honored. And if it doesn't ever go beyond that, that's just fine. It's a great honor to have received that. Now, should I win the first meaningful part of this conversation, I would have some things to say to the industry as my fee. It cannot be any one single thing, in my opinion. Rush developed and is certainly a gigantic, a huge talent, and developed the political side of talk radio. And immediately everybody else out there decided they had to follow in his rather formidable footsteps. And that was a mistake. And in my view, the industry has got to begin to diversify. There is so much more to life that can be talked about than politics. And that, again, that doesn't mean that I'm suggesting anybody follow in my footsteps, but rather establish your own track. And then talk radio, as it diversifies, will grow and strengthen. But I'll tell you a little secret. This spring book, what's called the spring book, was pretty much generally across the board a bad book for talk radio. Now, I did particularly well, and I'm very thankful for that. The ratings continue to skyrocket, and I'm very thankful for that. But this spring book was not a particularly good book for talk radio. Now, what that means is that in general, there's been some tune-out of talk radio across the nation, just as sort of a general trend. Talk radio remains, as far as I know, the #1 format. But it's beginning to erode a little bit, and the reason that's occurring is that there is not enough diversification. There are so many things in life that can be talked about. It's one of the reasons Dr. Laura is doing well, Rush is doing well, Howard is doing well, I'm doing well, and others who have moved away from what everybody thought it had to be are doing well, if you look at the list of, say, the top 10. So I would encourage the industry to continue this diversification and for people to look for new ideas and new things and new avenues and new niches. And when they're found, they're going to work. And if nobody gets out there and looks, talk radio is going to atrophy and be in trouble. So that's probably the essence of what I would say to my colleagues. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Now, Mr. Bell.
Yes, sir.
You're still #1 in Tullahoma, Tennessee.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, it's Roger. I just thought I'd call in and tell you sounded good.
Well, thank you very much. That's very kind of you.
What the caller, you thought he said gay? I could have sworn he said gay people, though, sir.
You know what? Maybe you're... Oh, gosh, I hope you're right. I could have sworn he said gay.
I think you said Dave.
Dave people. Maybe, you know what? That makes sense. I apologize for that call. I bet you're right, Dave people. And here...
Most of them are Dave people, though.
Well, it's true. It's true. And it's going to take, on the part of those who are voting, again, the, no doubt, primarily heterosexual program directors and managers, it's going to take some insight on their part to look at what's occurring at night rather than during the day, because during the day is very important for a radio station. You know, morning drive, afternoon drive, it's called. Very important. And so they would probably look at that first. We have just begun to sort of lighten up the night and prove again in the industry that the nighttime is viable in radio.
Yes, sir, it is. Well, like, you know, there are a lot of United Parcel Service that listen to you, part-time, full-time, management.
If only UPS did the voting.
Oh, man. Now, like I said, you know, we...
I think you're right, though. I think I owe that man an apology. I think you're absolutely right. He said day people. I could have sworn he said gay people. And I thought, oh, great, you know, there's some real help.
No, but I believe, you know, I believe that the, how do you say, the radio management know that that there's a pretty good listening crowd out there at night now. I mean,
oh, yes. Oh, yes.
Over the last 8 years, I've seen traffic quadruple out there on the road and everything. You know that they're going to have the radios on. They're going to be listening, and talk radio for me, I've been listening to you, I guess, a little over 2 years now. And you have a, you know, very good program, very diverse.
Well, it has skyrocketed, and I think that the diversity is one of the reasons.
Yes, sir.
And I'm not going to go back through the whole speech I just did, but I really think the whole industry's got to take a look at itself and grow up a little bit. Because you ask yourself, and I ask people this frequently, how many out of every day at home, are you married?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. Children?
3.
3. All right, 3 children and a wife. How many hours every day do you spend talking about politics with your 3 children and wife?
None.
None hours?
No.
Well, that's what most people say. That's what most people say. And that's the real truth. And so then why would something that is supposed to reflect life and the concerns of life, like talk radio, automatically spend hours every day, which most talk show hosts are committed to, reading Senate bills over the air, talking about politics, even when it's not worth talking about?
You're right.
So we've got to change. We've got to reflect life and interest. And that's how we'll grow. That's my little speech.
Well, it's like this. You know, driver training schools and such as that right there, they teach how to drive, but they don't teach on the rules of the road.
That's true.
And it goes with school and everything else. It's reading, writing, and arithmetic, but they also need to teach common sense and, you know, about, you know, life itself.
Well, there's a lot to talk about in life. You're sure right about that. Thank you. And I think you're also right about that caller. Boy, do I apologize. I could have sworn he said gay. But now, as I reflect on it, I'm sure he didn't. Thank goodness. Yeah, there's a lot to life. There's a lot to life that's very interesting to people, that deserves to be discussed. Talk radio should be reflecting life, not some little microcosm of it that occurs mainly back in Washington without relevance to our daily lives. It's my view. West of the Rockies, you're on the air. Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I am reasonably all right.
And this is Art.
It is.
And how the heck are you?
You already asked.
I'm calling from Edmonton, Canada.
Edmonton, Alberta, Canada.
I'm amazed I got through. Anyway, I just heard the comments from the one fellow that kind of brought Canada into the picture. We're not like that. Just, and I don't understand the homosexual bit either, so I think he should just, you know, I don't know what to say.
Well, did he say gay or day?
He said gay. But he could have said gay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I almost have to go back and listen to the tape. I'm going to give him the benefit of the doubt and say day.
Yeah, no kidding. Anyway, Art, one thing I wanted to talk to you about, actually calling up here from Canada, with the Phoenix sightings, we had a little thing going up in Canada. You might want to try to get a hold of one of the TV stations here. About a month ago, we had not a series, but we had 2 lights that were reported flying in actually quite a weird direction. I never seen them myself, but they flew over northern Alberta, passed directly over the city of Edmonton.
Really?
And they proceeded to go southerly towards another city to the south, Leduc, Alberta. And it apparently was witnessed by quite a few people, and somebody had actually home videotaped it, and I believe they have it. And you may want to try to get your hands on that. I've been trying to get a hold of you for a while and tell you about that.
Of course I want to get my hands on it.
And I don't know if I can give you a number off the air.
As a matter of fact, this is the one instance where you probably can do that because the program is ending. How about if I put you on hold?
Thanks.
All right, I'm putting you on hold. Holding in Canada. East of the Rockies, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hi, Art. It's Steve out here in South Carolina.
Steve in South Carolina.
Yeah, listening to 1210 fading in and out.
All right.
Did you have a list of the top 10 that radio shows you were talking about earlier?
As a matter of fact, I believe that list was up on the website for a while.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if you had one you could read right before you went off there. I'd be interested to hear who the top 10 are. And he said day, as in day and night.
Ah, good.
Because we were talking about you being a night show, and most of the other shows that are probably in the top 5 there are day shows. I'm sure he said day. But,
all right.
Well, we love you out here, and you do a great job.
Well, thank you very much.
I listen to you every night coming home from work. I work for Amtrak, and I listen to you all the time. I've talked to you a couple other times, but we really enjoy your show.
Well, I love trains, by the way.
Yeah, you ought to come out here on the East Coast and take a ride.
Oh, I really love trains. I once had an opportunity. I rode all the way from Vancouver in British Columbia to near Niagara Falls, all the way across Canada. By
Canadian Rail.
Oh, let me tell you, it was
supposed to be fantastic.
Absolutely one of the most beautiful trips I've ever taken in my whole life.
Well, you'd be another celebrity I've met if you'd come out here. They had Scotty Moore, Elvis Presley's old guitar player, on the train the other day. You know, people like that. You meet them out here, and they're just about average people.
Well, you know, that's
good people.
That's all I am is just an average person.
Yeah, you know, the first time I heard you, I had a picture in my mind. The very first time I heard you, I thought, here's a little old guy. He's probably 65 years old. You know, you get a picture of somebody in your mind on the radio.
Yes.
I saw your picture, and you look like probably a next-door neighbor.
Exactly right. That's really all I am. I don't take well to this celebrity status thing. I don't like it. You want to know the truth? I really don't like it.
Well, I don't see how it would be sort of,
I mean, let me put it this way. I love doing the program. I love it, but I don't love the attention.
Yeah, I mean, at least your radio, so most people may not recognize you. You can go out and shop, do things, but...
It was that way, but I've done TV and I've been in so many newspapers and stuff now that it's getting a little harder. Listen...
Get too big for your britches, huh?
Well, I'm doing that anyway.
Yeah, I know that feeling.
Listen, the program is over, so you get the honors.
Good night.
Good night.
From the Southeast Asian capital city of the Philippines, Manila, I welcome you. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever the case may be, wherever you are. Darkness, I suppose, across the majority of the listening audience at this hour. It is my honor and privilege to be with you, all the ABs well. The typhoon season here, save one super-duper typhoon out in the middle of the Pacific, not threatening us in any way, but it's big. Wind gusts up to 333 kilometers per hour. That is a big typhoon. Fortunately, I guess threatening Guam with some of the rain bands, but beyond that, no inhabited areas. Well, all right, we're going to look quickly at the news, and then we've got a very, 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 very interesting guest, William Forstchin, who is going to be talking about EMP, electromagnetic pulse, and what it could do to us. And frankly, I'm very interested myself in this. I've been interested in EMP all my life, and I don't fully, I mean, I have an understanding of EMP, but I don't really understand it. I don't really understand how it's generated and how it does the damage that it apparently does, which is unbelievable. So we'll get to that. Hopefully only in talk. First, a little bit of news. It was indeed an interesting Friday. Dubai announced that it might default on its $60 billion debt. Dubai. This is, I think, home of now what is the world's tallest building. It was supposed to be a very rich nation with no problems, and now it's going to default, possibly on its debt. Well, they talked about a 6-month grace period or something, but that's just ahead of default. And boy, did it rattle the world's financial markets. And yesterday, the financial stations, which we get over here, were talking about the possibility of, another global dip. And that's putting it mildly. So you have to wonder, the markets did recover a little bit, but you've got to wonder, is it all over? I wonder how many other emerging markets are teetering on the edge of insolvency. In a blow to Iran, I don't think it's a blow, the board of the UN Nuclear Agency Friday overwhelmingly backed a demand from the U.S., Russia, China, and 3 other powers that Tehran immediately stop building its newest revealed nuclear facility and freeze uranium enrichment. Iranian officials, of course, shrugged off the approval of the resolution by 25 members of the 35-nation board of the International Atomic Energy Agency, but the U.S. and its allies hinted of new UN sanctions if Tehran should remain defiant. I don't mean to laugh, but UN sanctions have never really moved anybody to do anything, as far as I know. The only kind of sanctions that Iran should fear would be F-117 and B-2 sanctions. Now, those are sanctions with teeth. And I don't know that it will ever get to that. But if Tehran gets a nuclear weapon, if North Korea is able to build up their nuclear arsenal, then the subject we're going to talk about tonight has an awful lot of relevance, so stay tuned. Tiger Woods injured early Friday. He lost control of his SUV. This all occurred at about 2:25 in the morning, local time. And I guess his wife grabbed one of his golf clubs and smashed the window and got him out. So, golf clubs are good for something besides golf. I live next to a big golf course here. And I watch, it's a gorgeous golf course, and I watch the golfers. And even when it rains here, it doesn't matter if the wind is blowing, if it's raining, they're out there golfing under the absolute worst of conditions. Even in a typhoon, they're out there trying to golf. They are intractable. I guess you've all heard now about the Virginia couple who crashed the president's party, got by all the Secret Service checkpoints, took pictures with everybody who counts. Unbelievable. I guess there's going to be an investigation of how they did that. Very embarrassing for the Secret Service. Very, very embarrassing. A train has derailed in Russia, 25 dead. Oh, and then this. From Amsterdam. The U.S. Now has joined, along with China and other countries, setting targets this week for reducing greenhouse gas emissions. The world's combined pledges ahead of next month's climate summit in Copenhagen. They're actually calling it Hopenhagen. Some people are hoping that there'll be big changes. Anyway, it's on, and President Obama will go, and he will make a sort of a middle-of-the-road promise about what we might do. I want to address the hacked climate emails. I don't know if that's been mentioned. The mainstream press seems to be ignoring it, possibly for a good reason. Most of the world's scientists believe that global warming is absolutely real. There are skeptics, of course, and whether any of the skeptics were behind this, or whether the hacking of these emails was just done. The timing seems a little suspicious. So what I did is I went and I read as much as I could. Even I want to know. I believe in global warming. And I don't know how anybody who's really looked at it could not believe in global warming. I really don't. So I went and I looked at as many extracts of the emails as I could. I even went and tried to look at the full body of emails. There's simply too many. But in everything I read, it's embarrassing, of course. Private communications hacked and then made public are always embarrassing, but I really didn't see any smoke-emitting gun, if you'll excuse the sort of pun. I really didn't see anything that said they were faking all of this. But I wanted to address the issue, and I really did, and I went and I looked as hard as I could, and they're picking out little words from, there's thousands of emails, I guess, and I presume they're legit, and even if they are legit, I really didn't see anything that says all of this is a hoax. And even if one or two scientists did fudge, if it turns out, I didn't see that, but if it turns out they did fudge data one way or the other, it's not apparent to me at this point with as much as I could read. And any of you who, they make big internet headlines about, the emails and it's all a hoax and all the rest of it. Well, I didn't read that. And any of you who go read it, let me know if you find anything that declares it's a hoax. They made it all up. And it's in the emails. I didn't see that. And I think that's why it's not hitting the mainstream press. But I wanted to mention it nevertheless, and I did the best kind of research I could before coming on the air. All right, a couple of other items. Suddenly, the moon looks exciting again. It apparently has lots of water, according to scientists on Friday, a thrilling discovery that sent a ripple of hope for a future astronaut outpost in a place that's always seemed barren and inhospitable. Experts have long suspected there was water on the moon. Confirmation came from data churned up by two NASA spacecraft that intentionally slammed into a lunar crater last month. Indeed, yes, we have found water, and not just a little bit. We found a lot, said Anthony Klopete, I believe it is, lead scientist for the mission, holding up a white water bucket for emphasis. Of course, everybody has kind of always thought the moon would be a launching point for Mars and beyond. And you need fuel. And when you have water, you have fuel. So there's that. And of course, if there's going to be human beings there, you've also got to have water because we don't live long without it. So a lot of water on the moon, they're happy. The following comes from the Bulgarian press. And these are legit scientists in Bulgaria saying this. Aliens live on Earth and are in constant communication and interaction with us, according to Bulgarian scientists. This is all quoted by a news service called DNES, and I wouldn't try to pronounce it. It may not even be a name. It may be just initials for something. On November 23rd of 2009, it was even claimed that some alien species were present during a media statement. This is when they did the news conference for this, and I guess they said, well, they're here now, in which they had answered more than 30 questions put forward by Bulgarian Academy of Science personnel. You see, pretty mainstream there anyway. The deputy head of the Space Exploration Department within the BAS told reporters that they, the aliens, they're here among us now. He said that even though there's little awareness of their presence, they are conducting surveillance, said he, and research on Earth. The scientist said they're not hostile in any way. In fact, to the contrary, they are friendly, and they're willing to help us. Unfortunately, due to our lack of evolution and development, gee, I don't like that, we are unable to conduct any coherent form of conversation with this superior life form. They want to help us, but the problem is that we don't know what to ask of them once a contact is established. Filipov, the scientist involved, reckons it'll be impossible to try and track extraterrestrial life with our current radar equipment or through the use of radio telescopes. Apparently, the aliens were categorical that any future means of contact between us and them would be conducted through mental power and telepathy. The aliens are very critical of our immoral behavior and our destruction of the environment. They say that global warming is attributed mainly to infrastructural engineering. Haven't read the emails yet, I guess. Additionally, they are very skeptical of our use of cosmetics and artificial insemination because it is, quote, unnatural, Filipov said. Sounds more like the Catholic Church. According to Filipov, his team of scientists are currently analyzing the answers to their questions from the interactions with the visitors. Scientists aim to have a coherent strategic plan pertaining to questions which they will put forward to the extraterrestrials in their next meeting, which is now said to be scheduled for the spring of 2010. So that's mainstream science in Bulgaria. All right, coming up in a moment is William Forstchen. William R. Forstchen is a professor of history and faculty fellow at Montreat College in Montreat, North Carolina. He received his doctorate from Purdue University with specializations in military history, the American Civil War, and the history of technology. His current book, which is 1 Second After, what a great title, was cited on the floor of Congress and before the House Armed Services Committee by Congressman Roscoe Bartlett, a Republican from Maryland, chair of the House Committee tasked to evaluate EMP weapons as a realistic portrayal of the potential damage rendered by an EMP attack on the continental United States. So he'll be talking about that, and of course the nukes in Korea, and what an EMP attack actually does. So coming up in a moment, expect William Forstchen. Oh, there is one bit of news that may or may not be breaking worldwide, I don't know, but in the southern Philippines, in southwest Mindanao, that's kind of where all the trouble is, you know, southwest Mindanao, there was a slaughter. There were 57 people killed. Near as we can figure out, it's political. There was somebody there about to, a mayor, I believe, about to register for election. And it was a family thing, a couple of families. It involved, though, 100 armed men. And there were 57 people slaughtered, shot, and then beheaded, I believe. So I don't know if that made it to the world press or not. It's certainly big news over here. All right, William Forstchen, welcome to Coast AM, or welcome back, I'm not sure. Have you been a guest previously?
Yes, I've been with George a couple of times before, and sir, it's an honor to be with you today.
It's an honor to have you, my friend. All right, this is a subject near and dear to my heart. EMP, I guess I could ask you what it means, but it's electromagnetic pulse, right?
Yes, sir. And may I ask to start, what got you interested in it?
Well, I'm an amateur radio operator. Have been since I was 13 years old, now 64 years of age. And I've just simply always been interested, but I have not, and this is going to lead to some interesting questions that I don't know that you're ready for, but I'm going to try anyway. I don't understand a very great deal about an electromagnetic pulse, how it's generated, how, for example, I understand that an air burst or a burst very high in the atmosphere will produce an electromagnetic pulse. So can I start with sort of a list of questions of, for example, would any nuclear blast in the atmosphere generate EMP?
EMP is a byproduct of all nuclear detonation. So what it is that at the instant of detonation, you have a massive gamma ray burst being emitted by the weapon. And when that hits the atmosphere, it does separate off some electrons that create a static electric event. Now, So why haven't we really noticed it much before? Well, in the nuclear weapon testing of and also military use of the 40s and 50s, EMP is a line of sight event. You detonate a weapon on the ground. Well, the static discharge really isn't going to be noticeable because you're going to be overwhelmed by the blast of the bomb. But in 1962, as the Cuban Missile Crisis was building, both we and the Soviets, and a bit of saber rattling, tossed a couple of nukes out into space. I think there was a total of at least 10 or 15 shots.
I remember that, yeah.
Yeah. Remember the Life magazine cover showing the weapon blowing up, and it's as bright as day in Hawaii, 500 miles away. But what happened is, when it's above the Earth's atmosphere, as the gamma ray burst comes off the bomb, it hits the upper atmosphere, and it triggers what's called the Compton effect, first discussed by Nobel Prize winner Compton, who received the Nobel Prize for this theory in 1927. These free electrons are like a pebble going off the top of a cliff and then triggering an avalanche. They cascade down through the atmosphere. It's almost like a chain reaction. And now we look at the fact that the Earth is, in fact, a giant magnet. We have a magnetic core. The electrical charge is slapped down onto the Earth's surface. Estimates can run as high as a couple hundred volts per square meter. And this is when the bad stuff starts.
Oh, yeah, a couple hundred volts per square meter, my God. But let me back up for just a second. We did a lot of above-ground testing before we took it below ground. And I'm sure we measured everything in the world. We just measured and measured and measured radiation levels, the amounts of damage, and on and on and on. We had sensors looking at everything. So this would not be apparent at ground level, I take it.
Exactly, because it is a line of sight event, and a nuclear weapon detonated on the ground, depending upon the terrain, the line of sight is usually only several miles. But within that several miles, you're in the blast radius.
I would think at least 20 miles line of sight, or maybe more, because, a nuclear mushroom cloud goes up. But at least 20 miles. Radio is line of sight 20 miles usually at ground level.
What shocked the observers, both in the Soviet Union and America in 1962, was, and I urge folks, when our show is over and they get up tomorrow or whatever, if this sounds a bit like tinfoil hat stuff, just have to go on the internet for an hour or two and Google up Starfish Prime. One word.
I'm sorry, Starfish
Prime.
Okay.
That is the code name for the declassified information regarding the 1962 detonation of a weapon about 500 miles south of Hawaii. The second thing to look up is Soviet test number 184. That was not realized on our side until after the collapse of the Soviet Union and was only recently declassified. In which the Soviets did the same thing over Kazakhstan. So here in 1962, we popped some nukes, and that first one, Starfish Prime, the observation teams were like, well, maybe we can finally measure this EMP event that Compton talked about. It overwhelmed the instrumentation that was evaluating the detonation. And a fair part of the power grid on the island of Maui was totally blown out, and sections of the power grid in Honolulu were blown out as well.
Doctor, hold it right there. It's a very short break because of the news I had at the beginning of the program, so hold tight right there, and we'll come back and get into this in depth. It apparently would kill about 90% of those below it eventually. We'll find out how shortly. You are all the way from the other side of the world, here in Southeast Asia, Manila, in the Philippines. I am Art Bell, and I'm filling in for George Norrie, who's taking the night off. Oh, no, wait a minute. Am I? Yes, I am. Friday night back there, right? So I am filling in for George, taking a night off, and I'm sure it's related in some way or another to the holiday. Tomorrow night, it's going to be Ian Punnett. And Ian is right here, I think, and Ian will tell us all about the show tomorrow night. Ian, what's up for tomorrow?
Always a pleasure, Art. Art. Thank you so much. Tomorrow night, we'll return to the Muslim Mafia. We had them on for the first hour, but we're going to get deeper into this book, which connects both the front organizations for Al-Qaeda operating in this country, in some cases operating in plain sight, and also the authors of the book that have been in court about the Muslim Mafia this week. And on Sunday night, an old friend of yours, Richard C. Hoagland, will be debating Greg Braden on 2012, exactly what's going to happen. This was Greg's idea. He called me last week and said, got an idea, and RCH is willing to go along with it, so that's coming up Sunday night when I'll be hosting on Coast to Coast.
What does he think is going to happen in 2012?
You know what? I honestly don't know. We had a brief conversation about it, and because I like Greg Braden so much, and I know he's been listening to Richard talking about it with George, he said, I got a lot to say, and I thought, okay, well, let's
all right, well, let me ask you the opposite question, because I'm out of the loop here. What does Richard think is going to happen?
Well, according to Greg, that he's taking a much more literalistic approach to a astronomical catastrophe, and that there will be something that will happen as a result of this planetary alignment, which Greg does not subscribe to, but he also has some definite views on something that will happen that he doesn't think RCH will go along with. So that'll be Sunday night on Coast to Coast.
I'll try and tune in. That sounds really, really interesting.
You never know. Thanks, Art.
All right, thank you, buddy. Take care. Fascinating. Of course, it debuted here the very same day it debuted back in the United States. They do that now. I think it has something to do with anti-piracy efforts or something. Boy, I'll tell you what, we get movies just like that over here. Have nice digital movie theaters and everything. All right, back with William Forstchen and EMP in a moment. James in Dorchester, Massachusetts, fast blasts me regarding the emails, the climate emails, and he says, Art, they must have gotten to you. Oh, I'm not surprised. The next thing you'll be telling me is polar bears can't swim. I guess he's imagining that, I suppose that it's okay if the ice melts because polar bears can swim. Well, if they can swim and swim and swim and swim and swim, then I guess they'll be okay. James. By the way, you can fast blast me anything you want, positive, negative, upside down, or whatever, by going to the coastcoastam.com website and finding Fast Blast and just typing it away, and it'll appear magically on my screen. All right, back to Professor Forstchen, and he is a professor, so I guess we should honor him that way, or a doctor, one way or the other. Again, I want to understand some of the basics of EMP, doctor, and that is, for example, are there other ways to generate EMP aside from a nuclear detonation?
Oh gosh, you just gave me an underhand pitch because listening to your program, the promo on your program coming up in a couple of days discussing potentials in the year 2012. After my book, 1 second after it was released, a couple of weeks after it came out, one of my friends called up and said, Phil, you got to read a book called The Sun, S-U-N, The Sun King by Clark. And it's about the impact of, it's actually about, mostly focuses on 19th century solar astronomy, in which for the first time I came across something called the Carrington event. Now, you mentioned right at the start your interest in ham radio and radio operation.
That's right.
My old man, K2GEC, I used to sit up in the attic with him many an evening. And, we both know that solar weather affects radio transmission.
Yes, of course.
A major solar flare produces an EMP.
The big one was back, I think, in the late 1800s, right?
1859. And
okay, middle.
Yet another thing that folks, that they think sounds a bit crazy, look it up later, it's called the Carrington event. Now, I was attending a conference on EMP about 2 months ago up in Niagara. There's about 800 folks in the audience, experts from around the world. And when the team
did the presentation on the potential of an EMP event in a solar storm, that room was as silent, the old pin drop at the end. It was sort of an, oh my God, yeah. The head of that team, an incredible comment. He said, ask me to predict a military usage of an EMP weapon. I can't give you a percentage. Ask me to predict an EMP event within our lifetime that could actually take down the entire power grid of the world. I think it's highly probable, almost inevitable.
Mm-hmm.
Now, NASA and NOAA put out a report back around May or June predicting a significant increase in solar storm activity peaking in 2013.
Really?
Yeah.
As a matter of fact,
to worry about now on top of everything else with the 2012 prophecy.
well, right now, scientists are saying, the last I read anyway, we've all been, ham operators have been very upset about the fact that we have not been having any sunspots.
Mm-hmm.
It's a what's going on right now is, if not unprecedented, pretty close. There are no new sunspots, or so few. I mean, we actually saw the sun reverse polarity, and then we've had a few very weak sunspots that have sort of appeared in the opposite polarity and then disappeared, and there's a great vacuum where the sunspots ought to be. Well, we ought to be in mid-cycle right now on the way up, and nothing's happening, Professor.
Yeah, and that's what caught me with the NASA NOAA report in June, and which became a major topic at the EMP conference in Niagara in September, is we are out of cycle, but the prediction is the cycle is going to finally pick back up and swing in again.
Now, I hope so.
When the Carrington event is named after a British astronomer, Carrington, obviously, who in 1859 was the first solar astronomer to observe a major solar flare event. About 24 hours after he observed this, the Victorian internet, the telegraphy systems in England and in northeast United States went down.
Mm-hmm.
So here we have the overbuilt technology at that time. I know I've seen some of the telegraphy equipment at that period, and as a historian, and boy, it's overbuilt compared to what we got now. Wires were melting off of the poles.
Right.
Railroad ties were bursting into flames from the current running down the track. Telegraphy operators were being electrocuted, blew the grid out. Now, consider that happening to our vastly more elaborate, elaborate and delicate infrastructure of today.
Well, I'm not sure how much voltage per square meter, an event from the sun could actually produce. I know there was a solar flare at the end, toward the end of this last cycle, that was so large the scientists couldn't measure it. Fortunately, it was not directed earthward, but it was very, very large.
Mm-hmm.
Pardon me?
It was pretty darn close, though. It was like a bullet going past it.
Right, but didn't hit. Horseshoes and hand grenades, I think. So it didn't hit. But had it hit, I'm not sure. Did anybody bother after the event to measure, had it actually hit Earth, how much voltage per square meter it would have produced?
I couldn't give you the answer on that one, and I think that would be hard to predict. But if that one had hit its square on, like the Carrington event of 1859, I don't think we'd be linked as we are via satellite with you in Manila and me in Asheville, North Carolina, and millions and millions of people around the world listening in. It would have taken our grid system down. And the disturbing aspect of that is we don't have the spare parts. We don't have the infrastructure redundancy to bring the grid back up. The projection I heard at the conference in September was that over 80% of our electrical generating systems in the eastern United States would still be offline 4 years later. Yeah.
That's amazing. That really is amazing. And certainly an event like that could occur if the sun ever cranks up and does what it's supposed to do again. So that's definitely worth consideration. Of course, I don't know if people understand this or not, but back in the 1800s, the telegraph system, for example, was nothing but long lines. Very, very long lines. And that's what collects the energy from an event like that from the sun, or, as you mentioned, railroad ties. Something very, very, very long would collect a great deal of voltage. Now, whether it could reach the kind of levels that you're talking about with a nuclear EMP event and begin to fry people's transistor equipment is another question. Do you have any thoughts on that?
Yes, it is. And if you look up again, I mentioned this earlier, WZ-184.
Mm-hmm.
Unlike our detonations over the Pacific, they detonate their weapon over Central Asia.
Mm-hmm.
Now, obviously, they're not going to do something what insane in terms of destroying their own power grid, but they did.
So what happened in Kazakhstan?
Well, one of their underground power cables picked up the overload from the EMP and it blew out the power generating system 400 miles away. Think of the overbuilt Soviet cars of the 50s and 60s. Automobile ignition systems fused.
Mm-hmm.
So, obviously, they're not going to blow one of these with, oh, yeah, okay, we're going to lose some of our power stations, but what the heck, let's see what happens. It caught them by surprise, and there's a following year, 1963, we go to our test pantry.
son, Professor, we do have we do have the Earth's magnetic field, which, if it gets hit hard enough, is depressed. And of course, the really scary scenario is that there's a series of very large flares, and the magnetic field gets very depressed, and then, weak as it is, boom, it gets hit by a giant one, and the scenario you talk about is underway. I just would love to have a way to understand the difference in the severity of these two possibilities. And I guess there is no way to know, huh?
The information is online. I've gone through it, and, as I mentioned at the start, I've only been bringing myself up to speed on the solar aspect of it since my book was published in March. And a friend referred me to the book, The Sun King. The data is
time. Professor, hold tight. Believe it or not, another half hour just went by. This is just amazing how quickly time passes when you're having fun? Question mark. All right, everybody. My guest is Professor William Forstchen. We're talking about EMP events and what they would do to us. From Manila in the Philippines, I'm Art Bell. Something we can do as long as there's no EMP. That's worldwide communications. Hi, everybody. I am Art Bell, filling in for George Norrie. Has a night off. Professor William Forstchen is my guest, and it's a pretty bleak scenario that he's been laying out. Now, I understand that some of you will have joined the program as it has gone on, and probably, I don't know, are not exactly aware of what we're talking about. We're talking about an EMP, which is an electromagnetic pulse. Now, what it would do is virtually destroy all the transistors, all the long power lines that, the whole shebang would go down. Computers that hold our economic data would be dead. The power grid would be completely dead. There'd be no water shortly because, of course, you need power to pump water, and on and on and on. You get the idea. It would essentially be the end of all. And yes, some percentage would survive, but it would probably be a fairly low percentage compared to the total population of the United States. Most would die. I guess we can say that safely. That's an established, I don't think you can argue with it, scenario. That's what the professor has laid out. Smaller nations like Iran and North Korea could accomplish this. Now, the American population is largely unaware of this threat. Unaware. They don't know about it. So, not like the old days when the tens of thousands of nuclear weapons on each side could destroy each country and probably in the process the entire world. But it's every bit as serious a threat, and maybe more of a threat because it's held in the hands of those who don't care whether they live or die. There is also a threat from our sun. Now, I'm not sure there's as much we can do about that. Certainly, we can begin hardening if we understand the threat. But there is something we can do about the other, the man-made, the hand of man threat. That we can do something about if we understand the threat, which obviously the majority of us do not. So more of all this in a moment. We'll be right back. All right. In the interest of backtracking for those who joined late, Donald in Las Vegas, Nevada asks, we're not getting concrete answers. Well, actually, we have been. But to go on, exactly, he says, how does an EMP disable the grid, my electronics, and beyond that, how can I harden my home, line the walls with copper mesh grounded to earth, or will having a big whole house surge protector work? Thanks, Don in Las Vegas. Professor?
Great question. I'm referring people a lot to the internet tonight. Look up Faraday cage, F-A-R-A-D-A-Y cage.
Yes.
There are numerous sites there that can explain to you how to build a very simple, for $10, $20. You can build a Faraday cage that you can throw some of your spare electronics into that would be well protected. The problem with commercial surge protectors as we have them now is the surge, say from a lightning bolt hitting nearby, comes at you like a wave. And in the first microsecond when the surge starts to pick up, your $100 surge protector that you have within your TV goes, uh-oh, and snaps it off before it can go through and blow your system. An EMP doesn't come like a wave, it comes like a wall. So it's already blown through your surge protection system before it detects it and shuts you offline. There are EMP surge protection systems, but they're rather expensive. The best answer to that gentleman is, assume you're going to lose a lot, and beyond that, what's your computer, even if you had a survivable computer, what's it going to be communicating with when the grid itself is down? That takes us back to hardening. Hardening is building through our electrical supply system sufficient surge protections and relays and replacement parts that even if parts of the system are blown out, they can be replaced quickly and brought back online.
All right, Professor, correct me if I'm wrong, but I thought that a nuclear detonation in the atmosphere would produce such a large EMP that it wouldn't matter whether you have a surge protector in front of your computer or not, because it would fry. There'd be enough voltage to directly fry all the circuits in your computer. Certainly all the transistors would go, and that would be that. Or your TV or whatever. Am I wrong?
You're absolutely right. In fact, I set in on some real experts, the PhD physicist sites that were debating what happens to people with pacemakers.
Funny. David in Ketchikan, Alaska is asking that. He says his wife has a pacemaker and a defibrillator, and of course she'd be instantly dead.
Here's the bit. It depends again upon the voltage per square meter laid down, and it's a line of sight event. Let's say, fortunately, his wife is down in the basement, away from any nearby conductive systems, doing whatever, and the EMP hits. Maybe she'll be okay, but there's no promise. If she's standing looking up at the sky at the moment it happens, and she's in a direct line of sight, it could be a grim scenario.
Well, Professor, it's my understanding, though, that these would be detonated at what sort of altitude?
I've been told that the optimum altitude is classified, but it's somewhere between 200 to 300 miles. Directly above Kansas, could do a lay down across the entire continental United States.
Yes, so that was my point. So the line of sight from 200 or 300 miles up is obviously gigantic.
I wouldn't want to live in Selena. That's, people know that Selena is, it goes straight up 200 odd miles or whatever, and you have a line of sight. And of course, if you're directly underneath, you're going to get a stronger surge than you would, say, up in Maine.
Yes, but it's going to cover, if it's line of sight, it's going to cover a hell of a lot of geography. So, I don't know. I think you've laid out your scenario very accurately. It's really scary. And the question is, what can we do about it? Well, not much. Let me ask about one other line of questioning here, and that is, Ronald Reagan, when he was our president, lobbied very, very hard to have some sort of a protective shield built for the United States so that if, detecting on launch, anything that would be launched, we would turn into dust before it gained much altitude at all. So what about that? What about some sort of great safety net?
Oh, gosh. Now you've really hit onto the political sore point of this, and I'll be blunt. It's why I talk sometimes more about solar, because one of my first concerns is hardening the system. SDI, more commonly known as Star Wars, Strategic Defense Initiative, kicked in by Reagan in the early 80s, and you can remember it was met with a lot of derision.
Oh, yes.
And a lot of mockery, and it has been all across the last 25 years. Now, those who understand the system know that against a full-scale Soviet launch, SDI is not a guarantee. Even if only 5% of the warheads get through, we're cooked.
Right.
But, and here's the big capitalized but, the UK. against the launch from Iran or North Korea, where it's only 1 to 3 missiles. That is an entirely different scenario. And just 2 points here. In Poland, on September 17th, we announced we were pulling out. And all about that, the political gap, the day we announced it, by the way, was the day, the 70th anniversary of Poland being knifed in the back by the Soviet Union and invaded. That missile shield system in Poland could have protected the eastern United States from an Iranian launch going from east to west. One other example, when Korea did a series of launches back in the spring. We had a highly accurate radar system working on an X-band that I was told can detect a baseball launching out of a stadium from 2,000 miles away. We turned that radar system off because we didn't want to do something provocative while they were launching their missile. A radar system that could have given us accurate data as to capability of the missile system. As to where their other launch flashed down, nobody saw them.
So,
yeah, it's frustrating.
All right. Obviously, there's probably some information that's classified that I guess you don't know about, but I would imagine there is some level of SDI up there now that we don't talk about. What we have,
yes, there is. We have a battery, and we have four interceptors based in Vandenberg, both Air Force Base in California. We have a battery, I believe, of 20 based in Alaska that could be effective against Korean launch. Also, your Aegis systems mounted shipboard can be effective in the early stage, the aloft stage. You have the aloft, the transition, and reentry. But let me add, there is no reentry on an EMP weapon. You have to nail it in the beginning or in the middle, not at the end.
Shades, yeah. We probably also have space-based stuff that we don't talk about. Wouldn't you imagine?
I can imagine, but I've never heard anybody talk about it. I've heard a lot of people, and I'm very enthusiastic in my support of what's called Brilliant Pebbles.
Yes.
There was the dumb pebble system of the 80s, which was kind of an interesting idea. Essentially, you launch a trash can full of pebbles in the direction of an incoming missile, and the kinetic energy of these pebbles spreading out would destroy it. Brilliant Pebbles is a system of small satellites with about a 6-foot-long interceptors mounted on them that are in orbit. Same way we have, I think 14 or 18 geosync, not geosync, our geopositioning satellites. But any particular spot on the Earth is covered at any given moment. Detect the launch, pop it while it's still in the loft stage, or definitely in the transition stage.
So we probably have some protection. We probably have some protection that is classified that we're not aware of. Hopefully that's the case. Maybe that's why they're not educating the public. Perhaps that's why they're not educating the public about the danger. Otherwise, the collective silence on this issue, with the exception of what we're doing right now, is overwhelming and can't be justified, can it?
Well, let me present an absurdity. In talking with Congressman Bartlett and his staff, and they were tremendous help with getting data. And I remember early in my first conversation with Congressman Bartlett, who is our leading advocate, along with Benny Thompson, by the way, a liberal Democrat from Mississippi, and a conservative Republican from Maryland, worked together on this. Congressman Bartlett said, Bill, the problem with EMP is there's no constituency. Now, sir, I think you were doing a great patriotic duty tonight by talking about this. You reach millions of people. If you help build a constituency of audience who start to say to their congressman, by heavens, one of you guys is going to take this thing seriously, then you've done an incredible service for America. Now, let me give you an absurdity. While all of this has been going on, and since my own direct involvement in my book, 1 Second After coming out, you know that Congress passed a law forbidding us from owning chimpanzees?
Do that again, please.
Congress passed a law forbidding us from owning chimpanzees.
Okay.
You see my point?
Well,
one woman endured a horrific tragedy Remember she was on some talk show a couple of weeks ago, a woman who had her face torn off by
Oh, that's right. Yes. Mm-hmm.
Well, that gained such national media attention that some congressman stood up and said, gosh, we got to pass a law against chimpanzees. Meanwhile, the entire nation is at risk on other issues, and it's ignored. It shows the absurdity of government.
Well, when I look at this, I can only imagine that they either feel there's nothing we can do about it, or that even an education of the public wouldn't allow a preemptive strike if that's what it's going to take. And it sounds like it will, short of something classified that we both don't know about, or at least I don't. Are you aware of... let me rephrase this. Are you aware of any classified material that that would justify the government's silence on this subject?
Let me, please, and I'm so glad you asked me that, please let me emphasize, I have never looked at classified information. I have asked questions at times. Two experts who just smile and say, Bill, let's change the subject. My anxiety comes because of attending a number of conferences on this subject, in which there are people who are aware of both classified information and, of course, declassified, who express a lot of anxiety. That reaction tends to tell me that there is a real, genuine reason for a national concern and a need for national education on this, which you are doing at this very moment.
I'm not sure what, assuming that you have the cooperation of those people who listen tonight, and it scared the hell out of them, what would you suggest they do?
House Bill 2195, for starters. Now, Graham, we're all preoccupied with the health bill and other issues. And a wonderful lady in my life has a wonderful quote that I know Congressman Bartlett even picked up on, which is, she was reading my book and doing some editing on the bill. What good is a bailout? What good is a health care bill if there's no country left to bail out?
Good point. Good point. House Bill 2195, you said?
H.R. 2195, co-sponsored by Betty Thompson and Representative Bartlett. You can look it up online. Is a first step towards hardening our system.
So it provides for the beginning of the hardening of the infrastructure?
Mm-hmm.
In what manner does it do that?
It's looking particularly at the smart grid system that the administration has proposed, which ironically is even more vulnerable, and its infrastructure. It's creating more vulnerable points. Granted, beautiful high tech, highly vulnerable. H.R. 2195 specifically demands funding, which would increase the cost by about only 10% to ensure that the smart grid is sufficiently hardened to withstand a major EMP event. It would be a huge step.
And what kind of timeline, even if you assume for a moment this passes, which in the current political atmosphere I doubt, but if it did and it got signed, what kind of timeline would be involved in terms of hardening?
I've been told 3 to 5 years we could start to see a major effect.
3 to 5 years. With regard to a possible attack by any one of these rogue nations of the sort you've laid out tonight, how soon might that occur?
I am deeply, deeply concerned. In fact, when you were going over the news at the start of your program, and I could hear the tone of your voice discussing a number of nations that told Iran, oh, please, please stop.
Yeah.
I am deeply worried for the safety of my daughter and my country on the day that Iran has lost capability, which they already have, combined with fissionable warheads, that they have 2 to 3 of them. That's the day they can take us out.
It's about as scary as it gets. Yeah. It's really about as scary as it gets. What I'd like to do, Professor, is allow the audience to begin to ask some questions. Go a little bit earlier because there are an awful lot of very, very good questions. I suppose we didn't concentrate as hard as we might have on the solar aspect of this, but it seems so difficult to marshal enough support in the case of the sun, in other words, an event from nature, as compared to the act of a nation and a possible preemptive strike. Anyway, this half hour is gone. When we get back, we're going to open phone lines from Manila, Southeast Asia, and the Philippines. I'm Art Bell. This is Coast to Coast AM. Want to read about it? It's called 1 Second After. That's the professor's book, 1 Second After. I'm going to read an email because I want the professor to have a moment to digest it before we come back. And this was sent prior to the show, and I thought it might be relevant. And I think it is. And I'm not going to name the person who sent it for obvious reasons. All right, I look forward to listening to your show tonight about EMP dangers to the grid. I better let you know that I worked at San Onofre Nuclear Generating Station, SONGS. That's an acronym for it. We had Chinese Communist Army engineers working on the most sensitive aspects of Unit 1's TMI 3 Mile Island upgrades. They worked on the SIS, Safety Injection System, that was the main safety of nukes. The sequencer drive controls the sequence, that is, and how and when the control rods are dropped into the reactor and interact with the scram breaker. The control room being converted to computer systems, which put the control room under threat by outside influences from anybody who breaks into substations and switch yards. The software was written in India, as well as much of the engineering being done offshore. I experienced all this firsthand. Power plants, switch yards, and substations talk to each other by way of the transmission lines. The large basket-like contraptions hanging off the lines at the station's deadheads are wave traps where the messages are culled off the transmission lines and deciphered at the control room so that the power plant can adjust the power factor and adjust for leading and lagging VARs, that would be volt, amps, reactants, for their customers. This is their Achilles heel. When the enemy is designing everything in your power industry, you could actually say the enemy is in the wire. At first, I thought the reactors were at risk, but I later understood that to destroy this nation, all you had to do was destroy the substations by controlling the switch yards and shutting out power stations and keeping the overcurrent relays on to overload and burn out expensive equipment that no longer is staged at power company lay-down yards or even made in this country. You can't even get nuclear power plant motors rebuilt in this country anymore. If this stuff is burned up, it cannot be replaced in a month. In 2 months without power, you're never going to be able to recognize America. There'll be a severe population reduction without power, and no one will ever know where it came from. They'll just think it was from an EMP device or a massive solar flare, and they'll never be brought to justice. SCRAM was in origin an acronym for Safety Cut Rope Axe Man. Let me say that again, Safety Cut Rope Axe Man. That was coined by Enrico Fermi himself. Back with the professor in just a moment. I, by the way, call you professor so that as the program proceeds, Professor, they don't think that they're listening to some crackpot whatever. Bill is fine, but yes, I think I'll continue with Professor so they understand that fact. Now, did you hear the email? And I wonder what reaction.
It scared the hell out of me. Yet again, recall it was about a month or two ago, there was hacking into the power grid, which had a lot of people concerned. There's reports that when Russia went in on Georgia last year, it was preceded by hacking into their power grid and their communications grid. It's also believed that the Russians did a training exercise of hacking into Estonia's communications and power grid. It is now a standard operating procedure for war fighting.
Okay. There have been a number of movies on the subject, and just before we go to the phones here, and they're all lit up, wanted to ask you how realistic, War of the Worlds, for example, that was an EMP.
Hated it.
Hated it. Really. I mean, the car stopped, except our hero's car, which, got worked on quickly. And
change the solenoid. Friends are embarrassed. Girlfriend, daughter, friends are embarrassed to go to a movie with me because being a historian, I can make some very loud comments in the theater. And when his car, he changed Illinois, I did make a scatological comment. Bill Nye, the science guy, who's a really great guy, he actually did a little 15-minute piece for Stratcom, the old Strategic Air Command, and it's called How Hollywood Gets EMT Wrong. And, you know, I'm glad you asked that question because you helped me hit a nail on the head that I think I've been missing. Part of the problem with EMT is people see it in the movies all the time. It's like Ocean's 11. Oh, well, EMT Las Vegas for 30 seconds, and then the power comes back on. The one with John Travolta where he snagged a couple of lessons. Oh, don't worry, I'll turn the ignition off on the car. EMT won't bother. Hollywood keeps getting it wrong, and people believe it.
I know. All right. I guess what we ought to do is go to the phones. I promised that, so let's do it. Let's see what kind of questions we get. From Lima, Ohio, John, you're on the air with us.
Hi, Art. Hi, Professor.
Hi, John. How are you doing?
Okay, how are you? The comforting part with the Koreans is that we know that the Koreans will get to a point where they've had enough. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a DMZ.
Mm-hmm.
But the Iranians seem to be a different factor. So I'm not sure how versed you are as far as Muslim theology. So my thought goes to, what if we were to destroy the well where this Mahdi is supposed to originate from? Do you think that would have an effect?
I think it would have a very violent effect if we did it as a preemptive. Though maybe conveying the well will disappear could be one aspect of it. And yeah, you're right. Shiite Twelvers are one particular set within the Muslim movement, the religion, and it's one of the most radical and one of the most dangerous. And the idea about creating end times, so that's hidden Iman from, I think it's the 8th century, emerges from the world and emerges back into the world, that's a terrifying thought. And yeah, you hit a good point, threaten the well. But I think the reaction would be rather violent.
Yeah. As far as vacuum tubes, would vacuum tubes help within a circuit, or would the rest of the circuit be affected?
If I was going to have anything, and I believe Mr. Bell would agree, I'd like to have an old-fashioned vacuum tube radio somewhere that I could rely on.
Okay, thank you.
That's assuming that any of the broadcasters were left to broadcast. So, yes, perhaps a vacuum and old glow-in-the-dark radio is what we call them, might work, depending on the level of EMP, I suppose. I mean, diodes can still burn out, and other sensitive parts of a radio can go, so I don't know. You've laid out such a scary scenario, Professor, that unless we have classified stuff that I'm unaware of, and you obviously are unaware of as well, the only protection is education and then action, and there's not going to be any action, and certainly no preemptive action until there's education, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's why I'm awed that you're devoting your program to this tonight. If but 1% of the audience reacts, conveys to Congress how they feel about this, that starts building a constituency. So that rather than passing idiot bills about banning chimpanzees, we start talking about how do we realistically deal with EMP as a military threat? How do we build a defense policy to respond to that? How do we prepare our infrastructure? And how do we prepare personally within our community?
Okay. David, in Mesa, Arizona, you're on the air with Art Bell and Professor Forstchen. Hi.
Good morning, Art Bell and Professor. I'm a long-time listener. I first listened to you when you and Richard C. Hoagland discussed the weather control in Alaska, if you remember that.
Well, we discussed HARP. Now, whether HARP actually accomplishes weather control is another question, but proceed.
Now, the next thing is why does everybody keep talking so negative when the fact remains that only once did you ever hear we have the cobalt bomb, which is supposedly 1,000 times more destructive than the hydrogen bomb when President Truman was in office, and they never exploded one because they were afraid that it might destroy the earth. And anybody that thinks that what you were talking about, both of you, all night long today, that if Korea or any other country, including Iran, were to launch a nuclear bomb towards the United States, and we thought it might destroy 90% of the population, that we would not retaliate with a cobalt bomb.
Well, again, I'm sure we would retaliate with everything that would be needed to destroy utterly the nation that did this to us. But at that point, it would be somewhat academic, since an EMP series of weapons above the U.S. would end the United States. Professor?
Yeah, well, I dedicated my book to two people. I dedicated to my father, who taught me about my country and patriotism. I dedicated to my daughter, that she grows up in a world that's safe. Retaliation after the event, in which a world in which my daughter is going to die, is not very comforting. I want to make sure it doesn't happen in the first place. And part of that is the gentleman conveyed a very firm foreign policy statement. Don't even think about crossing the line.
Well, I'm not sure such an instruction to somebody who wishes to die, and begin partaking of their 72 virgins, is going to mean very much, whether it comes from the United Nations or directly from the U.S. government as a here's what we'll do kind of deal. I mean, that's just not going to do much. The only thing that will affect one of these nations will be to end the threat, and by that I mean end it in a military fashion.
One of the great ironies from some of, shall we say, the lost history of the beginnings of World War II is that when Hitler first started doing his moves, 36, 37, 38, a fair part of his general staff were saying, please go ahead and do it, because the English and the French and the Americans are going to get ticked off and take this idiot out before he drags us into a real war. And then they were incredulous every time we backed off. So, yeah, don't we all wish we could go back to 1937 and say, look, I'm going to show you newsreel footage here, a place called Auschwitz, Normandy. Now, let's make sure this doesn't happen again. And if that means helping these guys along to their virgins before they attack us, I'm all for it.
Ukaiba, California brings John. You're on the air, John.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, Professor. I'm sorry. I'm going deaf, so I'm having trouble with certain things. But anyway, everything I've heard you say has been so exactly correct, because I've been studying what you're doing for 10 years or more. I can't even believe it. And my question is, because do you have a solution to any of this?
Well, okay. Actually, it's a good question. It's
great question.
Like I asked earlier, what other than what I've suggested with a preemptive strike, if we just stick to talking about the man-made threat, what is the solution?
Okay, I'm going to run from the top down. Preemptive action. And I think we're all in agreement on that. That if we are looking at a situation with Iran where they're going to push ahead with nuclear weapons, we make sure they never get them. And if that means taking out the administration there, then do it. 2, ballistic missile defense. That if something is launched, we take it down before it hits us, and then we retaliate fully. 3rd, pardon. 4th and 5th are 2 things we haven't quite talked about, is within your own community. You go and you talk to your local first responders, your emergency personnel, and you'll be gape-mouthed at how they have received no training on this type of scenario. And yet, more and more of them are becoming aware because of programs like us tonight, and they want to start planning and training on how to handle an emergency situation. And then finally, with your own family. We as individuals. Now, sir, I think you and I are basically the same age group. You remember when we were kids and at school, they would train us regarding nuclear war, and they would hand out a pamphlet each year to take home to your family?
Yes, I remember getting under the desk.
Yeah, duck and cover. But beyond that, do you remember the pamphlets we used to give as kids to take home to our parents, what you and your family should do in the event of nuclear war?
I do, yes.
We should be. Why are we not doing that? Well, in fact, there are websites that are doing that.
Well,
education, as you keep pointing out. We need to educate.
I'm kind of a connoisseur of talk radio, Professor, and I listen to a lot of programs, and I've not heard anybody do a program the likes of which we're doing at the moment.
How many people are you reaching, do you think, at this moment?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. Millions. How many million? I don't know. It's what, Friday night, Saturday morning? A lot of people. Millions.
It's pretty powerful. You're right. Talk radio. If 1% of the listening audience called up their local talk radio stations on Monday and said, I want to talk about this issue. Think of the cascading effect.
It's possible. It's possible. But I don't know. We'll see. I don't know. It's kind of a technical subject, and I'm not sure how it's sinking in. I suppose as we continue to take calls, we might find out. Alberta, Canada. Gene, you're on the air. Hi.
Hello there. I was wondering how one would go about with a preemptive strike. It would probably have to involve neutron weapons or something pretty heavy because of these underground facilities. And then, even if it was successful, the political fallout inside would be pretty ugly, wouldn't it? It'd be best just to tell Russia that, if Iran or Korea, does the unthinkable, that pretty much the whole alliance has to go because pretty much your sovereignty is going to be destroyed after an EMP strike because you have no economy. And it's just a matter of time before you're totally vulnerable. You can't run your fleets. You're pretty much doomed, eh?
Yeah, the gentleman who sent the email in before we started taking the calls, gosh, I wish that guy would call in. He's really an expert on the system, on how vulnerable it is. And yeah, you're right. The political fallout will be a blizzard compared to one or two snowflakes falling over Iraq.
But that's the reason for that is because people have not been educated to the threat. They don't know about the threat. Most people think, well, North Korea with some nukes, Iran with some nukes, bad. But, we might lose a city or a few cities, and then we'd retaliate, and their nation wouldn't exist any longer. They're not considering what you have proposed, that all they have to do is vertically launch something to the right altitude, detonate it, and the United States, as we know it, ceases to exist. And then what?
I remember, I believe it was April 4th, April 5th, when North Korea did its first launch this year of a missile. And I was absolutely stunned when a senior member of the administration, some advisors, pointed out, says, not to worry about it because they can't get the warhead because they need a re-entry shield on the warhead so it can penetrate through and take out Seattle. But don't worry about it. And everybody who was within, so we say, the EMP community was like, oh my God, nobody's getting it.
Well, nobody is getting it. All right, Professor, hold tight. We have yet destroyed another segment. Very quickly, we have one more hour to go, and we'll devote that to the telephones. My guest is Professor William Forstchen. We're talking about electromagnetic pulse and the end of America as we know it. From Manila, I'm Art Bell. Well, good day to you, whatever time of day it happens to be. I am Art Bell, filling in for George Norrie. And this is a very, very important program, more important than many out there know, I think. Whether it's going to actually get traction and cause people to react in, I don't know, sending their congressman a note, or perhaps those of you who have been listening, very closely tonight will, as he suggested, pick up the telephone and call another talk show and do a short, to-the-point presentation and there'll be kind of a cascading effect. One could always hope for something of that nature. I don't know. But to continue as we are now is, or it seems to be, to me, suicidal. Professor Forchin back in a moment. Professor, just out of curiosity, this is yet another got you. We live with so many. We're in the age of nature getting us with H1N1, biological constructions going on in dark little labs that could end the world, little bugs that could end the world. So how do you impress on people the truly serious, real-time, right now threat coming from a group of people who just don't care about their own lives? They just, their goal is to end the world as we know it. How do you impress on people the severity of the threat?
History.
Yeah.
Just spend a couple of hours and let's do this. Put into your head, imagine you're a Jew. And then go back and look at what you could see online, on YouTube or whatever, film footage of Auschwitz, Buchenwald, of Treblinka. And then go look back 5 or 10 years earlier, where there were so many people saying, oh, it will never happen. Oh, the Germans, the Nazis are a bit crazy, but they'll never go that far. Well, we know history taught us.
They did.
And now we actually have a regime in this world who laughs at the Holocaust, who says it never happened.
Mm-hmm.
But then in the next step, we'll then turn around and say, but if we can do it to the Jews again, we will do it. History should teach us. Now, I don't necessarily buy the line that, I'm a historian. I've been in this business 30 years. We are doomed to keep repeating things, but by golly, there should be some things that should connect to us. An EMP is a Holocaust beyond our imagining.
All right, back to the phones. Let's go to Louisiana, and Cornelius, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, God bless you and the professor. I hope you all had a happy and blessed Thanksgiving. And Gina, your call screener, and all the coast-to-coast listeners. I had a question, and I'm glad you mentioned that about Israel, because I told Gina, I said, I believe the Israelis will attack the Iranians, and that will solve our problem as far as the EMP. So that was my comment, and God bless y'all all.
Well, God bless you, and thank you for the call. And you think the Israelis will do lately? Anytime there's a problem, Professor, we've told the Israelis, lay low, we will handle it. Right?
Yeah, you're my sarcastic. Wasn't there a member of the administration just a couple months back that said the Israelis attempted to launch an attack on Iran, we would shoot the Israelis down?
Something like that,
yeah. They, again, the Jewish analogy, it strikes home to me in a very personal sense in that my beloved mentor is a Jew who survived World War II. There's a man who became very much my father's figure, teaching me to be a historian. He fought. He managed to get out, and he wound up in the British Army. And most of his family died in that. The people of Israel understand that they are on the razor's edge. They see it every day.
But even Israel, in recent years, Israel at one point was very, very proactive in terms of, preemption, that sort of thing. But in recent years, he'd say it, you might not agree with it, but Israel has started their own brand of political correctness as compared to what they were some years ago.
Synchronicity, sir, because I was about to say the word political correctness is destroying Israel.
All right, from Wichita, Kansas comes Michael. You're on the air, Michael.
Hello, Art and Professor. First of all, a little ray of hope, maybe. There are several what used to be termed survivalist type sites or flaws. I prefer to call themselves preparedness types now. But these are civilians, and the subject of EMP is being discussed, and also how to countermeasures that people can take, such as putting radios or ham gear in tuna boxes or Faraday cages. And I, of course, in the military, until in the 70s, we were still using vacuum tubes. The primary reason was for EMP protection. And of course, aircraft is using more and more fiber optics all the time. Part of the reason for that is weight, but in addition, it is EMP proof. So my question though is what can individuals, I mean, you know, the chances of the government doing anything or doing anything in time are probably nil. So what can individuals on a personal level do? And I realize the infrastructure may be gone, but still, except your laptop, perhaps even your automobile, what are some of the things you can do to try to harden or EMP-proof personal equipment?
That's totally a fair question. Professor, what about your automobile? What would you do to protect that?
Well, Mr. Bell, you know, you've hit it repeatedly where you mentioned how do we educate? And the gentleman who's called in has hit one of the key points. There are a number of sites. I particularly recommend, I've been reading a lot of RAWLES stuff, RAWLES. It's folks here, the website that, boy, you talk about an expert who covers everything. Regarding automobiles, in my novel, 1 Second After, there just so happens to be a 64 Mustang and a 59 Edsel sitting around. Any vehicle, there's a lot of debate about what happens with vehicles. Anything much beyond 1980, 1985, you start getting iffy. Look up YouTube, look up Taurus EMP. Or Taurus EMP, and you'll see a demonstration of the EMP zapping a Taurus. As for the technical, what to do with a modern car, I'm sorry, I'm not a tech head on that.
I think not much.
You know, I turn the key and the car turns on, I go, oh great. I'd like to find an old Volkswagen and stick it in my garage from the early 60s.
Okay, not a lot of people are going to end up doing that. You and I both know it. What about aircraft? Just as a curiosity, he mentioned fiber optics and aircraft. It seems to me that the moment there's an EMP within line of sight, which would be very great indeed, and considering an airliner at, say, 35,000 feet, those aircraft would be falling from the sky most immediately.
I'm going to say the word synchronicity again, because while we were on commercial break, I was thinking about that. I was hoping the topic would come up. I certainly would not want to be in a 777 or one of the new Airbuses. So maybe you've seen some of the news articles about the software problems that they're having with many of the new jets.
Sure.
And the pilots are no longer able to override them in time.
Right.
Now, I'm a pilot. I own an original World War II aircraft. I fly it every week. I know that thing's going to fly no matter what. You just have to get out and grab the prop and shaft clear. Modern aircraft, I've heard pessimists say that go online, look at the map. You can see online where it's a map of air traffic throughout 24 hours. There's about 5,000 commercial aircraft in the air at around noontime.
Right.
Most of them are going to fall from the sky like a rock.
That's what I thought. Gary in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania. Good morning.
Hi. I'm a big fan, and I just had a quick question for the professor, and I'll take it off the air. It would seem to me that the Star Wars program would be useless only because of a basic physics law that I was taught in high school and college, which is that you can't know the velocity and the position of an object at the same time. You can either know the velocity or you can know the position, not both. And so Star Wars would seem to be the kind of thing that would be, and I mentioned this in a bar one time when we tried it a couple of times, me and my friends. We sat there and one of my friends would sit on the other end of the bar and I would sit on the other end, and he would throw a rock and I would try and throw a rock and hit it out of the air. It just seems absurd. I'm not saying it's not worth pursuing because an EMP attack would be really bad, obviously, but I don't understand how that.
I'm not sure that a bar rock fight qualifies as a good analogy for. what we're talking about here, Professor?
Well, it's a good departure point, though. Okay, person A throws a rock, and the gentleman who just called in, he throws a rock. But remember, the rock has a thruster on it and a radar system, and is receiving data from other points as well, and tracks in on it, which is standard with any air-to-air, surface-to-air missile today. I had a long conversation several months back with a four-star who's a really wonderful gentleman. He's been involved in the whole issue at FBI for 25 years. He said, we're no longer at the system level of considering a bullet hitting a bullet. We do have the capability, if we would invest in it, of picking a point on the bullet that we want to hit. There was a test that's declassified in which two missiles were, ballistic missiles were at a target system. Happened within the last year or two. The first missile destroyed the target. A split second later, the second missile intercepted the largest piece of the target that was tumbling off, that was about a square meter. And that was at something like 8,000 miles an hour. So that second rock has a thruster and a radar and track.
So it can be done.
Oh, absolutely, yes. And it's a great investment.
If you have the political will to say go ahead and do it.
Well, can I draw an analogy for 30 seconds? I don't want to take away time from the.
No, sure, go ahead.
I was out today shopping with my daughter for a car. My baby is about to get into an automobile. What kind of dad, and we're on the lot, we're looking at a car for around $14,000. Now imagine this conversation. I say to the guy, great, do me a favor. Pull out all those darn airbags and these safety systems and the engine block drop and everything else. How much can we knock off the price? What kind of father would... You see my point?
Well, I guess I do. I figured you to be buying her a little Volkswagen.
No, I walked in there and I said, I want reactive armor on the car. I want reactive armor. I'm willing to spend the thousands of dollars necessary to protect my precious baby. Now, we're talking tens of dollars for American citizens per year to start building an effective ballistic missile defense system. Isn't it worth it?
I don't know. I'm still thinking of how to fit reactive armor onto my car. Okay, Terry in Melbourne, Florida, you're on the air. Good morning.
Hello, good morning. Hey, Professor, you were mentioning the Carrington event and that it happened. I noted that it happened just 2 years before the Civil War in 1861. And due to humans being electromagnetically affected beings, my question is, have you noted or taken any data on solar flares happening prior to war starting?
It's an interesting point, but as Mr. Bell pointed out at the beginning, organic that we are, I mean, if we were made of metal, yeah, I would be concerned. But organic that we are, that instantaneous flash of a couple hundred volts, actually would only be a couple of volts in a U. If you're standing outside, I still think the impact would be there. But let me get, I'm jealous of where you live because you get to see all the launches.
Oh, yeah, it's great. I love it.
Unless you're wearing a pacemaker.
Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Yep, you're very welcome, and have a good morning. To New Jersey, all the way to New Jersey. Morty, you're on the air with Professor Forrest Chen and Art Bell.
Good morning, Art. Fascinating program this morning, and it's always great to hear your voice, Art. Good morning, Professor.
Good morning, sir.
Two very quick points, gentlemen. Number one, just as a matter of information, in the year 1895, a series of solar flares completely wiped out the telegraph in the entire country, and at the time that was considered to be quite an emergency. Point number two, concerning preparedness, I have heard that Denver, Colorado is now the unofficial capital of the United States, and that all of the most important government agencies are either already there in hardened underground facilities or will be moving to Denver. I understand the CIA and half the Pentagon are already there. So it sounds to me like our government is definitely expecting something to happen. They're not doing all of this moving for nothing.
Professor?
I've not heard that, but of course, if you know in Colorado Springs, there's the old NORAD system is there, and there are That was the big one back during the Cold War, so one could assume that there is some redundancy for some government programs there, but no, I've not heard anything related to Denver, sir.
Actually, I have. There's a lot of internet chatter about a move to Denver, and I'm not sure that I understand it. It's Mile High City. I suppose the adjacent mountains, perhaps. I don't understand why.
Cheyenne Mountain Complex nearby.
Mm-hmm. All right, to Culver City, California, and Olin, you're on the air.
On my car radio, I put 3 1N4001 rectifier diodes in series pointing from the antenna to ground, and 3 more in series pointing from ground up to the antenna, which gives me a plus and minus 30 amp surge capability.
Right.
Do you think that those diodes will protect my car radio from EMP?
Wow, given Mr. Bell's background in ham radio, I'm going to ask that question to you, sir.
Okay. It's going to protect your car radio from, for example, a lightning strike or something of a lesser magnitude than a full EMP event produced by a nuclear weapon. Yes. But, if what the professor is discussing occurs, your radio is going to get fried because your radio is composed of transistors and other solid-state devices that will immediately self-destruct, whether or not the spike is coming in through the antenna or not. It's not going to matter. It's going to directly fry the radio or my ham rig or anything else electronic. It's going to fry it. Professor, would you argue with that?
I'm not going to argue with you at all on that.
Well, you're the expert.
Well, no, you're actually the expert on radio equipment, and if my father had ever had a chance to look at your antenna system, he would have gone crazy.
Okay. Maryland brings Lee. Lee, you're on the air.
Yeah, they have, our house has a lever outside with a box, and it cuts off the power. Will the surge jump that gap and go into the house and burn down the houses? Like all the hotels and all the hotels and all the houses, the wires are all hooked to 2x4s, which are probably really dry.
Okay, that's a similar question. We've got very little time to the last one. In other words, you could protect yourself from the surge coming in from the electric company. But even having thrown that switch, you can't protect your electronics short of a Faraday cage from direct EMP, which would be at a level that would just simply fry everything immediately. The computers would all go. Professor, hold tight. We will be back. We've got one more segment to go. We could use about 5. I'm Art Bell. Or put another way, the other side of the world, from the majority of you listening, Barry in Vancouver, British Columbia, brings up a very good point. Hey, Art, how interesting. Very few women have called the show. What does that tell you? I don't know. I just pointed out. Barry, what does it tell us? It tells us that it's kind of a technical topic. It tells us that, I don't know, Barry, I'm going to have to think about it a little bit, but it is a fact and a very interesting question. Professor William Forstchen is my guest, and he'll be back in a moment. All right, once again, based on, I think I've got one young lady. Let me go out of order here and go to Las Vegas and Kathy. Kathy, you're a female.
Yes, listen, it's funny. Just be patient with me. I'm not very technical. Most technical stuff gives me a headache, but I follow along a little bit. So I basically want to make one comment and then 2 quick questions. Okay, I think most people in America, including myself previously, because I kind of discovered your station recently, and I'm terrified listening to this because I actually knew nothing about this EMP stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the average person in America would prefer to be blissfully ignorant and just go to a party, and they don't really want to know it because it's horrifying. And what I wanted to say was, okay, as I understand it, Barack Obama is the one who decided to close down the radar detection in Poland. And my question to you, and then I'll have one more after that, is even if Barack Obama is inexperienced, wouldn't he have advisors who would know the history of Poland, which I don't? I just picked up from what you said and a little other stuff right here. Wouldn't he have advisors that would tell him, this is like really important to leave this stuff on? And the other question is, what former president of the United States or politicians decided to let communist Chinese employees fix all this nuclear stuff that's important? And why aren't there any more Americans who can do this job anymore? And those are my questions.
Okay.
Do we have about 5 more hours of airtime?
No.
No.
We could use it, but no.
Boy, the day that was announced, September 17th, maybe because I'm a historian, the moment I heard it, I was like, isn't there at least one person in the White House who says that, Mr. President, why did you do the announcement 2 days later? Because this is the 70th anniversary of the day Poland was knifed in the back by the Soviet Union.
Right.
And by not putting the ABM system in there, we're essentially telling the Poles, we'll throw you back to the wolves again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm angry. Yeah, you can hear, I'm getting angry just remembering it.
Right.
In fact, she sort of scrambled my brain a bit just by pointing that out. It is beyond. It stretches your imagination. I think there was only one person in that entire administration.
Well, she asked about advisors. A president, non-military though he may be, certainly has military advisors that he'd be advised to listen to. So.
Well, and then the second point about pulling down the ballistic missile defense system. Remember that's been a alleged T-7 issue ever since 1992. Well, the Soviet Union isn't a threat, so we don't need ballistic missile defense, which is utterly absurd.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it certainly is. All right. To North Hollywood, California, and Robert, you're on the air.
Hey, Art, nice to hear your voice again.
Thank you.
Yeah, real quickly here, we're going low on time. I was sort of wondering, well, from one hand view, I was just wondering, have you cross-banded from your location to your antenna array in Nevada?
I'm sorry. Say that again, please. Have I done what?
Have you cross-banded, reached that signal from your location, from your antenna, and then retransmitted from Nevada?
No. As a matter of fact, I don't even have an antenna up at the moment at my current location here in the Philippines. So.
I thought you had one on your condo.
I'm working on it.
Okay, that'd be sort of fun anyway. Anyways, back to what's going on here. Yeah, I worked a long time ago. I worked for a place called Veridyne. We made trigger assembly for SDI laser systems. Mm-hmm. And it's most of the systems are compartmentalized, so I don't know anything other than just basically capacitor and resistor array that we made for the triggers. But knowing that Russia and the United States were major technological competitors, basically, and our main problem with Iran, since I met a lot of people in the military intelligence, and I learned a lot about Iran, is basically their government is being controlled by Russian intelligence. And they put the guys in power there, and they have military bases there. We cannot ever attack Iran without one war with Russia. So we're in a stalemate in that situation. And Bush...
Well, stop there for a moment. I'm not certain that's so. Could we preemptively attack Iran without engaging Russia directly, Professor? I guess it's a political
Remember, a fair part of the radical Muslim world referred to us and the Russians as the great Satan and the little Satan. Mm-hmm. The issue of Afghanistan still resonates deeply. If the Iranians are playing cozy with the Russians at the moment, that's part of the great game that's been going on between them for hundreds of years, and they have fought repeated wars across those hundreds of years. So Russia might be playing the game of the moment in terms of trying to reestablish its power position, but there's no love lost between those two sides.
Yeah, I would agree. Caller, go ahead.
Yeah, my main question is this. William Jefferson Clinton, President Clinton, and Bush both agreed on this one thing, and Clinton said this fairly clearly, and I want your opinion on this. He said that we would absorb a first strike on any country with a weapon of mass destruction. Now, I know the answer to this. I don't want to say on the air, but I just wonder what your opinion is and what you've heard about this, us absorbing our first strike.
I would clarify that slightly. we have always had the policy of launch on detonation, not launch on warning. Launch on warning means, oh, our radar is picking up their missiles. Okay, guys, hit the button, let's go. And then we find out it's some Canadian geese, and we just destroy the world. So there were certain target areas in the United States throughout the Cold War that we kind of figured that's where the bomb will hit first. It will give us at least a couple more minutes to launch out of our facilities in the Dakotas. So I think that's more the point we're looking at here. We'll take the very first hit, but the difference now is with EMP, we're not talking about the detonation of hundreds of weapons. We're talking about 1 to 3 weapons, which is an asymmetrical first strike, something entirely new.
Right. And for those of you that didn't have an opportunity to hear the whole show, go to the web and listen to the the first couple hours so that you're grounded on this very, very important topic. Austin, Texas, Jeff, you're on the air.
Yes, sir. Professor, I had a quick question in regards to maybe a new twist on the subject. But Professor Hagee, or Pastor Hagee, out here in Texas, has a ministry, Christian ministry, and he's been discussing EMPs and talking about his great love for Israel and, protection for Israel and EMP threat to our country from Mahmoud Ahmadinejad, or whatever his name is. And, this has been in our circles, this has been quite clear for years. I wanted to hear your comment.
American foreign policy for many, many years was that a weapon of mass destruction impacting on Israel would be construed as an act of the use of mass weapon destruction against us. The current administration apparently has backed off from that position. But if ever there is a nation or a people on the first face of the earth that know what mass destruction is, it's Israel. They will never accept a first strike. Never.
All right. All the way to, I think, where you are there in North Carolina. Stan, you're on the air.
Yes, Art, Professor. Great show. A little background. When I was in the service, I worked for an agency now, the Army Security Agency. I had read in this book about the EMP that affected Hawaii during the late 50s. My question, though, is that people are talking about ICBMs. What happens if somebody wants to load a battlefield-type missile on freighters and park them off the coast, east-west, in the Gulf of Mexico? That's going to be very little response time with any ballistic missile system.
No response time, and as Mr. Bell just pointed out a little while ago, we actually talked about that extensively at the very beginning of the show.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, but thank you, sir.
You're very welcome. As I mentioned, please go back. If you're just sort of catching up with all of this, maybe you get up early in the morning where you are and just go back and listen to the program is what I would say. St. Paul, Minnesota. Vince, you're on the air.
Yeah, first time I called in. Many years of listening. Professor, I sense some partiality and favoritism towards Israel, and I'm wondering, do you really think that the Middle East could have any emphasis on destroying the world without the okay of our military complex or such? I mean, you've got to be kidding me if you think that if Muslim extremists can actually do anything that the Western world can do.
When a nation is informed by a nation within strike distance that their number one goal is their total annihilation and destruction, Israel must take it seriously and must respond.
That's right. Whether or not Israel will act preemptively with respect to Iran, I don't know anymore. I'm not sure. How about you, Professor?
Well, again, my analogy, if I have my neighbors out there doing target practice and it's my picture on the target, I'm going to start taking that real seriously.
Yeah, but that's your analogy. With what's going on right now in Israel politically.
Well, what we talked about, I think about a half hour, 45 minutes ago, political correctness can kill Israel just as much as it can kill the United States.
It certainly can. Okay, I don't have a name and a location, but Wildcard Line, you're on the air. Good morning.
For the professor, does the professor realize I did an analysis about the grid going down? When the grid goes down, we will not go back to 40
horse and buggy days, we will go back to hunter-gatherer days.
Actually, I think that's a fair comment.
Absolutely, yes. The congressional report says 19th century technology. I say let's take a close look at the 14th century.
Chicago, Jim, you're on the air. Hi.
Hi, Art. Professor, I have a question about vehicles.
Mm-hmm.
Would something as simple as a lead liner attached to the underside of your hood or perhaps in the headliner of the vehicle protect us from EMP?
Well, you need a pretty powerful suspension system to handle that, and no, it would not.
No, I was thinking more along the lines of X-ray vests that X-ray techs wear readily available. That wouldn't do it?
You got a weight load there. You have so many entry points in terms of the conductive surface of the vehicle that you'd have to pretty well coat the whole thing in a non-conductive material and then ground it.
That's another option right there.
And then ground it. Remember, these vehicles run on tires, right? So it'd have to be parked at home with a giant ground wire and something driven into the ground.
Okay, that's one more question I have. Does the circuit have to be energized at the time of the hit?
No.
No, the answer is no.
Okay. Well, thank you.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. Cheery stuff, huh? Really cheery. Does it have to be on, essentially, was the question. No. The answer is no. Idaho, Bob, you're on the air. Good morning.
Yeah, hi, gentlemen. Could not your 90% figure be optimistic if this happened in the wintertime? You might have a revolution on your hands as well as a total breakdown of civil authority.
Well, we would have a total social breakdown, and one thing we didn't talk about, which we have time, is what happens with the 2 million people who are in prisons right now?
That's an interesting question. Well, an awful lot of the cells, I think, are controlled electronically, right? So I suppose there's safeties built in so that if the power fails, the cells remain locked.
But after 2 weeks, what do you do with them when there's no food and water?
Well, it's not the guys in the cells I'm really worried about, though. I suppose it's a consideration. It's all the rest of us. Food and water, well, pretty much takes us all out, doesn't it?
And you shoot them or you let them go. It's a heck of a moral question. It's one of thousands of moral questions that can compound out of this whole issue of EMP.
Mm-hmm. Well, I guess I see how you get to your 90% figure. If you throw in the anarchy that is sure to follow, particularly from a relatively spoiled nation like the United States, you might just get to or surpass that 90% figure. I don't know. Portland, Oregon. Another Kathy.
Yeah, another Kathy. I had to call when you said no gals called. I think a lot of us are adding up what food we have in the pantry and trying to figure out how to feed people with all this news. But I did have an electronic question. If your mechanisms that are electronic, small ones, were unplugged and in a Faraday cage, would they survive this, or would their parts fry?
You have a good Faraday cage, you're protected.
Okay, but it has to be unplugged, right, during the event?
It has to be grounded.
Grounded, okay.
You know the easiest Faraday cage? Take your old microwave. That's a Faraday cage. Ground it.
Microwave oven.
Don't plug it. Now, don't plug it into the wall. Run that electrical line into the ground to ground it. You have a Faraday cage.
Mm-hmm. So you might be able to get your CC radio in there. That's about it.
One quick point about women. Let's look at the statistics, mortality statistics. Women today outlive men by what, 7 to 10 years?
That's what it said, yes.
Go back 200 years. It was absolutely reversed. Think of a pre-technological society in childbirth.
Now, see, I didn't know that. I really didn't know that. Why has that reversed? Why are women now outliving men and did not previously?
Other than death for males by violence, the average woman had about 5 to 7 pregnancies, and the possibility of mortality increased with age and also nutritional deficiency. So, if you look back a couple hundred years, you know how many guys were widows marrying younger women? in their third and fourth marriages because women died far younger than men 200 years ago.
All right, short on time. John in Georgia, you're on the air.
Good evening, gentlemen. Professor, what we learn from history is we don't learn from history, right?
Precisely, sir. That's like taking my students when I hand back their papers.
We're reliving the 30s all over again, but it's worse. We got a death cultish Hitler running the country that is, in my mind, I believe, and all I've read, they're trying to acquire Bill's nuclear weapons. They're arming themselves to the teeth. They're having regular conferences in the last few years entitled The World Without America. I even saw one picture of one of these conferences the president held with a banner behind him of a mushroom cloud. I mean, they regularly have rallies chanting death to America. They have committed numerous acts of war against us, killing our troops, our men and women, maiming them, killing them in Iraq. Those are acts of war. Now, if I was in charge, I would take out their leadership.
All right, I'm afraid, I'm sorry, we're going to have to cut you off at that point. I'm sure a lot of people are saying, yep, if I were in charge, here's what I'd do. Professor, it has been a pleasure having you on the air.
I've listened to you for years, and it's an honor to finally be able to talk to you. It's been
thank you. Your book is 1 Second After, and it's been out how long now?
It's been out since March. It's a bestseller, and also through the website 1secondafter.com, you can link into some of the text sites that we talked about tonight as well.
Professor, thank you for being here. I'm sure we'll do it again. Take care, my friend. We are out of time. That's it. I want to remind everybody, you can reach me by email. I'm Art Bell at mindspring.com. ARTBELL at mindspring, MINDSPRING.com. And given the opportunity, I'll be back again. You never know when. From Manila in the Philippines, I am Art Bell. Good night.
Welcome to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring Coast to Coast AM from February 5th, 1998.
From the high desert and the great American Southwest, I bid you all good evening, good morning, as the case may be, across this great land, and welcome to another edition of the very best in live overnight talk radio, stretching from the Hawaiian and Tahitian Islands in the west, eastward to the Caribbean, across this great land of ours, south into South America, north all the way to the pole. This, of course, is Coast to Coast AM, and I'm Art Bell. And we have a busy morning this morning. I'm going to give you severe whiplash before this morning is over from last night's program. Yes, indeed. So I'm not going to give it away. But what I am going to tell you is that you immediately should be going to my website, because there are photographs up there that are going to go along with what Peter Davenport is about to say regarding whales and dolphins and what's going on. I've got some news on that front. First, though, I want to recommend a movie. And I don't recommend movies very frequently, but boy, do I have one for you. Look it up in your guide. It is called The Trigger Effect. The Trigger Effect. And it documents, I think, better than any show you'll ever see, exactly what would occur and how civilization would come apart if something as simple as a regional or total power failure would occur for a serious amount of time. I mean, you have never in your life seen anything like it. It just documents exactly the way society would come apart. Now, the Trigger Effect can be seen on Stars 2. Anybody has Stars 2? Today, later today, actually tomorrow, depending on your time zone, or on HBO on the 20th. You can catch it on HBO on the 20th. Anyway, check your guides and find a movie called The Trigger Effect. You've got to see it. And now, I'll get into some of the material that I've got sort of leading into Peter Davenport's report on the whales. I mean, you've got to see the photographs he's got up on our website. To go with the story that he's about to tell about these whales in the U.S. military is really a strange story. Do you trust the New York Times? Let me read to you from the New York Times very quickly an article entitled, "If Climate Changes, It May Change Quickly." In the debate over global warming, there's been a widespread assumption that if humans are changing the Earth's climate, the effects will be felt gradually and smoothly, making it easier to adapt to the change. But a growing accumulation of geologic evidence now makes it ever clearer that in the past the climate has undergone dramatic change in temperature and rainfall patterns in the space of a human lifetime, a decade, or even less time. Unbelievable, huh? Scientists do not know for sure, but the question is giving them serious pause. The climate system is an angry beast, and we are now poking it with sticks, according to Dr. Wallace S. Brocker of Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory, who was one of the first to raise the alarm about climate change. He said, quote, "We don't know whether it's going to pay attention to the pokes, but if it does, it might rise up and do something we don't like." In uncovering one of the latest pieces of evidence of abrupt climate change, American scientists led by Dr. Jeffrey Severhouse of the University of Rhode Island examined climatic clues taken from the corings of ancient ice in, guess where, Greenland. Now, I have no idea whether it is related to the climate change or related to something we are doing or others are doing or just bad water or magnetic lines. I have no idea. But this morning I bring you yet another sad story. 60, I repeat, 60 sperm whales are dead after just beaching themselves in Tasmania, committing suicide in Tasmania. Sperm whales are big. Pilot whales maybe, but when sperm whales beach themselves, you have something absolutely gigantic. They had sperm whales as large as 30 tons beaching themselves in Tasmania, virtually committing a suicide. What the hell's going on is the question. And here from the UFO Reporting Center in Seattle, Washington, somebody whose door we've been knocking on frequently lately, is Peter Davenport, who just might have a clue as to what's going on. Peter?
Good evening, Art.
Welcome to the program.
Thank you very much again.
So there you have the late news. 60 whales in Tasmania up on the beach dead.
Yeah, that's very interesting. And I'm delighted to have an opportunity to be addressing this subject. Probably most of our listeners don't know me well enough to realize that I'm as much a biologist as I am a ufologist currently. The beaching situation, the beaching phenomenon is very, very interesting to me. It has been for the last quarter century, ever since I took an extensive course in biological oceanography down in Pacific Grove at a marine biology facility there. The beaching phenomenon, in my opinion, and I think in the opinion of many people who are studying it full time, is probably as totally unexplained as it was 3,000 years ago when the Greeks wrote about it extensively. We really don't know what's going on there, but it is very interesting. And when I stumbled upon that photograph some 6 years ago, that is apparently on your website tonight, I haven't seen it yet.
Okay, what is the photograph?
It's a very interesting photograph that has mystified me for 6 years, Art. I have ruminated and mused on that thing for 6 years. It's the only evidence I believe I have that brings the U.S. government, more specifically the U.S. military, together with cetaceans
But there are other more subtle things in that photograph, I believe, that may be taking place. And I throw it out to you and to our listeners to see if somebody can explain to me some of the mysteries that, to my eye anyway, appear in that photograph. It is a very, very interesting thing, although on the face of it, it's very simple. You've seen it. All it is a short-finned pilot whale being dumped out of a U.S. Air Force UH-60 Black Hawk helicopter.
A whale being dumped out of a helicopter, a Black Hawk.
Somewhere over water. And according to the brief captions, which are under the two photographs, they appeared in Seattle newspapers on the 29th of April, 1992. I opened the paper that morning. I am a voracious consumer of newspapers. Love to read them. I opened the newspaper and saw that photograph. And in about 15 seconds' time, after perusing it and reading the caption, my attention was riveted to that photograph. It was telling me things that seemed significant at the time, and they seem even more significant now. I have not been able to explain away to my own satisfaction some of the elements of that photograph that have the military interfacing with a short-fin pilot whale. Now, let me give a little background to those readers who may not have access to the photograph.
Listeners, Peter.
Excuse me, listeners. The caption points out that the whale being dumped out of this helicopter is one of about a dozen or perhaps more, maybe 15 or 16 short-fin pilot whales. These are organisms that weigh about 2,000 or 3,000 pounds. They're pretty sizable. That were found sometime in March of 1991, beached on a remote beach somewhere near Key West down in Florida.
So they were in the process of committing suicide.
Apparently. Or whatever they do when they swim up on a beach. The mysterious thing about this beaching, there are two mysterious things about that one, however. First, they were rescued. Now, exactly how or why they were rescued is still not clear to me, although there may very well be somebody out there who knows the full story and who can set me straight as to the explanation of this incident.
Normally when they rescue a whale, they attach a rope to it and they pull it back out into the water, right?
That can be done sometimes on beaches where whales are wont to beach themselves, and that happens quite frequently, particularly down in Tasmania and New Zealand. There are beaches where the whales come every year and beach themselves. It's not known why. It's part of the mystery, Art. Sometimes they have boards with canvas slings, and they can roll the whale over on the canvas, and then they get a group of people to lift it up and carry it back out into the surf. Now, at that point, the mystery gets even deeper because very frequently, and I don't know at what frequency, but very frequently the animals that are returned to the surf and allowed to cool down and apparently recover from their normal exhaustion swim right back up to the beach and try to kill themselves. And that is part of the mystery. Nobody knows, so far as I am aware, nobody knows why they do that.
All right, well, instead of pulling it back out into the ocean, why would our military scoop a bunch of 15, 16, whatever it was, whales up? Why would they scoop them up and take them away, and for how long, and to do what?
Yes, that is what I'm trying to figure out. And as the very brief captions point out, and there were no articles that accompanied these photographs, somebody had a budget that allowed them to lift all of those creatures, and I presume airlift those creatures the some 200 air miles from that beach near Key West over to Miami, where they were housed in some kind of marine environment or tank, let's say, medicated and fed and rehabilitated for some 13 months before they were released 150 miles off the east coast of Florida.
What do you figure such an operation would cost?
Well, I have penned it out, and this is why the whole thing is a bit mysterious. It's got to be $1 million operation. Those whales consume, I'm told, between 20 and 50 kilograms of fish every day in captivity, and that fish runs, let's say in rough round figures, between $1 and $2 per pound. So we're talking hundreds of dollars per day of board for these organisms, these whales, and there are about 12 to 16 of them. Now, it is unexplained at this point who picked up the tab for those whales, But even at this early point in their rehabilitation, it looks like a government job. I know of very few organizations, let's say aquaria, that have that kind of budget to commit to the resurrection of whales, only to release them 13 months ago.
Our government is not like that. They're not the whale-saving business.
That is the other mystery. Who would do this? And in view of the fact that the whales were dropped out of military helicopters and moreover dropped into the ocean 150 air miles east of Miami.
Yeah, Black Hawks are not geometros. They cost money to operate.
That's right. And I've been told that a Black Hawk helicopter, UH-60 Black Hawk, costs somewhere between $2,000 and $6,000, maybe even $8,000 per flight hour, depending on the conditions in which it flies.
Holy moly.
Now, I have talked to the aquarium. I've talked to the veterinarian that treated those animals. This was about 4 or 5 years ago, and I identified myself as a graduate of the College of Fisheries and the University of Washington, which was true. I did not tell him I was a ufologist, and I was pursuing that angle. And he was very helpful until I asked why the military was involved in the delivery of those whales back out to sea.
And then what?
And then, figuratively speaking, he suddenly heard his mother calling him to dinner, and he had to go immediately. He did not want to talk about that issue, Art. Now, I explored it further and was told that those Black Hawks were enlisted as a training function to teach the crews how to deliver packages, if you will, out to sea, to a specific point at sea. But it doesn't make an ounce of sense to me. I have since then talked to many, many helicopter pilots in the military, and I have asked them point blank, before they even know what I'm getting at, would you ever fly a helicopter 100 miles out to sea, away from shore, for any reason whatsoever? And they usually look at me as if they think I'm some kind of person who believes in UFOs or something crazy like that. Most of them roll their eyes in their heads and they say, are you crazy? Now, the Coast Guard can do it once in a while.
I suppose they occasionally meet submarines, that kind of thing, out at sea.
Exactly. But in point of fact, I've discovered that there was not one, but 3 helicopters involved in this operation.
Really?
Cut to the bottom line, Art. There were 3 large helicopters, military helicopters, that were enlisted to carry roughly up to 16 whales, 2 per flight, 150 miles out to sea. They dropped them in the ocean, allegedly, and then flew back. You have 3 helicopters exposed to loss for approximately 2 hours. The hour they're flying out, 150 miles, and the roughly hour that they're flying back. I look at that photograph. Now, admittedly, I'm a bit unusual in the sense that I am a UFO investigator. I look at the world completely differently from the way most folks do. But it seems highly unusual to me that somebody would expose 3 very expensive helicopters and their crews to do nothing more than deliver a handful of pilot whales out to allegedly to a pod of whales 150 miles offshore. To my eye, this is a very, very high priority military operation. The only remaining question is, why did they do it? And does it have to do with something that does not meet the eye, or that most people would not even think about?
All right, and clearly now, folks, I'm sitting here looking at it. You can see that the pictures came out quite well. You can see this whale actually in midair being dropped from a Black Hawk helicopter out at sea. It's the damnedest thing you ever saw. Go to my website, go down to Peter Davenport's name, and click on it. You'll get photographs. It's astounding.
It is quite a mystery, Art. And one thing I want to point out is that it appears to be, at first blush anyway, on the face of it, a civilian operation. At least it may have started that way. And I pose the question to my listeners. Have you ever tried to get a piece of military equipment for a civilian operation? It is almost impossible. And moreover, Can you imagine what a general's response would be if you went to him and you said, General, I want to borrow 3 of your $12 million helicopters to deliver some sick fish on
No way in hell. No way in hell. No way in hell.
I cannot imagine.
There's only one way, and that is if in that 13 months our military did some very, very serious, well, I don't know what.
They were up to this to their necks, I think. And the mystery is it's the Air Force. Now, the Navy does use short-fin pilot whales for a number of things. They're easy to train, for one thing. They're very, very intelligent animals.
Oh, they were strapping 45s to their snouts. Maybe that was dolphins. I'm not. Peter, can you hold on? We're at the bottom of the hour.
I will indeed.
All right, but why would the military hold on to 13 pilot whales for...
Somewhere in Time, tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 5th, 1998.
The whale. Keepers of our planet's history. Their journey here has come to an end. Awakened beckons their sounds to the many, for the dolphins and whales are leaving. Upon higher octaves, they begin their sojourn. For us, cry not, as we lay ashore. With great tails bidding farewell they salute, playing in the waters of terror no more. Will there ever be another magnificence so profound? By Marianne. We'll get back to Peter Davenport in a moment. Peter Davenport back again. And, you know, the more I think about this, Peter, the less sense it makes. Our U.S. military, our Air Force simply wouldn't do this.
They wouldn't, Art. And that is one of many things that makes that photograph, to my way of thinking, very, very intriguing. I hope our listeners can get a chance to look at it because it says a lot. Now, to this point in the program, I have given sort of a general outline of the situation portrayed by that photograph. There's one little detail I haven't mentioned yet, and this is the really mysterious part about all of this. Those whales were not only found on a beach near Key West. This is now about March of 1991. Not only were they found beached, but they were grossly disfigured. Disfigured in the sense that their flukes, or their caudal peduncle, what one would be inclined to call their tails,
thank you,
were grossly turned. They were spent, by my calculation, Art, those 8 flights by 3 helicopters, 150 miles offshore or so, I estimate cost the American taxpayer somewhere between $250,000 and $500,000. That is a sizable taxi fare. Why, for example, would the people who possessed those animals or who had medicated them for those 13 months not simply open the gate to their pen and let them swim out under their own steam? Somebody, I reason, was terribly interested in those whales to house them for well over a year. And then, moreover, to carry them out in very fancy machines, risking the crews and the machines themselves. Black Hawk helicopters, I understand, go for somewhere between $10 million and $20 million, depending on the model. Now, why would anybody in his right mind fly one of those craft 150 miles from shore, if the captions to the photographs are correct, 150 miles from shore, only to drop the cetacean in the water and then fly back to shore and get another one and do it over again? There's got to be some reason somebody was terribly interested in those animals.
Well, you can imagine, I suppose, that if they were going to re-beach themselves, or if there was a concern about their re-beaching, taking them 150 miles out might lessen that possibility, because they'd have to go an awful long way to re-beach themselves. That's the only thing I can think of off the top of my head.
Now, there's a very good observation that I have to admit had not occurred to me. But on the other side of the coin, I'm told by the people in that area that those helicopters allegedly were part of a search and rescue operation. Again, it was a training mission, I was told. Now...
Well, all right, I can tell you this. Look, I went and I visited the Air National Guard in Alaska. And I can tell you this. They do not fire up a Black Hawk and go out on a rescue, even a rescue mission, Peter, without very, very serious reason because of the cost. It is tremendously costly to fly them, as you have pointed out. So
right.
I think the overall question of why our military would be involved at all under any circumstances with whales for a 15-month period of time, I think that's just beyond my understanding.
Yes. The fact that they were not destroyed, the fact that they had bent tails, and I'll come back to that point in just a moment, the fact that somebody on very short notice had some mad money totaling at least $1 million, I calculate, probably more, to throw at a group of whales. Now, if it had been some kind of commercial operation, it's almost understandable. They had a group of whales, they would train them for performances and so on and so forth. But in this case, if we can believe the caption, if we can believe the photo, they were treated for over a year only to be released to the wild again. Now, of course, we can't rule out that there might have been somebody with a magnanimous streak to his soul or her soul who has a love for cetaceans, as I think most human beings do, certainly in respect, and decided to treat these animals well. That is certainly possible. In fact, could be said of the government. Maybe they have some kind of fund for resurrecting injured animals like this. However, let's go back to the bent tail for just a moment, Art.
All right.
I have talked to a number of marine mammal specialists out here at the NOAA facility trying to discover why a whale like that would have its flukes, its tail, bent to the side. Now, as most people know, the flukes, the tail on a porpoise when it swims goes up and down, not side by side. The major muscle groups move the flukes up and down. The muscle groups that move the fluke to the side are much less well developed. It is a mystery to all of them why these animals, so far as I am aware at this time, I am not a cetacean specialist, but I have not succeeded in finding one to date who can explain to me the rationale behind why the flukes would be bent to the side. Now, this is where the rub enters. The thing that caught my eye about this incident was the similarity in the deformation of the tails to the deformation that, for example, is seen in crop circles. The deformation of the grains, or rather the stalks of grain, that are now frequently seen in bona fide crop circles.
That can be duplicated, or very nearly duplicated, only by microwave radiation.
Yes. And the work that many, many crop circle specialists have done points out very clearly that this is the case. Dr. Levengood, Colin Andrews, many are working on that problem, and the results of their work show the same thing, that in the instance of a bona fide crop circle, the stalks can be, oftentimes are, bent at up to 90 degrees. In fact, I've seen that myself in a crop circle we had out here in the state of Washington. I think it was formed on Memorial Day of 1993. I walked in that field and I saw that very phenomenon. The other thing that comes to mind from UFO lore is a few of the cases from the southwestern United States in which UFOs were seen to fly very low over automobiles, and they bent the antennas at a 90-degree angle. There are several cases that I'm aware of, and I'm sure there must be more that I'm not aware of. That caught my eye.
That's UFO vandalism.
The intriguing thing about this is to consider whether if an alien organism were to come to the planet Earth is there anything that says that the human organism here on this planet would be the only biological form that they would be interested in?
Only egotistical humans would conclude that.
That is my response too. There is every argument that I can imagine that would say they certainly would be every bit as interested in all other intelligent organisms, and the cetaceans are certainly that. For many, many years, when I studied biology, humans were congratulating themselves on just how intelligent we were. We're at the top of the intelligence tree, if you will, in the biological field. The only interesting thing about that is it's not true. For one thing, we argue that we have the largest brains in the biological world. That's not true.
We really don't, do we?
I believe I'm correct in saying that the bottlenose dolphin has a larger brain than man does.
The bottlenose dolphin has a larger brain than man's. That's interesting.
The other criterion we used was the brain mass to body mass ratio. We congratulated ourselves on how much of our weight was dedicated to brain. Again, I believe I'm correct in saying that, again, the bottlenose dolphin has a higher brain mass to body mass ratio than man does. Mm-hmm. Now, the real clincher was the third criterion that we have used to argue our intelligence for years and years, and that is the percentage of our brains that is dedicated to neocortex.
Yes.
The neocortex is that outer shell of the brain where the higher thought processes occur, where things like personality are thought to dwell, and so on. Well, the bottlenose dolphin, and perhaps other cetaceans, but I believe the bottlenose has up to 98% of its brain dedicated to neocortex. So clearly, I cite these things to underscore the fact that those organisms are very intelligent by any measure.
I'm beginning to feel rather poorly as I listen to all of that, particularly this last slam. 98%, Peter?
Some 98% is my understanding. I may stand corrected down the road by people who have accumulated a great deal more knowledge about these organisms than I have. I am a marine biologist in a sense, albeit not a specialist when it comes to cetaceans. But these are things that I have read from seemingly credible sources. I cite them to point out the fact that any organism coming to this planet almost certainly would be as interested in cetaceans as they would be in human beings.
Or maybe even more so.
Or more so.
Or more so. Maybe they would be the reason, in fact, that somebody or something would come to visit here, period. Look at the classic Star Trek movie.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not beyond reason. Anything we can think of and imagine can occur, and it could well be that they are some sort of very special marker species on this planet, and that they have intelligence that we don't begin to understand or communicate with, but that others would, and they would be the reason they come here, not us.
Another thing I would cite is the fact that they do not have weapons. It's true, they don't have tools, they don't have an opposing thumb and forefinger, for example, many of the things we describe about human beings, but they do not have weapons, they don't have wars.
Well, we don't have fins.
That's right. But I would invite our listeners to go look at that photograph. Again, I go back to a point I cited at the beginning of the program. I throw this out, one, because you were discussing the issue of beaching over the last couple of days.
Every night lately.
It is a fascinating phenomenon. I truly believe that the researchers in that field are no closer to understanding what these organisms are doing or why than they were 50 years ago. And the Greeks wrote about this phenomenon some 3,000 years ago. It's by no means a new phenomenon.
No, it certainly isn't, but it may be an awful lot more frequent now.
Could be. That may be explained by a higher frequency of cetaceans. I don't know what the trend in population density is of those organisms in various parts of the oceans. But there are three theoretical reasons for beaching. Some people have cited the biological reasons. For a long time they argued that it was due to parasites in their ears, due to predators, due to the fact that their echolocation system was paralyzed or thwarted by some condition or another, something along those lines. Nobody has ever been able to prove any one of those theories. Now, for a long time, some people argued that it was due to submarines. Now, when a submarine touches off its active sonar, that is, pings trying to find a target,
right?
The submarine puts out an immense, whopping load of energy for a short period of time. Now, some have argued that that might serve to frighten cetaceans. I don't think that's the case. Moreover, submarines very, very rarely use their active sonar. After all, they're trying to go undetected.
Sure.
You can't do that by pinging every so often. Certainly they don't do it in shallow water as well, I'm told by submariners. And the third issue, and this is the one that I throw out tentatively, this is only but a theory, Art, is could there be some kind of interaction taking place in the marine or aquatic environment, but marine environment between cetaceans and UFOs or aliens, whatever you want to call them. There are some fascinating scholarly works done on the presence of UFOs in the marine environment.
And then wouldn't that account also for the military's intense interest in this and their spending of all this money to do it?
That is certainly the next step in the chain of logic, in my opinion. But I would invite people to look at those photographs on your website. I think after they've analyzed them carefully for perhaps 5 or 10 minutes, and they've read the captions, and they've sat and ruminated on what the significance of that photograph is, and all of the facts that are reported about it, I will be very curious to know whether I am crazy or whether there's something very special about this photograph that does not meet the eye and which could be potentially very deep, very profound.
All right, we're running out of time. If you would like a response from anybody out there, how would they get the response to you? And don't forget, folks, $5 or $10 donations to the above address or the address you're about to hear would be very much appreciated for the work Peter's doing. It's a nonprofit organization.
And let me say, we are terribly grateful to those people who've been sending donations. We've been overwhelmed, and we're preparing a little package to send out to those people to say thanks very much to them. We have just been swamped with
excellent. All right, address.
The address, they can send it via email, director@ufocenter.com. Please make them very short, 1 or 2 sentences. We're getting hundreds of emails a day.
Director@ufocenter.com.
They can find our website, www.ufocenter.com. And our mailing address is the National UFO Reporting Center, P.O. Box 45623, University Station, Seattle, Washington, 98145.
All right. Well, then I invite everybody to trek up to my website right now, www.artbell.com, and do as Peter suggests. Take a look at a Black Hawk dumping a whale and ruminate on that photograph and on the caption for a while. Peter, my friend, thank you so much.
Thank you, Art. It's been delightful.
Take care. Good night. All right. We're going to be back with the unknown in a moment. Whiplash from last night is what it's going to be. I'm Art Bell, and this is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell.
Whiplash. I've got a few announcements I want to repeat at this hour. And they are, one, I rarely make movie recommendations. I'm not Siskel, nor am I Ebert, but I want you to see a movie called The Trigger Effect. It's called The Trigger Effect. Get your guide and look it up. It's on Stars 2 later today, this morning actually. Not too many people get Stars 2, I guess, but it'll be on HBO on the 20th. Or, no doubt, you can go rent it or somehow glom onto it. It's called The Trigger Effect. And if you want an incredible study of what would happen to the human race, the human being, if something went wrong, any little thing like suddenly losing power, lights, television, radio, computers, power, electricity. You want to know what would happen? You go watch The Trigger Effect. It is a phenomenal movie. I'm getting a lot of agreement on that from those that have seen it. So there's my movie recommendation. My wife taped it yesterday, and we watched it after the program yesterday morning, and man, oh man, oh man, what a movie. Now, Our climate would appear to be changing. The New York Times, 127.98, a brand new story. If climate changes, it may change quickly. Past warnings or coolings occurred, warmings rather, or coolings occurred in decades or much less. From the New York Times, in the debate over global warming, there has been a widespread assumption that if humans are changing the Earth's climate, the effects will be felt gradually and smoothly, making it much easier to adapt to the change. But a growing accumulation of geological evidence is making it ever clearer that in the past, the climate has undergone drastic changes in temperature and rainfall patterns in the space of a human lifetime, in fact, a decade or even less. Now, many experts believe that late in the next century, concentrations of gas will double their pre-industrial levels. Should that happen, mainstream scientists say the average surface temperature of the globe will rise by 2 to 6 degrees Fahrenheit, compared with a rise of 5 to 9 degrees since the depths of the last ice age, to give you some idea of the scale of the rise. Scientists don't know for sure, of course, but the question gives them pause. Dr. Wallace S. Brocker of Columbia University's Lamont Doherty Earth Observatory said, "The climate system is an angry beast, and we are poking it with sticks." He said, "We don't know whether it's going to pay attention to the pokes, but if it does, it might rise up and do something we are not going to like." Now, I say this as the forecast for the Oregon coast earlier today, and I presume that still holds, is for somewhere between 70 and 90 mile an hour winds. I talked to Bob Crane in Northern California a little while ago, and he said the winds were howling up there. Definitely a concern when you have rising directly above you 100-foot redwood trees, which tend to come down in these kinds of winds. The East Coast is getting clobbered. The West Coast, if you looked at the weather forecast and maps through the weekend, it is absolutely horrendous. Horrendous. I have told you now for the last 2 years that I believe the climate is changing, and I think the evidence is now here. Last hour we spent talking with Peter Davenport. 60 more sperm whales have beached themselves in Tasmania. These are not little whales. These are sperm whales. These are up to 30-ton giants that just decided they'd do away with themselves and beach themselves in Tasmania. We have a couple of photographs on the website right now that are total blowaways. Peter Davenport brought them to us. And they show U.S. military Black Hawk helicopters dumping whales at 150 miles out to sea. 150 miles out to sea. These are whales the military kept for up to 13 months. They beached themselves. The military collected them up, did something with them for 13 months, straightened out their tails. They were bent. The tails were bent like crop circle wheat. The military kept them for 13 months and then utilized Black Hawk helicopters to take them out 2 at a time, like Noah, and dump them into the ocean 150 miles out of sea. And we've got photographs. You go take a look at the helicopters yourself. You'll see a whale actually getting midair coming out of a Black Hawk helicopter. Damnedest thing you ever saw. The way you see that is go to my website at www.artbell.com. Scroll down to where you see the name Peter Davenport as a guest and click on that. You'll see the photographs. And as he said, you better go up there and sit and ruminate about what you see a little bit and wonder why our military would do such a thing. Last night, we had a very, very serious program on the subject of abduction. We had Dr. Roger Lear and Daryl Sims, and they brought with them pictorial evidence of implantation of human beings with what has to be alien technology. The electron scanning microscope photographs are up there for you all to see. You just go take a look at them. Be my guest. It was a staggeringly important program with regard to the abduction syndrome. And this morning, we're going to present yet another program that has to do with the abduction syndrome, but not quite the same material. Here from Southern California is an abduction victim. Now, I'm not sure it's fair to call her a victim. She is Pamela, and we'll call her only Pamela, abduction victim. I heard a gurgle. Was that you, Pamela?
Yes, it was.
You gurgled.
I should have told you to call me an experiencer instead.
An experiencer?
Yes.
You wouldn't describe yourself, Pamela, as a victim?
Absolutely not.
No.
No.
When did your experience begin? At what sort of early age were you first?
Well, my first conscious contact is about 5 years ago. However, it's interesting that you would have Roger Lear and Daryl Sims on last night because I was practically jumping out of bed. I listened all night, so if I'm a little tired, it's because of you. Because I work all day and listen to you all night.
Then you listened to that show intently last night.
Oh, absolutely. In fact, I met Daryl Sims at a workshop, and it was just recently after I had had my first conscious contact, and I went to his workshop, and it was the first time that I had ever heard of scoop marks. And I realized that I had 2 marks on the front of my leg since I was a child. And I literally couldn't believe that, because at the time when I had found them, when I was young, there was no scar. It was just all of a sudden there were 2 holes in the front of my leg. They're about the size of a watch battery. And they're about 1.5 inches apart from one another. And I remember after the workshop, going up to Daryl and saying, Daryl, does this look like scoop marks to you? And he looked at me and he said, yeah. He said, welcome.
Did he really?
Yeah. And I remember...
Now, was there any abduction experience that you recall to go along with this? Or
Not
was
that I recall.
No. So the scoop marks came out of nowhere?
Well, out of nowhere when I was young. And of course, when you're young, you go, that. You know, I don't remember.
Well, not that young. I mean, this is 5 years ago, right?
No. 5 years ago is when I had my first conscious contact.
Okay, now that makes sense. All right, so the scoop marks were at about what age?
I was around 8 or 9.
8 or 9.
Mm-hmm. And I remember them showing up at different times. And
so this was before puberty then?
Oh, yeah. And I'm starting to make some connections. I lost a job actually from going public about 6 months ago. And from going public with my experiences.
What kind of going public?
Well, I don't mind saying that I've done your radio show before. And
but that was...
Strange Universe, a year ago. Strange Universe has been replaying the segment, and they were hardly generous. They took sound bites out of context, as they're known to do. But that's not a problem because I took the 6 months off, and I actually finished the proposal to a book that I'm writing. And
so you got canned for what you said?
Oh yeah, and I'm not the only one.
That is so unfair.
It's almost a new little form of prejudice that we have on our hands.
It is a new form of prejudice.
Yeah, and it's just the unknown. People are afraid.
Pamela, I keep hearing gurgles. Are you in a bubble bath?
Oh, I'm sorry. That's my computer. I have my aquarium on.
You have an aquarium program?
I have an aquarium.
Fish going across your...
Maybe I can disengage that. Sorry about that.
That's quite right. I pictured you sitting there in a bubble bath or something.
You know, I wish, with a glass of champagne.
Yeah, that's right. Well, all right, so you actually, you know what?
What?
You could sue somebody over that. I mean, just because you tell a story about an abduction, albeit I know yours is a very strange story.
Yeah, it is.
But nevertheless.
No, I know. I thought of getting Peter Gersten involved, and I thought, do I want to walk down that road? I take so much hits and ridicule about this as it is. I mean, you become aware of something that's so incredibly profound, and you want to share it with the world because you feel that it's important.
and you literally have to keep your mouth shut with both hands in almost everything you do in your life. And it's very challenging because I really believe it's something that I think disclosure is imminent and that we can't really get this information out fast enough to prepare ourselves.
Well, I understand why you are discriminated against. However, it is against the law.
It is indeed.
And you just, no matter how wild your story, you cannot be canned for having related an experience that you had.
Well, like I said, I'm not the only one. I have a very good girlfriend who is an incredible script supervisor and told the story to the wrong person, and the next day it was like flying like wildfire, and she was canned.
How did Strange Universe get onto you?
I believe they had contacted John Rhodes about using some of his drawings, and one of the drawings was the one that I described as my reptilian entity to Passara, so they had to call me to get permission. And then the producer started asking me questions. In fact, I have the whole transcript of my Strange Universe interview. I made a point to get it before I wrote my book, because what they edited, it will clearly show that it was kind of like a 60 minutes deception tape where they really make it look like you're an idiot and sensationalize everything you're saying without using the substance of what you're saying.
Well, now, let us at least be fair. You've got to admit that your story, even told straight, is absolutely sensational.
It is, but the thing is, Art, and since I had this experience and went public with it, I can't tell you how many letters and emails I've received from people having the same experience. Well, the night that I was on.
I do.
That's
call after call after call of people.
You wouldn't have believed the mail that I got, and plus the fact that when I started researching, I realized there are a lot of other abductees who quietly mentioned this in a part of their book, you have to understand that sex is so repressed in our society. So you put sex in any context, it's taboo, minus the fact that it's with an interdimensional being, reptilian.
But here's the thing: sex is an integral part of the whole abduction phenomenon. Now, people, because it's sex, they don't talk about it a lot, of course.
Exactly.
But let's face it, folks. The facts are that an awful lot of the abduction syndrome describes intense interest in human reproduction.
Absolutely.
It actually, many times, women who tell the whole story tell of children that have been the product of a relationship with one of them.
Absolutely. Well, I told you that my first conscious contact was waking up aboard a spacecraft and seeing my 4 hybrid daughters calling me mommy. And I nearly lost it. I had never experienced anything like that. And it changed my whole life.
Can you describe your daughters? What? Now,
I can.
Now, your relationship was with a reptilian creature.
Right, but the daughters that I
lizard.
saw were half gray and half human. Now, I had gray experiences for about 2 years before I had a reptilian experience.
But most people, Pamela, describe the grays as asexual. That they are actually perhaps crosses between biological things and machines, androids.
Cloned entities.
Yeah.
Well, and I believe that is the case. The thing is, I don't know that there's any intercourse that takes place. The men abductees that I know have described machines being placed on their genitalia and having the semen pumped out. Women describe having, I know myself, having things inserted in you.
Yes.
Maybe like an insemination type procedure of some kind.
Yes.
And so it's not really physically sexual like the reptilian interaction is. I don't believe the reptilian interaction is necessarily to create another species. However, I really don't know. I always have more.
Well, actually, there's a question. Do you suppose that the reptilian-human interaction and your reptilian consort, that it's sexual in the same way that it's sexual between a man and a woman?
You know, I've had
Sex, in other words, sex for the sake of sex.
I think it's very possible. I mean, I've seen the reptilians described as sort of a warrior class, sort of as, you know, like sort of what our soldiers would do if they walked into a foreign land. They take the women and the liquor, you know.
That's, the women and the liquor. Yep, that's it.
And I don't really know. I know that so much has happened since I talked to you the last time. I had an incredible regression with a wonderful woman. I don't know if you're familiar with Barbara Lamb.
Barbara Lamb.
She's a hypnotic regressionist. And she was doing a video on the abduction phenomenon, and I'll call it that because most people don't resonate with contact experiences or whatever. But she asked me if she could regress me on video, and I told her that I had this unusual feeling of communion with the reptilian species, and if we could address that issue, that I would be more than happy to spend my evening being regressed.
Now, a lot of people, the first time you were on, probably doubted or scoffed at your story. I mean, a sexual relationship with a lizard, for heaven's sakes.
I had a lot of letters that ridiculed me, but I will suggest those that ridicule and use profane language to use spell check, because inevitably they were the ones that you could barely read. The people that notified me that had real experiences were the most eloquent and articulate and sensitive and compassionate people, and so many people thanked me that I literally had tears in my eyes reading some of the letters. And I've helped a lot of people process these experiences because I've come into a place of being able to control them within the interaction.
You, of course, have to understand that it's very difficult for the average person, not another experiencer, or not somebody who's born again and you know, wants you on board or something. But I mean, the average person out there to grasp the fact that there is an ongoing... I heard your aquarium. There is an ongoing relationship between human, earth women, and reptilian beings.
Oh, yeah, well, and I understand that it's probably the ultimate insult for men, and I remember men being very upset by the things I said, and believe me, I love men.
Well, the only part of what you said that tended to upset men was when you said that actually reptilian sex was better than human male sex.
Well, I'm not sure I put it quite that way.
Well, it ended...
like I said, it was very different. It was...
No, you did put it that way. Pamela, hold on. We're at the bottom of the...
From February 5th, 1998.
It is great to be here. My guest is Pamela. Pamela had a sexual relationship with a lizard guy. And that's really unfair because actually they are known as reptilians. Scales and all. And we'll get back to Pamela in a moment. All right, back now to Pamela. And I think we left off at the point, Pamela, where really, I mean, if you're really being honest, Pamela, you've got to admit that you did make a rather definitive statement that
all right, you can call me on that if you want.
That reptilian sex was better than human sex.
Well, I can only tell you that it was like something I had never, ever experienced. And it was very tantric. It was
very what?
Tantric. It was a skilled performance, let's say. And not only that, there was an emotional connection that I felt that was so profound.
So this was not just your basic...
No. It was aggressive, but yes, so am I.
Right. Oh, by the way, the last time you were on, we did not have a drawing of your reptilian friend.
Right.
Now, tonight we do. We have long memories and files.
Well, I still get emails from that, and unfortunately, people don't have access to my first interview, so they just call me completely ridiculous.
Oh, well, I know. They need to hear the story, and they're going to, but what I'm saying to everybody is up on my website now is a picture of your reptilian friend.
Right. Now, and I can tell you that it's not exact because I only described it for a quick 15 minutes to Kasara, but it's very close. There are some differences, and I hope to have a better drawing in my book. So just
You're writing
well,
a
that
book?
doesn't look like that's not a picture. You know, it's like no, it's not a picture. I didn't have my camera. Okay.
Okay.
No cameras work on an interdimensional level. Sorry.
In other words, you wouldn't have taken a picture of him anyway.
No.
What was his name?
Well, I didn't really give the entity a name. I didn't hear a name. In fact, one of the things I'd really like to talk about was this regression because I found it a very profound revelation for me. I did this regression with Barbara Lamb, and it was a 3-hour regression. It was pretty phenomenal because you never know when you're going in what's going to come out yourself because your defenses are down. You're tapping into an unconscious realm that you don't have access to when you're conscious. And I had the experience of being a reptilian hundreds of thousands of years ago.
Well, that may account for your taste now.
Well, it's very possible that I was meeting myself or an aspect of me or someone that I knew from that time. I firmly believe in past lives, and I think it's very possible that we have been all of these species at one time or another, or at least a good number of them. And since metaphysics has taught me that there is no past, present, or future, we have access to these particular realities that we might have been a part of.
Can I ask a couple of questions about the photograph?
Sure.
Okay. It kind of looks like this reptilian guy
Yeah.
is wearing a T-shirt.
Yeah, it's more of a breastplate.
A breastplate?
Type thing. And like I say...
And then you can almost like see what looks like lungs or something.
Well, it's very human. And like I say, to the touch, it was very soft. It wasn't scary. It was...
Yeah, but in the photograph, it shows definite green scales.
Yes. Well, like I say, the entity that I saw, and who knows how much is green, who knows what these entities really look like. Maybe all the grays are really reptilians.
But I would presume that when you described for the person who did this, very good drawing, it's very good drawing, you know, it almost looks like a cobblestone road. I mean, the skin looks like a cobblestone road, you know, with indentations in between the scales. Now,
right. It reminded me of the entity reminded me of a tattooed being, totally tattooed with a snake type, you know.
When you touched that skin, did you feel the individual scales?
No, I didn't.
So you're saying the whole thing felt smooth?
Well, have you ever held a snake?
Yeah, when I was real young.
All right, well, snake bodies are very soft.
Garden snake.
But they're very firm.
Yeah.
And that's the closest thing I can tell you that it felt like.
Okay.
And again, you know, men are visually oriented, so for men, this sort of thing would be completely out of the question.
Big turnoff.
It would be a turnoff.
A female version of this creature would be nothing you'd want to tangle with in any way at all, much less sexual, that's for sure.
But for women, if you appeal to us on an emotional level, on a spiritual level, generally it doesn't really matter, you know, what the package is. We seem to move from a different place.
Yeah, but there's packages and packages, and this is not even remotely human.
Well, you would be very surprised how many letters I got from women who would long for something like this.
Like this.
Uh-huh.
And these are women who saw the photograph, Pamela?
I don't know. They heard the interview, and I think that they resonated with the fact that there was a very deep emotional...
Well, I'm going to ask about that next, yes. How deep was the emotional connection between you and... He didn't have any name?
No. He didn't need a name. It's really a strange thing. It's like you don't relate on the same level that you do with a human being. It's almost as if you are really one with that being. I mean, the communication, the telepathic communication was so loving and so...
Now, I almost said beast. The creature has a mouth.
Yeah.
Sort of.
It's kind of
like a beak mouth.
Kind of. Well, it's actually more alligator-ish.
Yeah,
In
yeah.
fact, you know what? I was in a pet shop, believe it or not, and I saw the bearded dragon, and all of them were at the side of the cage, opening their mouths to me, and I jumped back because it was almost like a memory of some kind. That
wouldn't have been a sensual experience for you.
No, well, I was just shocked because it was a reminder. It was the trigger effect, let's say.
Trigger effect, thank you.
It really triggered something in me, and like I say, that it's called a bearded dragon, and it's a reptile, a small little reptile, and like I say, I had to do another drawing because the mouth was very, very different than that, but it was very human-like. I mean, almost imagine a human being more so than a reptile. It's really hard.
Okay. Well, you said there was telepathic communication, and you said there was a deep emotional involvement.
Absolutely.
Now, was there...
The being said he knew me.
Was there, like, a courtship to this thing, or was it...
I don't think...
Was it more like being dragged off by your hair into a cave?
Well, I don't even think a courtship type thing or a thought in that direction is even important, because like I say, I felt a connection as though we were connected maybe for eons,
Boy, I'll tell you, if human guys only had that ability to impart that feeling to human women, there wouldn't be near the trouble on this planet we have now.
Well, I think that people that we do meet, we have resonated with and had experiences with, we're just not aware of them.
Instead of some stupid line like, what sign are you or something, it's an immediate mental communication, and boom, there you are.
Yeah, well, I think it really just comes down to respect, because, as many of your guests have said, there really are no secrets anymore, and we communicate with each other on a telepathic level anyway, and it's just a matter of how tuned in you are to yourself and to other beings. I mean, we're all so divine and so multidimensional that if we could only see that about one another and ourselves.
So then it really wouldn't be wrong to say then that it was telepathic love at first sight.
Yeah, we could say that. Like I say, I believe that I was meeting an aspect of myself. I think I was being reminded, because in my regression, one of the things that she asked me was why I had such a connection with this particular race, and I saw myself on a hill with my fellow warriors. I was a male reptilian in this life, and we were basically, we knew that the end was near. We didn't know exactly what it was. We didn't have, weapons. Our minds were our weapons. We were preparing ourselves mentally for our doom. And I remember looking at the other beings, and there was such a sense of love and knowing that we were going to perish. And a red cloud, I don't know if it was radiation or what, came over, and that was when I came out of the regression. But she asked me why I would be in touch with the reptilians in this lifetime.
So
and the answer, wait a minute, you're going to love this. Okay. The answer was that the same thing is going to happen here on this planet. There is an end in sight. Maybe it's a precognitive, prophetic vision that I have, but that many of those warriors from that time that went through that are reincarnated now to experience it once again.
All right, well, you could almost look at him, based on the story you just told, and imagine them as reptilian barbarians.
Well, you could, except that in that life, they were very evolved. They were spiritual warriors.
Well, spiritual barbarians.
They were mental giants.
But they were also warriors, right? In other words, the Mars influence, for example, they take what they want, right?
Well, this again is something we have to remember. We cannot blanket statement any extraterrestrial species, because we can't blanket statement human beings. There are good ones, there are bad ones, and then when you take it out into the universe, into the cosmic realm, we're talking about from the past, from the future, evolved, unevolved.
But still, you're talking about
technologically, but not spiritually, and vice versa.
But still, you're talking about a warrior species, basically.
Well, that's what people say, but you have to understand that not everyone has that particular perception of it. I mean, there are as many varied stories as you can possibly imagine.
All right. How aggressive was your reptilian?
Well, it was very aggressive, and I believe that I was in a lot of fear because it was so shocking to me visually. But once there was a telepathic communication, I started to calm down. And I said to myself, you know, I've been through a year and a half of gray abductions that were so shattering to me physically that this, obviously, I'm not going to die. That's the conclusion I came to from going through so many abduction experiences.
I'm looking at this guy, and I wouldn't conclude I wouldn't die if I had tangled with him.
Well, the thing is, like I say, I didn't get that sort of telepathic communication from the grave.
No.
It was cold, it was clinical,
and so that was really more frightening than this. Because at least here you were getting some sort of mental, emotional connection.
Exactly, and I was having severe physical symptoms from some of the procedural stuff that was going on with the grave. So this was at least pleasurable, and I decided in the middle of the sex act to get out of fear. I mean, that's what I had been teaching myself for a year and a half anyway with these experiences. I have to stay out of fear. I've got to conquer that, otherwise I'm not centered enough to deal with it.
Now, how would these occur? I mean, would this creature come to you in your sleep, in your bed?
Well,
would this creature take you up somewhere?
This is what is very hard to explain, because I think I mentioned on the show long ago that I'm a skilled astral projector. I've been doing it for 14 years, and I've been traveling out into those weird realms and had a lot of strange things happen. But I always knew that I was out of my body and that I could not be harmed physically.
Right.
Now, this time, and I also am a lucid dreamer.
Okay.
But this time, I woke up out of a sleep, and my very first experience with the reptilian was that I was making love to a gorgeous blonde man. And in the middle of the sex act, it turned into a reptilian.
Oh, my God.
Yeah, that's what I said. And that's when
from blonde surfer to reptilian?
Yeah, it was, but the thing, but what, they shapeshift, and I don't know how many other species do as well. It's possible that the grays do as well. Maybe the grays are reptilians or can shapeshift into.
Oh my God, then it's possible. Then you have to imagine it's possible that women who are meeting men all over the planet actually are meeting shapeshifters.
You never know, Art. At least I think I know that the military has been cloning for a very, very long time.
I don't doubt that at all.
And I will tell you another incident, which I wasn't going to share because it all sounds so outlandish that even I sit back and I go, how am I ever going to even tell my abduction support group about this? And but I sing on the weekends. I'm a singer, and I had a gig in Pacific Palisades about 7 or 8 months ago, and it was an Asian wedding. And it was couples. Everyone was down in the yard. It was like a 3-tiered backyard. And the band was set up at the top and with the bar. And all the guests were downstairs having dinner. Dinner had started, right? 2 guys walked in, dressed in black with sunglasses on, after the sun went down.
Men in black.
I couldn't believe my eyes. I said, this couldn't possibly be real. And luckily, I had just seen the film, Men in Black, so I had a bit of a sense of humor about it. And my sound man came over to me and he said, Diva, well, that's my nickname. He said, Diva, look at those 2 guys over there, because he had heard your show and he knew what I was going through and knows me well. And he said, I swear to you, those are Men in Black. And I said, listen, JC, the minute I get off a stage, I want you to come with me and we're going to confront them, because they're either gay lovers at the wrong party or they're Men in Black. So as soon as I got off stage, they were gone. And I said, look, I know that they were here. I said, let's go look for them. They must be in the house, because they're obviously not down eating. We would have seen them go by. We went out. I finally said, listen, let's ask the valet. We went to the valet, and the valet said, yeah, we saw these 2 weird guys. We thought maybe they were bodyguards, but there's no stars here. And I said, well, I think I know who they were. I said, what were they driving? And he said, a black Lexus.
Oh.
And I said, well, it ain't a Cadillac, but But I mean, these are weird.
This is a horrid thing to contemplate, Pamela, but has it occurred to you that those men, obviously onto you, right?
Mm-hmm. Well, obviously.
Obviously onto you, that these men may have snooped, peeped, recorded your encounter with Mr. Reptile here.
Well, I tell you, Art, the research that I've been doing has been pretty heavy since I first became aware of this, and I know that many people that have had military abductions right after going public, and I've had a couple experiences that are actually almost too scary to talk about, and I know that it happens. I have a couple theories about it. I've been researching mind control and have found out some pretty startling things about, you know, the disposal program for the mind control victims who are implanted with extraterrestrial abduction experiences to cover covert operations that they might have been involved in. And so many records are destroyed once they're disposed of. I mean, it's very possible that on one hand, they're muddying the waters of research for abduction because they've already set the ridicule campaign for abduction in action. That was a planned scheme on their part to discredit all of us.
Well, you know, I really can't accept a couple of things that happened to me that are too scary to talk about. Yeah. I'm going to have to try and pry that from you, of course.
Well, I'll tell you off the air.
No, on the air. Tell me on the air. All right?
Well,
not now.
right.
We're going into a break.
Maybe.
Maybe?
Yeah, we'll bargain.
All right. Pamela and her former question mark lover, the lizard guy, pictures on my website right now, www.
An awful lot of them really go through the same thing. Finally, we get to the other side of these experiences, understand them, become aware and process them, and become functional again in our lives. And I'll tell you, at the end of all this, there's only one species that really, truly scares me, and that's the one that I belong to. I've rarely seen such an angry mob mentality as when a new concept, a new idea, and perhaps a perception that we really need to consider if we're going to face the new millennium is put in their faces. They simply cannot adjust. And we've crucified our messengers throughout our history and suppressed truths that we need to get on with our lives and evolve. And I would just really like to tell your listeners to keep an open mind, because the people that come forward with these experiences, it takes a lot of courage to do so.
Of course it does, but you've got to admit that most women would have to have an extremely open mind.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. The women that I've met are so incredibly evolved. Now, I find that the men have a much harder time integrating these experiences, and I think it's because they are, when they're out of control, it's so frightening to them that they just can't handle the experience. And again, you have to look at this. Most people understand and accept and believe that the gray abductions are going on.
Yeah.
I mean, it's an accepted fact.
But as a man,
very well respected. But the point is, you introduce a new species.
That's right.
And once again, all the new prejudices are out, rearing their ugly heads.
Pamela, Earth women are supposed to be for Earth men.
Well, you know
that's
what?
That's where the problem is.
I don't think any of us are necessarily Earth beings. I think we are throughout eternity coming into new forms and new consciousnesses, and this is the expansion that I've become aware of, just in terms of being a paranormal explorer my whole life, and I think that's probably one of the reasons that I woke up to these experiences.
Right, in the middle of the first relationship you had with the lizard,
right?
He morphed himself.
Right.
At first he was a handsome human.
Right.
And then halfway through the act he became what we see here, roughly.
Right.
Now, why do you think that the lizard guy would think that you could handle that? Particularly at a sensitive moment like that.
Well, the thing is, I had 2 other interactions with the reptilians after that. The first time was the only time that I was introduced to a human-like being before he shape-shifted. The other times he just showed up as
Yeah, the question is why he revealed himself to you at that moment, why he thought you could mentally handle that.
I'm not sure. I really don't know for sure, except possibly, like I say, I go back to my regression, where I was to be reminded of my connection to that species and the fact that I need that mental warriorship to do what I'm going to do the rest of my life. Because I've walked into a life that I'm now really compelled to share this information and get some answers
I know.
for myself and everyone else.
You would describe this creature as dominant.
Yeah, or aggressive, let's say.
Synonyms, I think. Dominant, aggressive.
Okay, well, I'm pretty dominant and aggressive as well. In fact, I noticed that the minute I became a participant and I became aggressive myself, the entity disappeared.
What?
Yeah.
You mean you even scared him away?
I don't know that I necessarily scared him. I think that the job had been done, and that was to basically bring me through fear and into an empowered position.
Oh, that's really weird. That's like staring down a bear in the forest.
Yeah, I've met many beasts face to face, and I think that I'm a more powerful person for it. And if the reason that we're here on this planet is to overcome fear, because it is such a synthetic thing, it's man-made. It's not our natural state to be in fear.
You've got to understand, though, Pamela, that it's doubly hard, and I really mean this, it's doubly hard for the average man to understand that any Earth woman would prefer or even allow a totally different creature.
Yeah, I know. It's pretty bizarre. And like I say, I think it's just a matter of getting over, once again, a prejudice.
Now, I remember the last program we did, a lot of the women called. A lot of women called. And they were really okay with this.
Well,
the guys who called were not.
Well, I think women are basically more intuitive, and I don't think I will get an argument from anyone on that. And I think that they sense something about me that is real, maybe that empowers them, that gives them just a little bit of an insight into something that is unknown, that they're not afraid to venture into and at least explore and talk about.
When Barbara regressed you, is that when she found out about the things that you said were just too scary to talk about?
No, those were experiences that I had after going public.
All right, after going public. That means after my last program?
Yeah, and Strange Universe and the whole nine.
So, in other words, anything that I would pry out of you now about these two things would be utterly new.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
I've got a lot of new things, but like I say, I don't want to disclose everything, because I'm also writing a book, and my co-authors, I've been offered to do a lot of other magazines and radio shows and TV shows, and you know what? I've learned my lesson. If I am edited in any way whatsoever, I'm not doing it.
I know. I don't blame you for a second. I am very sensitive about who I will do an interview with, because, you know, they come after me, Pamela. You've got to understand.
I know.
You know, even with some of the absolute righteous work that I do, I have a lot of people that hate my guts because of the kind of material that I air.
Sure. Well, and the thing is, we've got to have an allowance policy here if we're going to get any new answers in life. And it's real sad, really.
Well, look, just give us a little tease about these items that have occurred, things that have occurred to you since the last time we spoke.
All right, well, all right, I'm going to share a couple of things. I've met a couple of women who went public years ago when it wasn't quite as safe to do so. I mean, you have to understand, I believe that the UFO cover-up is probably one of the most profound cover-ups that we will ever face. And I know why, because the ramifications of disclosure are so huge. We're talking religious, economic, political, you name it, everything's going to crumble. So as far as our shadow government, because I don't even think our government is aware of what's really going on, but as far as they're concerned, they have to do anything in their power to keep this quiet. And there have been a couple of women that I know, one in particular, and I'm not going to use any names because I don't want to divulge who they are, because I know that this one woman has been absolutely terrorized by the military. In fact, over a dozen of her neighbors have witnessed her being abducted by the military and interrogated. And I just want you to know that it's really going on.
Abducted by the military and interrogated about an experience she had?
That's right, because we're not supposed to be going public with this. You have no idea the harassment that abductees have.
Oh, yes, I do. And it's the same kind of experience you had?
Well, mine was similar. I really don't want to talk about it. I woke up one morning and I was completely aware that I had been interrogated.
You too? By the military?
But I only remembered, I only had sketchy memories of it. I was extremely drugged when I woke up. I had, my whole face was swollen, my front tooth was chipped.
Oh my God, they beat you.
Huh?
They beat you.
I don't know. All I know is I felt like someone had beaten me up. I didn't think that I even left my apartment. I have no idea. But,
so they probably got every detail. They probably got it all.
Well, I don't know. I imagine they must be curious to know either whether I'm a mind control victim, which I'm pretty sure I'm not. I mean, I didn't.
You gotta admit, you wouldn't know. I mean,
I think I would. The thing is, I believe that it's all of the above. I don't think we can, put all these things into a nice, neat little box.
Maybe not, but Pamela, it's impossible to believe for most people that you could have a physical relationship with this creature without being the victim of some kind of mind control.
I know. Well, that's what the mind control people say. But I can't believe that is the case. I really believe it's all of the above.
As a matter of fact, a man out there, even me, might choose to believe that the reason you said you prefer the lizard guy to human guys is because of mind control.
Well, the thing is, extraterrestrials, I'm sure, have as much power as the government to mind control. I mean, let's get real here. The mind control program has been ongoing since World War II. Over 800 German scientists were brought here after the war and filtered into the mind control program. And our tax dollars are paying for this.
MK Ultra.
And that's one of 147, Art, that we don't know about.
147 programs?
Yeah, that's what we know about.
Good Lord.
I mean, my mind control research has really scared me. And of course, I talk that on the phone. I know my phone's tapped.
Well, once you know it, who cares?
Yeah, well, the thing is, the things I talk about, as my co-author, we do interviews on the phone, and, I'm very verbal. I'm not holding anything back. And that's another reason why I would appeal to your audience to listen to these accounts that people are bringing forward, because we're sharing something with you that is really to our detriment to do so.
But that's right. But yours is the wildest of them all.
Well, you know what? But I'm not the only one. I'm just the only one that will talk about it. I got letters from the Bible Belt from women who said, I can't thank you enough for coming forward.
I know. I remember on the last program we had women crying on the air.
They say they're down there in the Bible Belt in a Christian community, and if they told their husband about their experience, they would be afraid that they would be divorced and exiled from the community.
Of course.
And I happen to not answer to anybody. Thank you.
So you don't have a husband to worry about divorcing you and casting you off?
No.
So I can understand why then you would come forward. But even at that, it must have been a really difficult thing.
I'm dealing with, employment stuff and friends and the men that I've dated in the last couple years.
Do you tell them about it?
Well, I feel like I have to. It's part of my life into reptilians. And he's going to be in Linda's book.
Is he?
Mm-hmm. And I thought he was very empowered. And
Pamela, can you hold on?
I sure can.
We're at the bottom of the hour.
One more cup of coffee and work for the night.
That's it.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 5th, 1998.
I'll be right back to you. All right, Pamela, here's a question by fax. First of all, I mean, I got a million people want to talk to you, like always, but Art, ask Pamela, please inquire of her, at any of the amorous alien encounters, was there a presentation of alien flowers, alien chocolates, or, most importantly, alien alcoholic beverages during the courtship?
Only absolutely fresh insects. That was such a funny ad that guy wrote. I really want to hear that again one day.
Absolutely.
You know, there's one thing I would like to talk about,
Okay.
and that is the wonderful people that contacted me afterwards, after your last show. And in fact, I think I remember telling you that I was about to press a CD, and I asked for donations of $1.
I remember that, yeah.
Well, I only got $200, but I got hundreds of more letters, and I wasn't able to press a CD. But I took some of my own money when I lost the last job, and it was about the time of the Roswell 50th anniversary.
Boy,
So
what bad timing.
So I pressed, no, it was great because I got to go. I went. And I had pressed up a couple cassette copies, and I sent one to the concert director at Roswell.
Should have sent one to me.
What?
Should have sent one to me.
You know what? I'm going to send you one because I now have them for sale out of my purse, these cassettes. And the people that sent me $1, I have kept the money and the letters. I've written to most people back, but I haven't been able to get to everyone. And I just want to thank everyone. And the people, I have an address now because I'm actually selling them on a couple other radio stations.
Whoa.
And for people to write to me as well, because I want to include some accounts in my book. Anyone who wants to share anything, even anonymously.
It sounds like all the details, the lurid details, are going to be in the book.
Oh, yes, and then some.
Figures, yeah.
Yeah, well, hopefully I'll get it out without too many more military abductions.
Yeah.
Well, and the thing is, one of the reasons I'm even talking about this stuff is because if anything does happen, maybe a few people will ask questions, because I'm not going to off myself. I'm not going to have a heart attack. I do yoga and, bounce on my trampoline. You know what I'm saying? It's not going to be an accident.
I know what you're saying. All right. Do you have an address you want to give out?
Yes, and
what is it?
it's M as in Mary, MSM.
MSM.
And it's 171 Pier, T-I-E-R, Avenue, number 395, Santa Monica, 90405. And what I'll do for the people...
Wait a minute. 90405.
And what I'll do for the people that sent me $1, if they send me their name and remind me that they sent me $1, I'll look it up and I'll send them a cassette. I've got 12 original songs, 2 of which are about my abduction experiences.
That's very generous, especially for $1.
Well, but the thing is, the people that sent me the $1, they can have the cassette for $8. That includes shipping and handling. Anyone else that wants it can get it for $15, including shipping and handling. And I paid for all the mastering myself. The J cards are really high quality, and the songs are great. I've got a song called "The Heart of the Gray Matter" that it's so moving. One of the women in my support group came up and started crying. She says, "I can't believe that song is so healing," and it talks about what it's like to be waiting for an experience to occur.
What did you write any songs about him?
Well, he's got a line in the song. It says, I start to pace, splash my face and draw my shades. My eyes are getting heavy and I sense how quickly a warrior's courage fades. And the line is, could be a dragon or a reptile or a man in black that moves in the shadow.
You know the creature on Star Trek that is reptilian-like?
Yes, I do.
What's
As a
his
matter of
name?
fact, I told you I have a new job over at... Yeah.
No, don't give that out. Listen to me. What is his name?
I saw the map today. I want to say Torque, but I don't think that's it.
It's not Torque. It's like Borf or...
oh, God, I can't believe I don't know.
But, actually on Star Trek, several times they have shown how he courts a female of his own species, and it's one really rough love affair.
Well, some people like it rough.
Yeah.
The thing is, you know, it's funny, I met the makeup artist, the one who does the aliens, and I'll tell you, Gene Roddenberry was tuned in, as they say. And
Had to be, because look how long ago that was.
yeah, he was an incredible man. As a matter of fact, you know, I sang for his last 5 birthday parties.
You're kidding.
No, my band played, well, not my band, I was working with an agent at the time, but that man was so incredible. He introduced himself to every member of the band and sat there in front of us, applauded for the jazz solos. It was amazing.
All right, look, there's a lot of people want to talk to you, of course, you know, so let's see what we've got on the lines. You just never know, Pamela.
This is true.
First time caller line, you're on the air with Pamela.
Is that me?
That's you.
Oh, my goodness. Okay, this is Marie in Sunnydale. Pamela, I've been listening to the show. I did not hear your original interview with Art Bell.
Yeah, we're on a whole lot more stations now, so a lot of people would not have heard that first interview.
Okay, well, I'm with KSFO, so I think it's been on for a while. But at any rate, I heard what you said about it being a tantric experience. And I have a question for you. Was there more than one experience with your reptilian lover in the tantric way? And did your energetic experience of him, since you don't have a name for him, did your energetic experience of him draw him towards you when you would think of him energetically? You know, I have felt his presence many, many times. And as a matter of fact, it's interesting because Barbara Lamb shared with me, and this was afterwards, and I'm sure she won't mind me telling you this.
Barbara's the one who regressed her.
Yeah, this woman is so incredible. She is a shining beacon in this field of research.
So what did she say?
She actually, in a conscious state, met a reptilian that came into her living room and shook her hand and disappeared. Now, this is a woman who's very well respected. She's credentialed.
This is the full extent of that relationship, though, is a handshake.
Yeah. Well, and the thing is, what she do?
All right, now you're not answering the caller's question, Pamela.
Pardon?
You're not answering the caller's
And
question.
the question was that I had 2 other experiences, I think I mentioned, with the reptilian, and it was extremely sensual, organic, but yes, it was aggressive. But that's the only thing I can describe it as.
Organic, sensual, and aggressive.
So I have a question beyond that then. You mentioned earlier in your conversation with Art Bell this evening that when you became aggressive, the entity disappeared.
Scared him away.
So did you need to remain in a yin receptive state where he was dominant to you in order to experience the sensual gratification and the sensual experience that you had with him?
Yeah.
No, I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think that it had nothing to do with sustaining of sensuality, but I think what really is the key here and what I've found is a way to in some way control the interaction, and that is to present yourself as an equal in the interaction. That's totally tantric. Yeah, exactly. Well, and the thing is, I didn't even put it together as that, but I realized that I've been able to control and stop my interactions by getting out of fear, presenting myself as an equal, not a victim, and really seeing that being through loving eyes, connecting with them. I mean,
So it's like, you're not going to rape me, we're going to rape each other.
No, it's not about rape. Connect, because I recognize that divinity in you. Right.
Well,
Okay,
it wasn't
so
exactly. Well, it wasn't rape. I guess it's not fair to call it rape, but it was.
Men have a different vocabulary.
Yeah. Well,
Right, but I would like to interject here. So therefore, this was a spiritual as well as a sensual or sexual experience for you in terms of an orgasmic, blissful state. Absolutely. That was. I could not have participated in that way if it hadn't had that connection. Right. Conjugation was a God experience in the body. Absolutely.
Oh man. All right. Well, thank you very much.
All right. And remember, it's our prejudice that has demonized the very presence of reptilians. We've done it throughout history.
Interesting you should say demon on part of the born agains. I've got to ask you, because they will. I guarantee someone on one of these lines is going to come at you like this.
Well, they're the ones that I got the most threats from.
Yeah, I'm sure. Do you realize that you had sex with a demon?
Well, that's what I got a lot. And again, I believe that it's a prejudice because I don't believe in the devil or in Satan. I think Satanists are just bad Catholics, and, I believe in the good and the evil in men's hearts.
All right, this is a J-Court test. Wild card line, you're on the air with Pamela. Hello.
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 Oh, wow, this is me, huh?
Only you know that for sure, man. You're a hairdresser.
This is unreal.
Where are you?
I'm in Tennessee. This is Jim. I'm in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yes, Jim.
I'm also a first-time caller.
Yes, sir.
This is a very interesting
Yes, it is.
subject. I don't even know where to start asking questions.
I didn't either. It just sort of rolls on. I mean, you must have something.
Well, she says that she feels like it was a spiritual connection.
Yep.
That she had this...
Yeah, but all women say that.
Yeah, that's true.
All women want that.
They all want that.
That's right.
And that's how he was able to connect with her mentally, because they do all want that.
Right.
And I feel like that's why she was able to be comfortable like she was with the situation.
You know what I wonder? I wonder if this spiritual connection was not like it is here on Earth many times, one-sided. In other words, Monica Lewinsky may have thought she had some great spiritual connection with Bill.
But you know what? Really, does it matter? Does any perception matter but your own?
Well, that's right. That really is true. In other words, you perceived it as a wonderful emotional experience, whether or not the green guy.
Absolutely. Well, the thing is, we can never experience how much someone loves us. All we can experience is how much we really love ourselves. And that's all we can project, is how much we love ourselves. We can only have our own experience of love. We can have something reflected back to us, but it's like a big circle. It goes to them, but back to us, but it's still coming from us.
There you are, caller.
I'd like to know how long she thinks it'll be before books come out. I'd like to read her book, definitely.
I would.
I definitely believe that she had an encounter with something.
Oh.
No doubt in my mind.
Well, thank you.
There's a lot of people having these same encounters, and I'm glad that she come out of the closet with it.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that. I just finished the proposal. I've got first 3 chapters in the introduction in the hands of an agent in New York as we speak, and hopefully I'll be able to get in advance and finish it.
You mentioned, Pamela, I presume that you could then afford to quit your job and pay full-time attention to your book.
Oh, yeah, that's what I'd really love to do.
All right, look, you said that when you look at his mouth, that you would compare it to like a crocodile mouth.
Well,
right?
More crocodile than
anything
human,
else.
but still...
All right, what about the tongue?
I really am not aware of the tongue.
But lizards
have
tongues.
Yeah, I guess so, but
I believe big fork.
We did not kiss.
No kissing.
The only thing that the entity did was he did lean down by my neck, and that's the only.
Did he chew on your neck or give you a reptilian hickey?
No, it was simply that he was in that area.
All right. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pamela. Hello.
Yes, this is me.
Yes, you. Where are you?
Williamston, South Carolina.
All right.
Very small town. I have a question after. I just want to say our small town, we had in our small local newspaper, a lady who said that she saw a reptilian creature enter her house, and he was more or less just observing.
In South Carolina?
Yes, sir. It wasn't. I've never heard. I turned into the radio station. I hadn't heard this, and I hadn't heard anything about it. Since I hadn't heard anything about it anywhere else. So I thought it was just,
Oh, no, look, we're used to this. We opened the lines. Last time we did it a year ago, we got the same kind of thing, Pamela. There's another reptilian sighting for you.
I know. Well, and that's why it's really important for someone to be talking about this, because I know the answers are out there. If we're all brave enough to come forward and talk about it, maybe we can put this together.
I think it's important to even ask Pamela, how many women are involved with reptilians, or for that matter, how many men involved with reptilian females?
Well, That's why I'm out here, because I got letters from both men and women.
Hundreds of letters?
I got hundreds of letters.
That's really frightening.
Yeah.
I mean, that is...
Not to mention the emails I got. I mean, they are so stunning. I had to do a chapter. I could do a whole book on what happened after your show.
Yeah.
I could probably do a sequel with what's going to happen after this show.
Probably. West of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pamela. Hello.
Me?
You?
Oh, yes. Yes, this is Bart from Utah.
Yes, sir.
And also a first-time caller. I'm glad to finally get through. It's a pleasure.
Yeah, this is also a test for all my Utah affiliates.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, please continue. I'm a verbal advocate for your show. It's not very well known here, actually. So, but anyway, I'm just finding it very hard to believe. I'm not really. I shouldn't finding the state of sexism and whatnot today. But it's, for me, quite honestly, it's really not that hard for me to understand. Listening to her story and where she's at, she spent obviously a lot of time reflecting on whether it be mystical things or whatnot. And I just myself returned from a year traveling abroad, India and Asia, and for somebody that's actually doing enough soul searching reflection, she's made some good comments. I've heard her talk about reflecting.
But this is not like an Indian or Asian girl, sir.
Well, no, I'm not assuming that. But
if you go up there and have you seen the photograph of?
No, I haven't.
Well, you've got to visualize. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I think you may have made a lure to Worf on Star Trek.
No, I don't even know.
Worf.
You know, I just don't watch TV anymore. I've got the real thing, you know.
It's Worf.
And another comment, actually, I'm completely heterosexual and quite active at that. But I recently had a girlfriend that was quite aggressive and liked to bite, and she referred to it as Klingon sex.
Klingon sex? That's what I was after.
She must be another reptilian queen.
Yeah.
It's Worf. It's Worf.
I'm going to ask her. I'm going to see what she thinks.
Well, Robert Morningsky thinks that the reptilian queens from Lemuria are back.
Oh, okay.
In this incarnation.
So before you really speak up, sir, you would have to see him and then translate in your mind to a female version of him.
Well, I was in my mind, and then the image itself, I think, is not important, because I agree with. I don't think that's the point. I think most men are missing the point. That they have this completely sexual, tactile, visual image.
Thank you.
And they're really locked in a very, very male-dominant perspective of sex and relationship.
I admit it.
That it's based on completely like physical pleasure.
So in other words, you understand all of this. But see,
there are some evolved men out there that have actually done some work on themselves, and I'm thrilled.
Well, and actually, another point I was going to say, I'm also very good close friends with a woman. Well, I won't move on that.
You know, that's all right. Look, there was a physical aspect to this, sir.
Excuse me?
You can't escape that. There was a physical aspect to this.
Sure. And I think that once the reason. I want to ask you this question before I
very quickly
respond to that. I forgot it now.
I think I know why you're a very active heterosexual man. You sound fabulous.
Why is that?
He actually sounds like one that would understand, doesn't he?
Yeah, he does.
All right.
Encouraging.
Oh yeah. Well, we're at the top of the hour. Hold on. My guest is Pamela from the high desert, which will answer once we hear the question. This is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell Somewhere in Time. Tonight featuring a replay of Coast to Coast AM from February 5th, 1990.
Pamela.
Yes, I'm sorry.
You know, in Area 51, the alien interview, they showed this creature like a typical, you know, the large, large eyes and the very small mouth, and not like your guy at all.
I saw the grays as well, and I can tell you that video looks very real to me. I haven't seen the whole video. I just saw the snips. In fact, I would love a copy of that. I'll make you a trade. I'll burn you a CD for a copy of that.
Of the Alien 51.
I'd love to see that.
Area 51. Yeah, all right. I think we can work something out.
Cool. Now listen, you owe me for making me divulge. You know you do. I've got a piece of a song. I know it's not going to be great quality, but I have it queued up on my CD, and I want to play it.
It's
20 seconds.
Pamela, all right, 20 seconds.
It's called I've Got an Alien this time.
I've got an alien?
Yeah,
This
you're going to
one?
love it.
All right,
All right, here we go.
let her rip.
Listen up.
What the hell? Medicine Blues. Oh, Pamela, that's,
You're right.
I almost thought first it sounded like blues, you know?
You're right.
But it's just like you were screaming that out.
Oh, yeah, baby.
It's like you can feel what you must have felt.
Yeah.
All right, here's a guy who says, congratulations to your guest, Pamela. If all of us on Earth could see that as a universe, we're all one, then we'd all be much better off. Unfortunately, with the simple prejudices we have here, we can expect humans to accept, how can we expect humans to accept any other species? That's from Wendy. It's from Wendy.
True, isn't it? Well, I always say that, you know, planet Earth is kind of like the rednecks of the galaxy. You know, we just have, we're like bad children that are getting out of the playpen, you know. And I think that's probably why we've seen so much extraterrestrial intervention over the past 50 years, because we are literally getting out of the cosmic playpen, and it won't be tolerated. You know, we're going to the bathroom in our backyard, you know.
Hey, Pamela, your guy didn't sound anything like this, did he?
I don't know. I can barely hear you over the helicopter activity.
You're telling me there's helicopters coming over you now?
Oh yeah, I had a helicopter incident outside my bedroom window, and I haven't.
You mean they actually dropped down like blue thunder, and they were looking in your window?
Well, that's another thing that's going to be in the book. Some things that went on with that. I started an activist group about a year ago when I realized what was going on, and I had a meeting over here, and a girlfriend was here.
Yeah.
She showed up early, and she said, "What is that sound?" And I said, "It's outside my bedroom window. Come and take a look."
And there it was.
Yeah, one of those big ones with the double numbers just hovering.
You're kidding.
Oh no, and I've had.
Could you see anybody in the cockpit?
I've had nights when I had headaches so badly. Just at the drop of a hat, I would get one, and I couldn't sleep all night. I was just.
Not too many times, apparently, when he was there.
Generally when he was there. Yeah.
Oh really? And you didn't say, sorry, I've got a headache.
Oh no, not him. I'm sorry. No, I'm talking about the helicopter.
Oh, of course.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know what that connection
Give
is.
you a headache every time. First time caller line, you're on the air with Pamela.
Hey, Pamela.
Yeah.
I have a question for you.
Sure.
You say there's all this mind control projects, these 147, if I remember you correctly, that the government's had.
Right. We know about, yeah.
Oh, that we know about.
Right.
Well, I think you underestimate man, because if there are these shapeshifters, as you claim, I'll tell you something. I would think they could be able to program neurology and actually manufacture these, quote, aliens or shapeshifters as military servicemen.
Oh, I see. In other words, that these are actually military guys posing as reptilian creatures.
Well, that's very possible. And like I say, I think it's all of the above. I think that...
I mean, maybe it was some macho Marine.
I think the military may have cloned individuals. I mean, I can only imagine the genetic experimentation that we are doing right now.
That's almost unimaginable. I know we're doing it. We've been doing it for years.
4 years.
You just know that's true. Wild card line, you're on the air with Pamela.
Thank you for taking my call.
It sounds like you're calling from the bottom of a barrel.
I'm trying to disguise my voice so that other people, friends that may be listening, won't recognize
There's
me.
no reason to do that kind of thing. Pamela's out here up front with her voice, and you're doing this?
Okay.
All right, that's better.
Okay, but no names or
No names.
areas.
No names.
You've got 45 seconds before they triangulate. Go ahead.
First of all, well, I don't mind about the military. They don't find out anything they want to find out, and that's okay. But first of all, let me call attention to 1 Kings 3 through 12.
Here we go.
As my giving glory to the Lord for giving me the strength to make this call in the first place. My wife and I, we've been together for 13 years. We have a 5-year-old daughter, and she's just lovely. And she had a 14-year-old son. He's 14 now. Our entire time together has been one big alien extravaganza. We've witnessed UFOs together. I videotaped them. I've never sent them out anywhere though because they're.
Come on, we got to get to the bottom line.
The question is.
Yes. The question.
The question is. I forgot.
Oh my God.
Okay. Listen, just deal with the experiences. Just know what's happening and stay open. That's all you need to do. And don't judge. Don't criticize.
What he was trying to say, he's got a human wife, he's got a human child, and he forgot his question.
Well, maybe his daughter's having experiences. I mean, I remember the last time that I was working very high-profile celebrity assisting. After I had done your show, everyone was laughing and talking behind my back. And one guy walked up to me and he said, I have something to talk to you about. He said, I have a daughter who's 6 years old, and she's been telling me about her nightmares with these beings. She saw one on TV, and he said, I don't know what to tell her. He said, I know everyone's laughing at you, but I really need to ask you some things. And I told him how to handle the situation. And for all the people that laughed at me, there was that one person that I helped. The guy was almost in tears.
Yeah.
So I know that, whatever. You've got to walk beyond the criticism and the ridicule if you want to get to the heart of the gray matter,
The heart of the gray matter. You could probably avoid that phrase. East of the Rockies, you're on the air with Pamela.
Hello?
Hello.
Hey.
Hey.
I have a question.
All right. Where are you?
San Antonio.
All right.
The question is, she had mentioned earlier that she had some experience with astral projecting.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
The question is, did you meet with this being on a different plane?
On the astral plane, or
did he really walk into your living room?
Yeah.
Well, this is interesting because the entity was in my bedroom, and like I said, I've been through some really amazing experiences and some terrifying experiences.
Physically in your bedroom?
Well, that's my perception.
Okay.
And I can only tell you that when I astral projected, I came back with no symptoms of anything having gone on. And I believe that, I went to places where people were half human and half animal, and they tore at my flesh, and I woke up in my bed, and nothing was wrong. But I have awakened with physical symptoms from my gray abductions and from the reptilian abductions. So all I can tell you is, when I met my 4 daughters, I came back into my bed. That night, I was so freaked out I couldn't go back to sleep. That night, I noticed that my lower arms were really sore. And I remembered my little girl grabbing my arm and holding on to me for dear life. And I had bruises between my wrist and my elbow the next night on my arm.
What about him? Did he bruise you?
I've had some bruises. I don't know exactly if they were induced in that manner. I tell you, I was pretty out of it at that point, dealing with the experiences, and I didn't do the body checks that I do now. I've noticed new little scoop marks, and I think I mentioned to you earlier that I think the hybridization process is finally a success.
All right. Ma'am, anything else?
Heck.
So much more.
There's so many questions. Okay, yeah. Do you think that, because of your astral projecting history, that it kind of taps you into a different...
I absolutely do. I think that's why about anything.
Obviously.
And in another way, I'm a sensationalist. So whatever comes my way, I will try to deal with it and be an equal to that experience. And, that's just something that I've been taught through my...
All right, but I think it's important that everybody understand that your astral projection and your physical encounter are two entirely different things.
Well, now, I believe that there are many instances that I am on an astral plane dealing with certain incidents that I have. But I think it's all of the above. I can't pigeonhole these experiences. I can't put them all in one little neat corner and say that's what they all are. It's really difficult to research and figure this stuff out because you're dealing with an interdimensional being. That's them. We're multidimensional beings. We don't even know what we're capable of. We don't know where we go at night.
Now, if you were the mother to 4 gray children,
right?
Did you bear any children for the reptilian?
I was afraid you would ask that.
Oh, there is a good answer to it then.
Yeah, I don't know if I should go into it.
Yes,
they could be coming up my driveway right now with a crown of thorns,
No, you should absolutely go into it. I mean,
Will you tell me one of your scary episodes?
How, Pamela, can it be any worse than having grays, than having, if there was a sexual coupling, then it follows there could be, it's an important thing to understand whether reproduction can occur between different races of beings.
Yeah.
Yeah, the grays they may have just done some sort of artificial insemination, but this is an entirely different matter. So, did you bear a half lizard?
I suspect, because I had a false pregnancy last November, and it was the first time that I had the other false pregnancies 10 years ago, and I didn't think anything of them because I thought I was doing too many drugs, and I just sloughed it all off. But this time, I was consciously aware of my experiences. You were doing
drugs? You were doing drugs?
Oh, long ago.
Okay, so not connected with...
I don't do anything. For a long time, I haven't done anything. I can't afford to do that now because I need every bit of center and composure to deal with what I deal with.
These beings were not supplying you with drugs, were they?
Not that I know of.
But you
I
did...
think maybe, I don't know for sure. I like I said, had a false pregnancy, and I questioned it in a session that I did, and it seems that is a possibility. I don't know for sure. Some of this stuff I may never know for sure.
Let me tell you something. I'm being communicated right now with a guy from Romania. Okay? And he has a son who will come on the radio if I let him and swear that he met another boy who, when undressed, had a tail. Yes, yes, ma'am. I've had a tail.
We've seen that many times, like in the Inquirer and things like that. When I did your show last time, I got an email from a woman in Brazil who's the head of a UFO research group there. And she was totally fascinated because she said that there are so many reports of reptilian interactions in Brazil. That's one of the things I'd like to do with the advance of my book is possibly go there and interview with her, because I know there are accounts outside the United States where people aren't so afraid to talk about this. Where sensuality is celebrated and sexuality is celebrated and not manipulated and repressed as it is in our society.
We are a very Victorian society, aren't we?
We really are.
And I guess the thing with the president?
Well, the thing is, I think it's kind of sad that something like Monica to bring him down when there are so many other issues. That
Pamela, if Monica is not bringing him down,
well, he's bringing himself down.
Well, that may or may not be. His popularity ratings have never been higher.
You don't really believe the media and the polls, do you? When a third of the black budget is spent on media control.
Oh, how do you know that?
$23 million.
Where's my part?
CIA abuses.
Where's my part?
Where's mine? Where are my tax dollars going?
I'm not sure I believe that. I'm now a big part of the media, and
Well,
I'm not.
You're one of the bastions of freedom and freedom of speech.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's true.
You really are a beacon, and you tackle subjects that no one will touch.
Oh, that's for sure.
But you know, it's funny. I won't go into this heavily, but I started this activist group, and I'm working on a case that's very volatile.
Yeah.
And you know, they really wanted to be on your show, and I understand that you need to put on what you want to put on. And I said to the people that I'm dealing with, I said, look, you have to understand.
You mean
there's only one show across this country that will put me on. Those 200 shows that will handle that story wouldn't touch me with a 10-foot pole.
10-foot pole. All right, Pamela, hold on that note. We'll go to the bottom of the hour. This is Coast to Coast AM. I'm Art Bell. Pamela is my guest. If you have a question, that's what the telephone's for. From the high desert, this is Coast to Coast AM.
You're listening to Art Bell, Somewhere in Time on Premier Radio Networks. Tonight, an encore presentation of Coast to Coast AM from February 5th, 1998.